Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of International Trade. Il n'est pas là?
Non, il n'est pas là.
Voilà, OK. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de rapport de...
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Parce qu'on n'a pas d'appuyeur pour M. Beach.
OK.
On n'a pas d'appuyeur.
Burnaby North Seymour.
Non, on est formulaire.
Ah, excusez-moi. Excusez-moi, allez trop vite. Mr. Beach, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, Death of a Child. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Burnaby North Seymour.
Mr. Speaker, if it's possible, the member for Burlington would like to second. I don't know if she snuck in a little late, but I rise today to introduce my private member's bill entitled The Relieving Grieving Parents of an Administrative Burden Act, also known as Evans Law. Every year, 1,600 families in Canada have to deal with the death of a child while on parental leave. In this case, the family technically no longer qualifies for parental benefits, so unless they contact Service Canada that day, the family begins to accrue a liability that CRA will eventually have to claw back. They could switch to EI sickness benefits, but then they have to call Service Canada every 2 weeks to confirm that they still need the benefit because of the loss of their child. It's a cruel and unnecessary burden. The bill provides an elegant solution. It simply states that if you qualify for parental leave and your child passes, you continue to qualify. There is no incremental increase in cost because parental benefits are almost identical to the EI sickness benefit. In fact, there's a cost savings because we are significantly reducing administrative cost and red tape. It is one of those rare measures where it's not just helping parents in the most tragic of circumstances, but it is relatively easy to implement. It is the right thing to do. It reduces red tape, saves the government money all at the same time. I hope all members will support the legislation, and I invite my colleagues to come and talk to me if they have any questions or comments. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Beach, seconded by Ms. Gould, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. It's okay. Ms. Hepner. Ms. Hepner, seconded by Ms. Vandenbeld, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Divorce Act. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Speaker. It is a true honour for me to table today an act entitled the Keeping Children Safe Act, which is a groundbreaking amendment to the Divorce Act. I want to thank the National Association of Women in the Law, in particular Suzanne Zakour, and my good friend with the family law practice, Susan Berry, for working diligently with me on this legislation. This bill seeks to give children a voice during divorce proceedings. It requires legal advisors to take coercive control and family violence into account and mitigate their effects. It changes the existing premise in family courts that children are property that must be split equally between parties in a divorce. It stops the increasing and egregious practice of disregarding children's views and preferences under the pretense they have been manipulated or alienated by a parent. It prevents judges from restricting time with one parent in order to improve the relationship with the other parent, and it prevents courts from forcing children to attend so-called reunification therapy. There is much more to say about this bill, Speaker, but at the moment, suffice it to say that nearly 300 organizations have called for these reforms. These changes echo the conclusions of the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls, its causes and its consequences, and therefore I implore all of my colleagues to please support this legislation. It's really important.
Hear, hear.
Ms. Hepner, seconded by Ms. Vandenbeld, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? at the next sitting of the House. Mr. Calkins, seconded by Ms. Cody, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Food and Drugs Act, Natural Health Products. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Ponoka-Didsbury.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure I rise today to table my private member's bill to reverse the changes that the government made in Bill C-47 with the definition, or in regards to the definition of natural health products. In the last Parliament, Mr. Speaker, this bill was known as Bill C-368. 80% of Canadians use natural health products, and virtually everybody in the industry was against the changes that the government made in Bill C-47 and wants to restore the traditional definition of natural health products and not be included in the same definition as therapeutic products, which are drugs with large pharmaceutical companies. Mr. Speaker, there was great support for my legislation across Canada. Canadians thought the bill was very popular in the last Parliament. I had the support of other political parties in this place, and I really truly hope that the government this time changes its position, much like it has changed its position on pipelines, changed its position on criminal justice, changed its position on carbon taxes, changed its positions on virtually everything it's been doing wrong for the last 10 years, and actually gets behind my bill. This is what Canadians want. This is what Canadians expect their Parliament to do. In fact, when Health Canada did their consultations, they had over 3,000 people respond to the proposed changes in Bill C-47. There was 2 in favor and everybody else was against. It's time that the government take these things into consideration. I'm very happy to table this bill, and I look forward to the debate and support of actually everybody in the House this time.
Mr. Calkins, seconded by Mrs. Cody, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Caputo, seconded by Mrs. Thomas, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson-Nicola.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson-Nicola, but today I also rise on behalf of all Canadians. This bill, Mr. Speaker, makes the most substantive changes on the subject of intimate partner violence in history. Mr. Speaker, intimate partner violence is an insidious crime that often occurs behind closed doors. It affects all socioeconomic groups and is vastly underreported. Most homicides involve an intimate partner, and for far too long, we as parliamentarians have sat idle. This bill is a monumental change. First, it creates the unique offense of assault intimate partner, harassment of an intimate partner, and so on. Secondly, it creates a presumption that intimate partner violence that results in murder will be first-degree murder. Third, it creates a mechanism by which a judge can order somebody into custody for a 7-day risk assessment in order to protect the intimate partner. Last, it makes it a new stream for for evidence to be streamlined and the detention of evidence to be considered in a more appropriate way. I ask that this House streamline the passing of this bill as quickly as possible. We have seen far too often, like in the example of Bailey McCourt just a couple of hours from me, that intimate partner violence has gone on far too long. We have sat idle for far too long. This is about giving voices to the voiceless, names to the nameless, and faces to the faceless. Let's pass this bill right away. Thank you.
Mr. Caputo, seconded by Mrs. Thomas, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Saini, seconded by Ms. Royer, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a National Framework to Improve Food Price Transparency. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege to introduce my private member's bill, an act to establish national framework for food price transparency. This bill is putting Canadians first. It is about empowering consumer every time they shop. This bill ensures all families pay fair prices for the quantity of product that they buy at their local supermarkets. By implementing unit pricing across the country, Canadians will have the tools to compare prices, make informed choices, and save money. As a member of parliament, it is my responsibility to promote fairness and make life more affordable. I urge all members of this House to do the same, and by supporting this bill and by standing with the Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Saini, seconded by Ms. Royer, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall the bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House? Mr. Clark, seconded by Mr. Fisher, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a National Strategy on Housing for Young Canadians. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Sackville, Bedford, Preston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce my private member's bill, An Act to Establish a National Strategy on Housing for Young Canadians. Mr. Speaker, all members of the House know that there is a housing crisis in this country, and I believe all members also know that no group of Canadians has been more impacted by that crisis than young Canadians in particular. Whether they are seeking to rent an apartment, find housing while at university to study, or saving up for a down payment for their first home, young Canadians increasingly find the path to stable housing more and more difficult. Without secure housing, it is much harder for young Canadians to study, to work, and to plan for the future. This bill that I introduced today, Mr. Speaker, calls on the federal government to work with partners across the country, provinces, territories, housing organizations across the board, to better understand the unique barriers facing young Canadians in today's housing market and to build lasting solutions that meet their needs. About 3 years ago, Mr. Speaker, I introduced a similar bill into the Nova Scotia legislature. I didn't have the votes at that time to make it reality, but still today I think the issue is as important, if not more important now. There are so many young Canadians in all of our ridings that are having a hard time finding housing, and I think this strategy would help them achieve that goal, have a healthier, more prosperous life. And I would ask all members of the House across all parties to please support this bill and reach out if they have any questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Clark, seconded by Mr. Fisher, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Monsieur Simard.
Mr. Simard, seconded by Mr. Savard-Tremblay, seeks leave to table a bill entitled, it's Mr. Champoux, seeks leave to table a bill called An Act to Amend the Department of Foreign Affairs Trade and Development Act, prior review of treaties by Parliament. The motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Bloc Québécois is keeping its promise. We are tabling a bill to enable Parliament to find out about and also vote on trade agreements before Canada ratifies the agreements. This bill would do two things. First, it would compel the government to table the text of the agreement in the House so it can be debated, voted on, sent to committee so that officials can weigh in on it and change the wording. It would also compel the government to publish agreements or amended agreements in the Canada Gazette. It's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, that in 2025, the government should be the only player deciding what goes into our treaties. The government doesn't even have to consult Canadians or Parliament. Canadians deserve more transparency from their federal government. So this bill would strike the right balance between public rights and the government's needs. I hope my colleagues will see the value of this bill and support it.
Appuyé par
Mr. Samar, seconded by Mr. Champoux, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted. When will the bill be read a second time? At a future sitting of the House.
Seconded by Mr. Johns, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish a National Framework Respecting Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is my great honour to stand in the House today and table this legislation. We all know somebody that has ADHD. For me, it's my son McLean. And when my son was young, we were able to get him the treatment and the care that he needed. But what I found during that time was that it was very, very difficult for people to get that treatment, for people to have that identification of ADHD. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that if people have the resources that they need and the services available, the outcomes for people living with ADHD are minimal to zero. However, if those people are not identified and they do not receive that treatment, the implications on their ability to succeed at school, their ability to succeed at work, their ability to succeed within their relationships is greatly diminished. So for me, recognizing that across this country, there is not a strategy or a framework that ensures that doctors and teachers are given the tools that they require to diagnose, treat, and support people living with ADHD was a gap that I think this legislation is very good at filling. I'm so grateful to my colleague from Courtney Alberni for all of the incredible work he has done on mental health supports, and for him to second this bill means a great deal to me. I'm also very grateful to all of the advocates, the teachers, the doctors, and people who have been working on this issue for so long for all of their work, supporting me and supporting this legislation. I hope everyone in the House will recognize the value of having a framework to support people living in this country with ADHD, both children and adults. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. McPherson, seconded by Mr. Johns, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Présentation de...
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'm privileged to rise today to table e-petition 6484, which was initiated by Black People United for Change, who are in Ottawa today. These Canadians and petitioners are calling on the government to take urgent action to confront anti-Black racism. The petitioners highlight the long history of systemic racism in this country, and they point to historic injustices as well as recent tragedies and hate crimes as evidence of the urgent need for change. The petitioners call on the government to issue a formal apology and acknowledge the historical and ongoing injustices experienced by Black Canadians, to enact comprehensive legislation addressing anti-Black racism, including hate crime protections and institutional accountability measures. And Mr. Speaker, to put in place policies to dismantle systemic discrimination and ensure safety, dignity, and equal opportunity for Black Canadians. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to rise again to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the people of Swan River on the alarming increase in violent crime that has threatened the safety and well-being of families across the region. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners are experiencing the consequences of the soft-on-crime Liberal policies like Bill C-5 and C-75. C-5 repealed mandatory jail time for serious crimes, and C-75 forces judges to release repeat violent offenders right back onto our streets. Petitioners are concerned that since 2015, extortion in Canada has increased by 330%, and violent crime is up 55%. Petitioners in the Swan Valley want to see an end to the Liberals' reckless catch-and-release policies so they can feel safe in their own community. This is why the people of Swan River are demanding jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. I support the good people of Swan River.
Yeah.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I have 4 petitions to share with you today. The first petition comes from citizens across this country. More than 30,000 Canadians have signed this petition. It is a petition that recognizes that there is an ongoing genocide happening in Gaza, that civilians in Gaza are enduring prolonged periods without food as aid is blocked, as UN agencies confirm mass starvation, as nearly 90% of Gaza's population has been forcibly displaced, as the United Nations, the International Criminal Court, and human rights experts have opened or supported investigations into war crimes and crimes against humanity committed in Gaza. The signatories to this petition plead with the Government of Canada to call to immediately suspend all arms exports to Israel, to support war crime investigations, to demand unrestricted aid access, and to end its complicity in violations of international law. Mr. Speaker, I have another petition. This one has been signed by almost 20,000 Canadian citizens. Whereas the humanitarian crisis in Gaza has resulted in the loss of tens of thousands of innocent civilian lives, including the lives of innocent children. The people who have signed this petition are urging the Government of Canada to work with international partners, including the United Nations, to urgently deploy peacekeeping forces to Gaza for the protection of civilians, to support the delivery of humanitarian aid, and to uphold Canada's commitment to international humanitarian law and the responsibility to protect vulnerable populations. Mr. Speaker, I also have a petition that is being presented in the context of the deteriorating political situation in Pakistan, concerning democracy, human rights, and the safety of Canadian Pakistanis who've been vocal in their support for these causes. Those who have signed this petition have asked for the Government of Canada to call for an immediate inquiry into the tragic events of November 26, 2024, in which the military regime opened fire on unarmed protesters, as well as an inquiry into the tainted February 2024 general elections. Call for the immediate release for Imran Khan and other political prisoners in Pakistan, and issue a statement in solidarity with the restoration of people's mandate and democratic governance in Pakistan. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I have a petition that has been signed by Canadians from coast to coast. They note that during the dissolution of the 44th Parliament, petition E5345 was not able to get a response, and it muzzled the voices of the 66,562 Canadians who signed from 10 provinces and 3 territories, declaring that Donald J. Trump is a convicted and sentenced felon of the United States of America. He is an insurrectionist, having engaged in one on his own U.S. Capitol. He's making ongoing threats of both a monetary and sovereign nature against Canada, and they ask that Donald Trump be refused entry to Canada until such time as he cease and desist making threats or taking actions contrary to the well-being of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Did the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands? Order, please. Order. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise to present e-petition number 6636, which has been signed by about 2,500 Canadians. I will summarize, Mr. Speaker, but the presentation deals with a slightly complicated transaction in which Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, formerly of Atomic Energy of Canada Limited, currently managed and controlled by what used to be called SNC-Lavalin, now Atkins-Realis, has entered into a relationship with a consortium of U.S. firms. The petitioners explained that these are called the Nuclear Laboratories Partners of Canada, but are U.S. firms scheduled to receive the largest public contract in the history of Canada at $24 billion over 20 years, proposing to manage the facilities of the Canadian nuclear laboratories and ancillary assets. What the petitioners are seeking from the House of Commons, they do also point out how many billions and tens of billions of dollars have been directed to the Canadian nuclear laboratories since SNC-Lavalin took over. The undersigned citizens of Canada call on the government to ask and instruct the Auditor General to conduct an independent, objective, systematic assessment of how well AECL is managing its activities and responsibilities, and prohibit the agencies or other parts of this consortium from entering into contracts to the Canadian nuclear laboratory, the nuclear laboratory partners of Canada, can't call them Canadian because they're U.S., or any other private body until an audit is complete and results are publicly available and discussed in Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if there would be a willingness to allow leave for the Minister of International Trade just to quickly table a report that we were hoping to table a little bit earlier.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. We'll go back to tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Order 32.2, and consistent with the policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaties entitled Protocol on the Cession of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, done at Auckland and Bandar Seri Begawan on July 16, 2023, and accompanying legally binding instrument on culture done at Auckland on July 16, 2023, and accompanying legally binding instrument on intellectual property done at Auckland on July 16, 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions inscrites au feuilleton. Questions on the order paper of the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, and I thank members for allowing leave earlier.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on violent crime and repeat offenders, standing in the name of Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock, seconded by Mr. Mahal, moves that given that the Liberal government has changed the law to allow for house arrest for serious offenders unless repeat criminals go free within hours of their arrest, which has resulted in a 50% increase in violent crime, the House call on the Liberal government to replace these changes with the 3 strikes and you're out law that will stop criminals convicted of 3 serious offences from getting bail, probation, parole, or house arrest, and keep violent criminals in jail for at least 10 years. Debate. The Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to advise I'll be sharing my time with the member from Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the great citizens of Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations. I rise today in strong support of our Conservative motion calling on the government to end the failed experiment of leniency and to adopt a common-sense 3 strikes and you're out law so that the worst repeat violent offenders serve real time, not living room sentences, and so communities are finally safe again. For 10 long years, this Liberal government has put the interests of criminals ahead of the safety and dignity of victims. They have prioritized the rights of repeat offenders over the safety of law-abiding Canadians. I say this as someone who served nearly 2 decades as a Crown attorney. I have looked victims in the eye. I have sat with families shattered by repeat offenders who should never have been back on the street. Over those years, the offenders I saw grew more dangerous and more emboldened because the system kept signaling that the consequences were optional. Now, this soft-on-crime philosophy did not begin with these Liberals. Its roots stretch back more than 50 years when Pierre Trudeau's Liberal government openly declared its intent to stress the rehabilitation of individuals rather than the protection of society, even if it involved community risk. and Canadians have now been paying the price for those risks ever since. The Young Offenders Act dramatically reduced sentences, even for those convicted of murder. Statutory release shortened jail time by a third, and parole policies make a mockery of sentences pronounced in court. Today, full parole can come as early as 1/3 of a sentence, and unescorted temporary absences as early as 1/6. The practical effect of this liberal philosophy was clear. The faint hope of rehabilitating an offender was elevated over denouncing unlawful conduct, deterring crime, or protecting society. And the result has been a revolving door of hardened criminals arrested, released, and reoffending, leaving victims to suffer the consequences.
Shame.
That is why the Conservative government of Stephen Harper worked to restore balance to our justice system, re-establishing the importance of denunciation, deterrence, and the protection of society. But these Liberals spent the past decade undoing that progress, scrapping mandatory minimums for serious gun crimes, making bail even easier to obtain, and carrying on the soft-on-crime legacy. This became crystal clear in 2019 when the Liberals passed Bill C-75. Amongst other things, it legislated a principle of restraint that pushes release at the earliest opportunity on the least restrictive terms. That may sound tidy in a briefing note, but in real life, it tilted the system away from public safety. The Department of Justice itself describes the bill's goal as timely release with the least onerous conditions. Then came the notorious Bill C-5 in 2022. This law repealed mandatory minimum penalties for dozens of serious offenses that were constitutionally upheld and brought back conditional sentence orders, what most Canadians now call house arrest. At the time, then Liberal Justice Minister David Lametti said the Liberals were turning the page on a failed Conservative criminal justice policy. But what did that really mean? It meant making conditional sentences possible for serious offenses like sex assault, kidnapping, human trafficking, even fentanyl trafficking, and robbery with a violence. These are not small crimes. They are violent, scarring, life-altering offenses. Imagine telling a victim of kidnapping that their attacker can now serve a sentence from the comfort of their own living room. That is the reality Bill C-5 created. When the public backlash grew, the Liberals tried to save face then with Bill C-48. The then Justice Minister, Arif Virani, promised they would make Canadians safer, but then admitted, in his own words, that he cannot measure what exactly that would look like. That is not a plan, that's simply a press release. And when those reforms failed, Liberal ministers tried to pass the buck. We heard the public safety minister, who was the justice minister at the time, say, quote, "The bail system is sound," end of quote. We saw Liberal ministers and this Prime Minister blame provinces, telling premiers to step up while refusing to fix their failed criminal code policies they themselves broke. Canadians don't want a blame game. They want a justice system that works and is fair. Madam Speaker, it's not just Conservatives sounding the alarm. For years, police chiefs, premiers, mayors from across the country have been begging this Liberal government to fix the mess. They have been obstructionist ever since, Madam Speaker. The Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police said the changes were urgently needed to stop violent repeat offenders from cycling through communities. The Toronto Police Association repeatedly warned of the dangers of letting repeat violent offenders back on the streets. Mayors in Vancouver, Winnipeg, and Toronto have all publicly pressed for real reform because their citizens are living with the consequences every single day. All 13 premiers from across party lines signed joint letters to the federal government demanding immediate action, yet the government continued its obstructionist ways. They dug in, they defended its failed laws, and ignored those voices from the very same stakeholders they should have been listening to. What has been the result? The numbers don't lie. Since 2015, crime has exploded across all categories. Extortion alone, over 300% increase. Now, these are not just statistics. They represent real Canadians whose lives have been shattered by violence. Consider the Saskatchewan tragedy in 2022. Miles Sanderson, already out on statutory release after 59 convictions. 59, let that sink in, went on a rampage, killing 11 people and injuring 17 more. If he had been kept in jail, as common sense dictates, those families would still have their loved ones today. In Peel Region, police arrested 18 individuals tied to home invasions, armed robberies, and carjackings. Shockingly, half of them were out on release at the time. In Vancouver, police reported that just 40 prolific repeat offenders were arrested more than 6,000 times in a single year. That, by definition, Madam Speaker, is the revolving door justice system. And that is why, if this Liberal government were truly serious about tackling violent crime, they would adopt the Conservative plan for 3 strikes and you're outlaw. Here's what it means in practice. When someone has been convicted of 3 serious violent offenses, they will no longer be able to serve their time at home or walk out with probation. No more conditional sentences, no more house arrests. Instead, they will face a mandatory minimum period of incarceration of 10 years, with the possibility of life in prison depending on the severity of their crimes. They will be designated as dangerous offenders, which means they would not be released until they can actually prove they are no longer a threat to the public. And if they ever want to earn back their freedom, they will have to show it. That means spotless behavior, clean drug tests, and real steps towards rehabilitation. The principle is simple. 3 serious violent crimes means you've shown society you cannot be trusted to walk free. You will serve real time, not living room sentences. That, Madam Speaker, is how you effectively protect communities, restore faith in the justice system, and finally put victims ahead of repeat violent offenders. Madam Speaker, Canadians are tired of Liberal governments that coddle criminals and abandon victims. The motion says enough is enough. It ends the failed approach to Bill C-75 and 5. It responds to the pleas of police, premiers, and mayors. It gives Crown attorneys and judges the tools they need to keep dangerous offenders where they belong, behind bars. Most importantly, it restores the fundamental duty of any federal government, and that's to keep Canadians safe. Madam Speaker, Canadians want their children to walk to school without fear. They want seniors to feel safe in their homes. They want women to know that their abusers won't be back on their doorstep the very next day. They want law-abiding citizens put before repeat violent offenders. Conservatives are bringing forward this motion because Canadians deserve more than excuses. They deserve more than obstructionist ways. They deserve safety, first and simple.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Opponent to Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would question a number of the motivations and even some of the facts that the member has actually put on the record. I think what we do know, Madam Speaker, is in the last federal election, Canadians elected a new Prime Minister that understands the community concerns in regard to crime and safety. The new Prime Minister has made it very clear that we are going to be seeing bail reform legislation this fall, Madam Speaker. Members know that full well, but it doesn't stop Conservatives from, as much as possible, milking Canadians through email blasts to try to raise money on crime, Madam Speaker. My question to the member is, why does the member not acknowledge that we are in fact going to be seeing bail reform, because he knows full well we have a Prime Minister that's committed to be bringing it in this fall?
Well, member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Our current Prime Minister, that particular member, all the previous members of the Justin Trudeau government, even the new members of this particular Liberal government, have obstructed every opportunity for us to advance common sense solutions to deal with the criminal justice system. For the last 10 years, you have continually, through Madam Speaker, He has continually prioritized the needs and the comfort of criminals at the expense of community safety and victims. So this Prime Minister has had over 5 months to introduce this legislation. Why are we waiting as long as it is? Community safety is not a partisan issue. I keep repeating that right across this country. Why have they waited as long as they have when the last 4 years every major stakeholder said, do your job?
The Honourable Member for Shefford.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And my question really comes in a spirit of non-partisanship. The question is about increasing crime. It's a concern that we have in the bloc, and more personally, as the critic for status of women, I see the increase in crimes against women, and that's why I tabled a motion, which will be the first motion at the FIWO committee this fall. We're going to be studying, among other things, whether women are truly adequately protected by the justice system. So it's in a spirit of non-partisanship. My motion could even be amended. Now, my question for my colleague is, will they take into account the serious study that the FIWO committee will be doing? The Honourable Member.
I thank my colleague for that excellent question. Women, when I classify victims, I highlight women across this country have long felt that there is absolutely no justice to our system. They view it as a legal system because for 10 plus years they have long been abandoned in the process. The sentencing guidelines are not reflecting the true gravity of intimate partner violence. So to answer my colleague's question, absolutely, we will prioritize victims, particularly women, of intimate partner violence to ensure that their offenders are sanctioned appropriately, meaningfully, so that it has not only a denunciation impact, but it also has a deterrent impact.
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank our honourable colleague for his tireless efforts in this on this file. Madam Speaker, you cannot open up social media, turn on the TV, radio, or newspaper to see another violent offender, repeat offender being released and wreaking havoc in our communities. In my riding at Caribou Prince George, I think of Mr. Bob Hubbard, a senior who returned home last fall to find his house being robbed. When he tried to stop the robbers, they ran over him with his own vehicle, dragging him and leaving him for dead. Within hours, they were caught, and within hours, they were turned loose. Through you, Madam Speaker, why is it that this Liberal government continues their obstructionist ways and refusing or continuing to put the rights of violent offenders before average or everyday Canadian citizens?
Brief answer from the Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant, South Six Nation.
Fantastic question. It's very simple. The entire philosophy of this Liberal government for the last 50 years is putting the needs of criminals before the needs of victims and community safety. It's an ideology that is whacked.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today with a deep conviction. Canada must end its complacency around dangerous repeat offenders. Canadians are tired of seeing the same criminals back in court, tired of seeing repeat offenders ruin lives over and over again. Enough is enough. I think that's clear. C5 and C75. C5 allows for house arrest, and C75, which allows bail too easily. There's a reaction among the populace. People feel that it's too lax. The motion presented by the Leader of the Opposition provides a simple and fair answer. After 3 serious convictions, the society represented by this Parliament has the right and the duty to take strong action. 3 chances is enough. The 4th has to belong to the victims, not the criminals. This bill we're proposing to the Liberals will prevent criminals convicted of 3 serious offenses from being eligible for bail, parole, probation, or house arrest. Too often, Madam Speaker, the victims are forgotten. All across the country and in Quebec, there are examples of reoffenders, and there are more and more of them. In Trois-Rivières, Jean-François Gagnon was convicted of fraud, was released from jail, and began defrauding seniors again barely a month after his release. There were more than 50 seniors duped, swindled, and humiliated. That's the cost of our inaction. In Quebec City, Pierre Gaudreau, a previously convicted pedophile, was released. And what did he do? He downloaded hundreds of photos of naked kids. He didn't even wait till the end of his probation to reoffend. In Saguenay, Bruno Hudon, described by the police as one of the most violent repeat offenders in the region, was placed in a halfway house despite a history of violence. The police themselves expressed concern about this. And what about Miroslav Dragicevic, sentenced to a long term after committing a serious assault on a woman and injuring her badly? This was not his first offense. It was a continuation of a long history of threats and assaults. I could go on, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, for quite some time. Last June, the SQ arrested 22 high-risk sex offenders as part of a special operation. These individuals were already known and had already been assessed as dangerous, yet they were still in our communities. That's the reality. That's the price of inaction. We often hear about rehabilitation. And yeah, giving people a second chance is fair. Reaching out is fair. But reaching out again and again and again, for how long? No, Madam Speaker, we're giving too many chances to the same individuals, and it's the victims who end up paying the price. When someone, after 2 serious convictions, chooses to reoffend, they're sending us a clear message. They have no intention of changing. And justice isn't about just giving chances to the guilty. Justice is first and foremost about protecting the innocent. And as parliamentarians, we must ensure justice is done. Some would say that longer prison sentences have no deterrent effect, and we could debate that endlessly. But when it comes to victims here on this side of the House, we're much more concerned with ensuring that justice is served. Madam Speaker, fear is a daily reality for victims. How many Quebecers are afraid to walk out alone at night? How many seniors hesitate about answering the phone for fear of being defrauded? How many parents worry about a convicted pedophile living in their neighborhood? Our constituents aren't asking for the impossible. They're asking to be able to live without fear. So some people say, well, it'll be expensive. The prisons will fill up. But how much does a broken life cost? An inmate costs $150,000 a year. That's true. But what about a rape? How much does that cost? The victim's dignity is lost forever. What about fraud? It costs a life savings and a sense of shame for the victims. Murder, family is destroyed forever. So no, Madam Speaker, action is not too expensive. What's too expensive is inaction. We need to send a clear message to the criminals. This bill sends just such a clear message. Canada will no longer be a refuge for repeat offenders. 3 serious crimes, 3 convictions, 3 chances. After that, no more excuses, no more half measures, no more unnecessary victims. This choice, Madam Speaker, is a moral choice. At its core, the question is a simple one. Who do we choose to protect? Repeat offenders who laugh in the face of the justice system and do it over and over again? Or families, seniors, children, women, and men, law-abiding Canadians who want to live in peace? For me, the choice is clear. I choose the victims. I choose the families. I choose safety. For many years, there's been an ongoing slide in public safety. There's been increased violence, violent crimes, and the insecurity that causes has become a scourge. I represent a riding that used to be so peaceful, nothing ever happened there, no crime. We're starting to see a rise in petty crime, in different types of offense. And the sense of insecurity is starting to set in a riding that had never experienced this type of violence. So it's slowly building. There have been some murders. There's organized crime moving in, and people are turning toward us. They're calling my office and asking, what are you doing about this? We need to be protected. And we often have to say, well, unfortunately, the Liberals changed the law so that the police have fewer tools to arrest people. They've taken away some of the teeth from the legislation. So we need to get back to basics of public safety and giving people a sense of security in their homes so that people can finally say, at last, we have laws that protect us, that enable the police to do their job, that enable the courts to do their job, and criminals are where they should be, behind bars. Because each time, all too often, it's the same faces. These are repeat offenders. Repeat offenders are people who over and over and over again commit crimes. So why would we allow them to keep on offending? We need to toughen our laws so that those people wind up in jail. So what we're proposing ultimately is, with all humility, they like to call themselves a new government. Let's see them walk the talk. Let's see them act like a new government. And I myself had proposed Bill C-325 in the previous Parliament to undo C-5. It was voted down by the Liberals and the NDP. I think the Bloc understood that there was an issue there. They supported 325, but this is a new government. I'm all for it, but the actions have to prove that there's been a change. We're reaching out to the government here. We're proposing things in the interest of public security, public safety, in the interest of victims, and I hope that our friends opposite will accept this offer, speed up, and vote in favor of a stronger legislation, stronger laws for our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I had indicated earlier, the Prime Minister, through the campaign and post-campaign, made a very significant commitment to bring in bail reform. That has been a high priority for the government, to the extent that the Prime Minister indicated that he would do the necessary consultation and bring forward the legislation. That consultation, I believe, is going to see us with a bail reform package that Canadians and parliamentarians can actually take on in a very positive way. Is the member prepared to say today that upon that legislation being brought forward, that the Conservatives will show cooperation and, in fact, look at passing it at least into a committee stage in a reasonable time frame, let's say before the end of the year?
The
honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you to my colleague for his question. You know, here we have 10 years experience listening to this government's intentions, and what we saw was not much. Will the Prime Minister have the support of his caucus? Because I think over 3/4 of his members were very proud of their previous record when we were attacking C5. I was even accused of being racist when I criticized C5 here. So it's going to require a real turnaround, an ideological turnaround on that side of the House for me to have any confidence in them. But yeah, if they could get rid of C5 and C75 to bring justice back to this country, for sure we would support them.
For Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable colleague, thank you again for the intervention. We know in our communities, in my riding, 98% of the crime is created by 5 or 6 prolific offenders. Mm-hmm. When they're in jail, crime rate goes down. When they're out of jail, the crime rate goes up. Yet municipalities are crying for it, police associations are crying for it, the provinces are crying for it, yet this government continues and refuses to act. They're obstructionist on this. Why is that?
Good question.
Honorable député de Charlesbourg.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. As I said towards the end of my speech, I mentioned C325, which was supported by all the police associations and victims associations in Quebec, but for some incomprehensible ideological reason, the Liberals voted it down. So will they accept our ideas? And if they do, they should be quick about it. We saw how fast legislation can go through with when it was about the economy. So let's see some acceleration here on a justice bill. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech and for his passion as well for this issue, this particular issue. I know that he's always been a champion of tougher laws against repeat offenders, and there's many ways of going about it. We agree with the idea here, but perhaps with the substance, but perhaps not so much with the form. The Bloc has proposed a number of things in the past, and I'd like to talk with my colleague about this. We talked about a list, a register of criminal organizations. We talked about the sentencing for serious crimes. And there's also the question of the religious exemption in the criminal code. We shouldn't tolerate violent crime in the name of religion. That shouldn't be a loophole. A person shouldn't be able to get off scot-free when they commit a crime under the guise of religion, religious belief. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. The honourable member, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. There were three parts to it. He talked about Sharkawi at the end of his question, who incites the violence against Jews under the banner of religion. So I understand there's an aspect of using religion, but then there's also an aspect of him already having been arrested in the past for inciting hate. But those are issues that we need to consider carefully.
The Honourable Secretary of State, Combating Crime.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in the chamber to address today's Opposition Day motion brought forward by the Honourable Member from Battle River, Crowfoot. The motion proposes a 3 strikes and you're out law aimed at keeping repeat serious offenders, particularly those who commit violent crimes, behind bars longer, limiting their access to bail, probation, parole, and house arrest, and establishing a mandatory minimum sentence. The government is deeply troubled by violent crime and is committed to keeping Canadians safe, strengthening confidence in the justice system, and ensuring that the bail system promotes public safety first. It is committed to doing so in a smart, evidence-informed way, drawing on empirical research and real-world experience to address repeat and dangerous offenders effectively while respecting the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Madam Speaker, the member for Battle River Crowfoot has raised the issue of violent offending. I want to speak to 2 areas of particular concern for Canadians: extortion and auto theft. These are not abstract or distant problems. They involve violence or the very real threat of violence. And they leave lasting impacts on victims and families, and in particular, many in my community. Auto theft and carjacking puts Canadians in immediate physical danger and threatens their sense of safety in our neighborhoods. Extortion preys on the fear and vulnerability, targeting individuals and small businesses, and can destabilize entire communities. Take, for instance, a recent and deeply troubling incident in Brampton. On April 30th, 2025, a local business situated near Queen Street and Kennedy Road South was targeted with gunfire. While no one was inside at the time, the owner began receiving threatening messages demanding money. This act of extortion not only endangered the victim, but also instilled fear within the broader community. In response, Peel Regional Police swiftly initiated an investigation leading to the arrest of 3 individuals: Harpal Singh, Rajnoor Singh, and Iknoor Singh. all from Brampton, on charges of extortion. These arrests underscore the severity of the crime and the commitment of law enforcement to uphold public safety. Such incidents highlight the urgent need for comprehensive measures to combat extortion and ensure the protection of our communities. That is why, Madam Speaker, the RCMP has created a national task force to coordinate investigations and share intelligence across the country, focusing in particular on cases that have affected the South Asian community in Brampton, Surrey, Edmonton, Abbotsford, and is expanding to other regions as well. This task force is working not only with domestic law enforcement, but also with international partners to track and disrupt organized crime networks. Addressing these challenges requires more than words. It demands concrete action. The government has taken and continues to take meaningful steps to strengthen the tools available to law enforcement and the justice system, ensuring that repeat and dangerous offenders are held accountable and that Canadians can feel safe in their homes and on their streets and in their businesses. Key changes to the Criminal Code's bail provisions came into effect on January 4th, 2024, under the former Bill C-48. Individuals charged with serious repeat violent offenses, particularly those involving weapons such as firearms, knives, or bear spray, now carry the burden of demonstrating a reverse onus, in particular why they should be released on bail rather than Crown Counsel having to fight against the bail. Courts are required to consider an accused person's history of violent convictions and to state on the record how community safety, as well as circumstances of Indigenous peoples and other overrepresented populations, have been taken into account. These reforms ensure that public safety is at the forefront of bail decisions while respecting individual circumstances and their rights protected under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, providing judges with clear guidance to make informed, evidence-based decisions. But, Madam Speaker, we are going to take this even further. In our new upcoming bail and sentencing legislation, we're going to make sure that the courts are committed to these basic principles. Public safety should be at the forefront reason for denying bail. If somebody is a public safety risk, Madam Speaker, they should not be provided bail. I hope the courts and Crown Counsel are taking this under advisement, or will take that under advisement, and that we see decisions made in accordance to that in the future. It is quite concerning to me as well, and this new government is a tough on crime government. It takes public safety very seriously. That is why the Prime Minister has created a new role, in particular just to address the issue of crime in our country. Turning back to extortion, Madam Speaker, we also know that extortion has increasingly moved online. Nearly half of reported cases involve cyber elements. C2 is legislation that we just debated in this House yesterday. C2 has many measures in it that provides law enforcement with tools needed. This summer, Madam Speaker, I spoke to many extortion victims across this country and received advice from them and from law enforcement as to the challenges that they face in investigating these cases. Some of the challenges are being able to get information of IP addresses and phone numbers across our borders, and C2 will help in that regard. I hope that the Conservatives will support C2 and the measures in it, because all of the measures have been guided by recommendations of law enforcement across this country, and in particular because of examples of cases where they have not been able to put criminals behind bars because of those challenges. So C2 will give them those tools, and that was our new government's second bill in this House. However, it has been disappointing to hear that a lot of Conservatives take issues with the bill, although their chiefs of police in their areas are all in favor of the elements that are contained in C2. So I hope they will reconsider and support the entirety of the bill. Turning back to extortion again, The government has also responded by equipping agencies with the resources they need to combat cyber-enabled crimes. For example, cybertip.ca is supported in its work to intervene directly with platforms like Instagram and Snapchat to help protect young people in Canada in real time. The Department of Justice, Canada's Victim Services Directory is expanding access to community supports for victims of sextortion and online child exploitation, a rising concern for me and a rising issue for children in Canada. C2 is also one of those bills that addresses and gives the capabilities that are needed to put criminals that exploit our young children behind bars. The government has also updated legislation in response to these troubling offences. Recent changes expanded the National Sex Offender Registry to include serious crimes like sextortion and the non-consensual distribution of intimate images, ensuring police have access to critical investigative tools when responding to these offences. Turning our attention back to auto theft now, Madam Speaker, this has rightly been described as a national crisis. Last year, you saw the government put together an auto theft summit in which law enforcement and government at all levels came to the same table to work on how we can address this issue. Since then, we have been having a lot of success, Madam Speaker. Organized crime groups that are stealing cars at an alarming rate are using new technology to do so. In response to this in particular, the government has invested significantly in prevention, enforcement, and international cooperation. These were some of the results that came out of that auto theft summit, Madam Speaker. Public Safety Canada has committed $15 million over 3 years to help law enforcement combat serious and organized crime, including auto theft. This includes bilateral agreements with provincial, territorial, and municipal police forces to strengthen their ability to seize stolen vehicles from the Canada Border Services Agency. International collaboration is also key. That's why Canada has invested in Interpol's Transnational Vehicle Crime Project, which is enhancing information sharing and investigative tactics to identify and recover stolen vehicles across borders. Madam Speaker, when speaking with law enforcement across this country, in particular, they mentioned that the help that Interpol has been able to provide in being able to seize these vehicles and basically freeze criminal organizations from being able to successfully get proceeds from the crimes that they are committing. So if we're able to stop them from making money on auto theft, as a result, we have seen a decrease in that type of crime. The government, in addition to that, has also provided $28 million to CBSA for investigations and examinations of stolen vehicles at ports, supported by new detection technologies and advanced analytics, including artificial intelligence. Transport Canada is working directly with port facilities to address security vulnerabilities and update security plans. At the same time, we're partnering with the automotive industry to ensure that vehicles are harder to steal in the first place. Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada is working with Canadian companies to develop solutions to prevent theft and assist with vehicle recovery. We are also pursuing ways to remove devices used by organized criminals to override wireless entry systems from the Canadian marketplace. The government's decisive actions to combat auto theft are already yielding tangible results, like I've said, Madam Speaker. According to Equité Association's first half of 2025 auto theft trend report, Canada has experienced a 19.1% national decrease in the theft of private passenger vehicles compared to the same period in 2024. Notably, Ontario and Quebec, previous hotspots for vehicle crime, saw declines of 25.9% and 22.2%, respectively. These improvements are attributed to a coordinated effort involving federal and provincial governments, law enforcement agencies, and the insurance industry. Initiatives such as the National Action Plan on Combating Auto Theft, led by Public Safety Canada, has been instrumental in implementing comprehensive strategies to protect Canadians from organized crime behind auto theft. While challenges still remain, these early successes demonstrate that targeted, collaborative efforts can effectively reduce auto theft and enhance public safety as a result. Madam Speaker, these actions show that the government is not standing still. We are providing law enforcement with the resources they need, modernizing technology and regulations, and strengthening partnerships at home and abroad. This is how we address the complex threats posed by serious and organized crime and ensure that Canadians are safe. The government is responding in a coordinated, thoughtful, and practical way. Canada's bail system already allows for detention where there are risks to public safety, like mentioned previously, and courts can impose strict conditions where release is appropriate. Our responsibility is to ensure that these decisions are informed by robust law enforcement capacity and strong tools to manage and prevent crime. I would like to also say, Madam Speaker, that in some instances, courts should be allowed to enforce strict sentences on one strike. I mean, why stop at 3? One strike, and in certain cases, there should be the stiffest penalty given depending on the circumstance of that case and the crime and the seriousness of the crime committed. Madam Speaker, there are many provisions that we're going to put forward that I think this House and all members in this House can support. They are going to be informed by law enforcement, by experts. We're going to make sure that we act responsibly and not just put forward ideas and implement things that the Supreme Court would then overturn and would end us up in the same spot we began in. So oftentimes I hear the Conservatives talk about these ideas that may sound interesting in theory, but they've done this before. They've put in place provisions that the Supreme Court has overturned and our government then had to deal with. So it's really important that we act responsibly, that we come at this in a view of making sure that we have comprehensive bail reform. I'm looking forward to sitting down with the provinces and territories as well in the upcoming days, because there are lots of responsibilities, Madam Speaker, that are within their jurisdiction and they have to implement. I spent some time in courts in my area this summer, Madam Speaker, just sitting in on bail hearings, and I have to say that I was really sad to see the lack of resources, the inability of Crown Counsel to effectively at times argue a case for bail because they're overworked. They have a lot of files. We need to make sure that our provinces have the appropriate amount of Crown Counsel, that they have the appropriate amount and well-trained judges. This is really important. A lot of Canadians may not be aware, Madam Speaker, but the administration of justice when it comes to the majority of criminal cases happens in our provincial courtrooms. So it's really important that they do their part and that they efficiently handle the volume of cases come in, use technology. I think there's many ways that we can improve our data sharing, court data sharing, to better inform ourselves as to where the issues and blind spots are at, how we can address them, how the federal government can also help at the provincial level. And of course, we've been hearing many judges that are releasing people due to not having space in provincial holding centers. And so that too is an issue that needs to be addressed. At the end of the day, I think all of us, I know all of us are here for the best interest of Canadians. And we want to make sure that people are safe. That is exactly my interest. I'm going to work hard to make sure that we collaborate and we do everything that is possible to make sure that some of the headlines that we're reading in the news articles that are very upsetting don't continue to repeat themselves. But we're going to do it in the proper way. Madam Speaker, it's also very important, and many constituents of mine also talk about how do we address the root cause? How do we prevent crime from even starting in the first place? And how do we make sure that we continue to have some of the lowest rates of recidivism around the world? And Madam Speaker, we do. So it's very important that we continue to invest in our correctional facilities as well, make sure that proper programming is there so that at the end of someone's appropriate sentence, that we can make sure they reintegrate into society and do not commit or reoffend. And also make sure that there's good programming at the youth level so that kids have an opportunity to succeed. All of these things are very important when we talk about public safety, and I think sometimes the Conservatives are missing a key component of the puzzle. And so it is my commitment here today, and I know my government's, to make sure we address all of these issues in the coming time, and we create a safer Canada for everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to me, it's rich when I hear the minister across the way say that they're a new government. They've been in government for the last decade, and under their watch, crime waves have gone across the country. And I'll even just say this is from Dawson Creek, a small town that I was born in northern BC. The city of Dawson Creek recognizes there has been an increase in shootings in our community over the last few weeks. This is a rural town that normally shootings are something we've never seen. We're seeing it in Fort Nelson, we're seeing it in Prince George, as my colleague from Prince George has already said. I just think it's rich that you would say that you're a new government, and 10 years you had a chance to fix things. Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. It's a little rich for the member to say to the House and to Canadians now, hey, we're going to do better now. You've had a chance to fix things over the last 10 years. You've actually made things a lot worse with the drug crisis that you've caused on the city streets that have caused this new rise in crime. I frankly don't believe a word you're saying about that you're actually going to fix.
Okay, the honourable member forgot that he speaks through me. The Honourable Secretary of State.
Madam Speaker, and I think that's a severe oversimplification of things. Some of the highest crime rates we saw in our country were in the 90s, and I know that we are facing particular challenges today. There's many causes for these issues, but we're going to be addressing all of those issues. We've put an unprecedented amount of emphasis on our borders to make sure that the illegal drugs and guns that come into our country can be intercepted, and we've been seeing success. So we're going to continue to do the work that's needed to address those issues. Also, a growing issue of mental health in our communities is also causing a lot of disorder and disruption. Everywhere I've traveled to, Madam Speaker, there are different issues, and we've seen after the pandemic that there has been a rise in vulnerability and these types of issues. So I think a comprehensive approach, Madam Speaker, is the best approach, and we will address these issues to the best of our federal capacity, but we need our provincial and municipal partners to join us.
The honourable member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, we discussed a very important issue, the rise in criminality, and I feel particularly touched by this. At the Status of Women Committee, we will be conducting studies that were started in the last Parliament that were interrupted by the elections. And we're going to go back to one about gender-based violence and on coercive behavior and criminalization. These are crucial issues for tackling crime against women. But my question, with these two studies, we talked about the Jordan Principle. Many witnesses mentioned it. It has been mentioned that they don't help people to have trust in the legal system. We want to have some safeguards in place. I'd like to hear my colleague has to say. will she support us for new guidelines around the Jordan Principle for serious crimes?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to recognize the important work that the member is doing at the Status of Women Committee. I think those studies will be very informative and very helpful. The issue that she's speaking of when it comes to the Jordan Principle and gender-based violence cases, sexual assault cases, she's absolutely right. These have resulted in lengthier cases and sometimes cases being withdrawn in the provincial courtrooms. We will be addressing this issue. I can't speak to the specifics of legislation, but I can assure her that those issues are going to be considered and addressed in upcoming legislation. And I appreciate the work that she will do. It will further inform the decisions that are made for the legislation.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Madam Speaker, the speech on C2 has been good. There's some good parts to it, but there are some that are very questionable on our side of the floor that need to be addressed. But the thing that concerned me and I picked up on was the comment that, you know, a lot of this crime, there's a lot of mental health issues in our country right now, that they have grown. Well, the question has to be why? When Canadians are struggling with the economy, with their ability to pay their bills, with food banks, with loss of freedoms, all kinds of issues going on in our society that have happened over the last 10 years, how can this individual not basically take responsibility for the fact that Canadians are really struggling and this causes them to get into situations they shouldn't be in?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Madam Speaker, I think the member raises a very interesting point. I think social support groups and not-for-profits across the country, academics, everyone's trying to identify the root causes of a lot of these problems. And we have seen a growth of mental health issues in Canada, but across the world as well. And we've seen other challenges too. So although this new government is a tough on crime government, we also came in with a very strong and primary mandate to make sure that we continue to grow our economy and create the fastest growing economy in the G7. Our Prime Minister is one of the world's foremost experts on economics, and I have full faith with the team that he's built around him that will be able to also ensure that Canadians that are facing these challenges have hope for a better economy in the coming days.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
I want to thank the Secretary of State for her excellent speech and bring her back to the moment when she discussed how she spent some time this summer watching bail proceedings happen in court. As a former journalist, I've watched a lot of bail proceedings, and I'd like to hear more about some of the conclusions she came to and some of the things that informed her during that process, with the process itself and the Justice of Peace who preside over those processes.
Honourable Secretary of State.
Well, one interesting thing I learned, Madam Speaker, is, for instance, in Ontario, the provincial detention facilities, are holding about 80% pre-trial detention prisoners. And that's really interesting to learn. So obviously those people have been denied bail, but it's important to be able to make, for the judges to be able to make the decisions that are needed foremost to keep Canadians safe. So in the upcoming legislation, I think it will be very important to once again guide the courts and to talk about the basic principles, which is if somebody is a public safety threat, if somebody is a flight risk, they should not be given bail. And also the confidence in our judicial system is very important. And Madam Speaker, while I was sitting in those courtrooms, I didn't have a lot of confidence that those courtrooms were adequately supported and resourced, and I know that the provinces could do a much better job to make sure that the outcomes coming out of those courtrooms are the best outcomes for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened intently to our honourable colleague from, I believe, Brampton, which is a hotbed for violent offenders, repeat offenders, and a lot of crime, a lot of headlines in recent weeks and days. Speaker, her speech focused on a number of different areas. She said that the province wasn't doing their job, the municipalities weren't doing their job, and everybody else needs to be doing their job. But, you know, in my mind, the municipalities are doing their job. Policing is the #1 cost for municipalities. Provinces are doing whatever they can. The police and first responder organizations are absolutely doing everything they can. You know, the one group that continues to say, trust us, we're going to do better next time. For 10 years is this Liberal government, Madam Speaker. So why should Canadians believe them now?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Madam Speaker, I think that's been characterized, my comment. I'm inviting all levels to cooperate, coordinate, and maybe evolve. All of us need to evolve to address the current rise in crime, violent crime that we're seeing in some of our communities. I think that's really important. So that is why we are putting in place changes in upcoming legislation and current legislation that we're debating. C2, the Stronger Borders Act currently. I hope that the member across will support us because it's exactly what law enforcement has been asking for. It's important we give law enforcement the tools they need because they do have a very difficult job on the ground, and that's exactly what we intend to do. We are going to support law enforcement and our officers that work at the forefront of these issues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I believe the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to respond to the member from Kamloops Thompson, Nicole, who raised on September 15th the question of privilege respecting an allegation of obstruction and intimidation when accessing a federal penitentiary. With respect to the member raising this point of order, there is no clear and necessary connection between his parliamentary work and his visit to the penitentiary. The member was allowed to enter the premise and to tour the facility. I regret to hear that the member alleges he was not treated with the level of respect he expected. That is unfortunate, but the point stands that the member was given access to the penitentiary and was able to tour the facility. It would be a completely different situation if in the course of the study agreed to be by the Standing Committee on Public Safety to visit certain penitentiaries to inform members in the course of their parliamentary study. If that were the case, members were refused interest by an official and were threatened not to return. The members of the committee could raise an argument of intimidation and obstruction. That is not the case here. I would further suggest that there are likely protocols in place in these institutions to escort visitors when touring the facility. Lastly, the member is correct in citing that, and I quote, the primary meaning of proceedings as a technical parliamentary term, which it had at least as early as the 17th century, is some formal action, usually a decision taken by the House in its collective responsibility. End of quote. Madam Speaker, this visit was not specifically sanctioned by the House. The member was given access to the institution in question and was accompanied on his tour of the facility. I can see no other source of intimidation or obstruction in this matter, so in my opinion, this does not meet the threshold of constituting a question of privilege. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to speak to this House this morning on behalf of my constituents, the citizens of Rivière-du-Nord, who have put their trust in me once again last spring. Madam Speaker, we are here on the motion of the Conservative Party that addresses an important issue, the 50% rise in violent crime. This issue speaks to the Bloc, and we have turned to the House on many occasions over the past few years. But this motion asks the Liberal government to change certain laws and replace it with a 3 strikes and you're out law. The first issue is that we don't know exactly what this 3 strikes and you're out law states. We have an idea what it's about, but I need to ask this House today to suggest, well, we can't ask them to suggest a law we don't know the details of. And since 2014, Madam Speaker, there has been a worrying rise in crime in Canada. In Canada, the crime severity index rose from 66.9 in 2024 to 77.89 in 2024. For Quebec, the same index rose from 57.66 in 2014 to 63.01 in 2024. These are obviously concerning and considerable increases. And right now, if I look at statistics, we see that violent crime per inhabitant or per capita, out of 100,000 people in Canada, represents 55%. Per capita, per 100,000 people, we were over 1,000 violent crimes. We saw a 33% rise in violent crimes in Canada in just under 10 years. In Quebec, also in terms of violent crime, we went from over 900 to over 1,000 violent crimes. So we're out of 1,000 inhabitants. So we have seen a rise in violent crime over the past 10 years in both Quebec and Canada. We went from 57 to 87% in Canada, rather not percentage, but of crimes. And Quebec, for the same period, we went from 45 to 98, 119% increase in sexual violence. In terms of firearm crimes, we went from 6.6% in Canada in 2015 out of 100,000 inhabitants to 13.1 in 2024, 100% increase in 10 years in terms of firearms violence. And in Quebec, we went for 156% increase in firearms infractions in 10 years. And obviously, if we look at the same recurring trends in recent years, it's increasingly concerning. We went from 8.5 infractions per 100,000 in 2015 to 38, roughly. So also a sizable increase. In Quebec, for the same period, per 100,000 inhabitants, we went from 14.8% infractions to 38.09%, 158% increase. So we've seen in 10 years, these are sizable increases. And with this in mind, Madam Speaker, we completely share the Conservatives' concern with respect to how our legal system is being managed, and we have to make modifications to manage the situation. Nevertheless, as I was saying, we don't know the exact details of this bill because it has not been tabled in this House. The Conservative leader simply announced that the bill would be sponsored by a member from his party who is 10th on the list for private members' bills. Therefore, all we know about the bills are the intentions announced by the Conservative leader at his press briefing and what has been reported in the press. He announced so far that serious criminals convicted 3 times would be sentenced to a minimum of 10 years in prison or up to a life sentence. Second, these criminals would also be designated as dangerous offenders, which means they will not be released until they've proven they no longer pose a danger. To obtain their freedom, they would have to demonstrate spotless behavior and also submit to and pass a drug test or drug tests throughout their sentence. Also, to obtain parole, they would have to show that they are improving themselves and prospects, for example, by learning a trade or continuing their education. And finally, the bill would also repeal Bill C-75 from the 42nd Parliament, which, among other things, amended the provisions with respect to conditional release. Madam Speaker, there are some good things and not so good things in this potential legislation, particularly when we talk about continuing studies, and this is a good idea, and it's already the case in many penitentiaries, and having these programs for detainees is a good thing. But there are other aspects of this Conservative proposal that we are less comfortable with. They would also toughen penalties by imposing life sentences for some crimes, including those related to human trafficking, firearms, and the production of fentanyl. And as I was saying, Madam Speaker, the Bloc will vote against this Conservative motion. Let's be clear, the rise in crime is a major concern for the Bloc. We have proposed already a series of serious measures to respond to criminal violence, and we will continue to do so. Particularly, Madam Speaker, I even tabled myself on 3 occasions over the past 10 years a bill to create a register of criminal organizations. We know that criminal organizations are a scourge that continues to increase, that harm our current society and the rules that we live under, but also corrupt in a frequent and significant manner the morals of young adolescents in our society. We have seen criminal organizations ask minors to commit murders, thefts, violent crimes because they have a different legal system that applies to them than adults do, and they would face a less serious penalty. This is odious in our opinion. Committing theft is illegal. It's a crime. Also, violence or murder, they're crimes. But when it's an adult of 40 or 50 years of age that incites a 14-year-old teen to do the same thing, it's more than illegal. It's odious, Madam Speaker, and we are clearly against these types of infractions. So we need to table bills against such action, and we are going to work on this in the coming weeks. But we need to create a register of criminal organizations. We've already debated this a few times in the House, and we want to go back to this. I'm convinced it's a good idea, and I would ask my colleagues in the House of Commons to support me for such legislation. And during the last Parliament, at the same time, as we talked about this criminal organization register, we also suggested many measures to tackle the proceeds of crime. Right now, if the police force sees goods from criminal organizations, they have to prove that these goods were acquired illegally. We were proposing during the last Parliament the opposite. If someone is a member of a criminal organization and their goods are seized, if there's under a criminal investigation, this individual will have to prove that they were legally acquired and not the opposite. So we think it would be useful, even essential, to look at the proceeds of criminal organizations, and we will come back with legislation with this in mind as well. And we also proposed guidelines around the use of what was imposed by the Supreme Court in terms of the Jordan principle. And I want to be clear. In my opinion, the Supreme Court is right. When you accuse someone of a crime, you have to judge them in a reasonable time period. And this was set out by the Supreme Court justifiably. But the current system doesn't allow us to deal with these cases in a reasonable time frame. And in my opinion, we don't have the necessary resources at the court's disposal. I've often ask us to appoint judges in a more diligent fashion, and the timelines do not seem reasonable. And that's the first thing we have to do to stop having cases thrown out, particularly for violent crimes. So that's another thing we need to look at. Various courthouses and the entire system, and we have to appoint judges in a reasonable time frame. This is essential, and Madam Speaker, these judges have to be impartial. They shouldn't have any political allegiance or any bias in any way in terms of their political stripes. This is also something that hampers our legal system.
So the Jordan decision set out some criteria. Some have suggested we should go even further. As long as there are unreasonable delays, which are regrettable, there are certain crimes, the most serious ones, provisions should be made for the courts to be able to depart from the delays or the time period set out under Jordan. So, for example, sexual assault, murder, terrorism. These are crimes that need to be judged. We can't just tell Canadians, look, we've been dragging our feet for a couple of years, so that we're going to have to release the accused. No. It's not good enough to say we didn't have time to try these accused. There are certain crimes for which society expects at minimum there to be a prosecution. And so the courts, in certain cases, for very serious crimes, they should be able to do better even than the time limits set out in Jordan. And then there's the issue of religious exemptions or religious exceptions set out in the criminal code. It just makes no sense. In Montreal, in 2023, there was an individual, Adil Shakawi, who was a preacher, and he said, Allah, deal with the enemies of our people, deal with the Zionists, exterminate them all and spare none. That seems to speak for itself. I don't know that there's any ambiguity here, but in that case, those responsible for the prosecution found that there was a lack of evidence. And yet that was broadcast on virtually all media. So how could there possibly have been a lack of evidence? So there are hate speech provisions, but there's a religious exemption. And for that to be considered a reasonable defense, if it's based on a religious text, we think those are exemptions that have no place in our society, and they should be taken out of the criminal code. And we'll come back to that. That would be another way of effectively fighting an increase in crime. And then there's the question of mandatory minimum sentences. Mandatory minimums, when the Conservatives were in power 15 years ago or more, a lot of mandatory minimums were put in place, but the Supreme Court said, no, that's illegal. You have to get rid of them. I might have said that backwards. The Conservatives brought in those mandatory minimums. The Supreme Court said, you can't do that. You have to scrap them. And then the following government, the Trudeau government, the following Liberal government, repealed many of those mandatory minimums. And now the Conservatives would have them brought back. That debate is a legitimate debate. There's no position that can't be taken, but it is something that needs to be looked at. In Quebec, we believe in rehabilitation, particularly when you're talking about young offenders, and imposing mandatory minimums. That ties the hands of a judge and prevents the judge from imposing a sentence which often might be more appropriate than a mandatory minimum. So we think we need to let the courts do their job, give them the discretion to not impose a mandatory minimum. So the courts still have to respect certain criteria, and there can be a minimum sentence, but it shouldn't be mandatory in many cases. The judge has to be given the discretion to depart from the mandatory minimum where there are exceptional circumstances. So these are ideas that appeal to us. But all that, Madam Speaker, we in the Bloc are generous. We would allow our Conservative colleagues to take from among our ideas, to just choose any of our good ideas or simply support our bills when we attempt to put them forward. We have to keep in mind that the goal is not to fill up our prisons. The goal is to live in a safe society where people can live fulfilled lives, where young people can rehabilitate themselves. We want to invest in rehabilitation, particularly for our young offenders, so that they can live and do their part in a democratic society that respects its institutions. And this idea of I see you're signaling to me, Madam Speaker, but I don't have my glasses on, so I can't really see what you're signaling. But in a number of states in the U.S., this was introduced back in the 90s. They have stuffed their jails in the U.S. with people who could maybe have been rehabilitated. But I'm no expert on the American justice system. But I think that we have our own system here. We have our own society. We have our own values. And we should be careful about importing American-style justice to Canada and to Quebec. And I would repeat that the Registry of Criminal Organizations, which is a bill we put forward, and our bill on delays in response to the Jordan decision, the repeal of the religious exemption in the criminal code. That was a bill we brought forward in the last Parliament, and also a bill around mandatory minimums. These are all useful ideas we have been pushing, and I would call on our Conservatives to look at those suggestions. We're very generous about sharing them, and I think we all share the goal of everyone living in a society where everything goes well and our young offenders can reintegrate into society effectively after having been rehabilitated. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I had the opportunity during the 90s to be the justice critic in the province of Manitoba. And I say that because very familiar in terms of provincial responsibilities. When you think of the issue of crime and safety, it's not only Ottawa that plays a role. As the Prime Minister has done, he's recognized the important role on this issue that the federal government plays and has made a commitment to Canadians to bring forward bail legislation this fall. And we will see significant changes to the bail changes based on the feedback that Liberal members of Parliament heard from their constituents, whether it was during the election or post-election, Madam Speaker. And you will see that reflected in the bail law. But there's also, it needs to be recognized that whether it's local law enforcement officers, provincial jurisdictions, they also have a role to play and can have an impact. I know that for a fact because, as I say, I was a justice critic. I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in regards to, yes, it's important we do our job here in Ottawa. We got a Prime Minister who's committed to do that, but we also have to see the provinces and municipalities also work together at dealing with this serious issue that Canadians want us to face.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. I agree, he's right. The problem of fighting crime and managing the justice system is not just a federal matter, it comes under provincial jurisdiction as well. But if we do what we can do here, that will help the provinces to follow suit and follow through. And when it comes to appointing judges, if we make improvements, the provinces will follow suit. But there's a lack of funding in the provinces. The money's here, but the needs are in the provinces. So to pay for courts and bailiffs and whatnot, it costs money. And I think we need to pay attention to the federal transfers. Our justice system is being neglected, and that's the backbone of a society. And once the citizenry loses faith in the justice system, then we'll have no more laws. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the member. I think it's also important that we brought forward Bill C-2. Within Bill C-2, there are, in fact, measures that will, in fact, deal with issues, whether it's the Canada Post, the idea of fentanyl that could be put into envelopes, to the sharing of information to deal with issues like extortion and so forth. And I wonder if he could provide his thoughts in regards to when you look at legislation. We can bring legislation forward, and it's good to have a healthy debate inside the House on it, but also to recognize that debates can actually continue in standing committees where that debate and consultation with Canadians can lead to positive amendments potentially. And his thoughts on that?
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. C2, I'm not going to comment on that. But there are good things and less good things about it. It allows for an intrusion into people's privacy, and it seems a bit dangerous, so we're going to have to look at that closely. But there are some other good things. So, look, C2, yes and no, we'll see. It should go to committee, but I'm not sure we're going to be for it all the way. We'll have to decide later.
Deputy Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand that it's difficult to get the House's attention when people are moving around, but thank you for the good job, the good work you're doing, Madam Speaker. My colleague in his speech reminded us about the Sharkawi case and that controversial preacher, and he really called for people to hunt down and kill Jews. And under the cover of religion, let's put it that way. So the authorities didn't even see fit to arrest him and try him for some extremely violent speech, very hateful speech. So those words are protected by the provisions of the Criminal Code. And when you ask the Conservatives, they say the police already has the means to arrest those people who say things like that. And that's not true. So I'd like to ask my colleague if that is not yet another demonstration of how false the gulf between Quebec's values and the values of the rest of Canada when it comes to freedom of expression in a religious context. Thank you. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. Madam Speaker, indeed, there is a gap or even a gulf between the values of Quebecers on that issue, religion, and the rest of Canada. And I'm not going to say we're better in Quebec than other places. That's not the point. There's a difference. And when it comes to religion, in our view, that should stay in people's homes, in privacy. It shouldn't be practiced in public. And public manifestations of religion cause discord. But when it comes to hate speech, that's going even further. When people are telling others how to think and encouraging them to destroy and eliminate religious adversaries, and maybe that's not even the right word, maybe I haven't even used strong enough language, but when someone dictates that you should kill someone else, when you say your religion calls for that, well, I think there's a problem, and we're going to most likely propose another bill on this point, but it should definitely be taken out of the criminal code. But when I listen to conservatives and conservatives, many of them say, you're right, Real, you're right. But when it comes down to a vote in the House, they vote against me. So I would call on them once again, those two religious exemptions that allow people to use hate speech based on religious texts, that should be taken out of the criminal code. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? La députée de Drummond.
The member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord for his speech. And I see him as an ally because as the critic for status of women, I've discussed things with him. And as an ally, I'd like to hear him talk just quickly about bringing back certain mandatory minimums. And that's something that we'll have to debate because our next study, our upcoming study, is about violence against women and this issue of mandatory minimums. And so when there are sex crimes and violent crimes against women, the Bloc really wanted to do something about that and propose something to deal with that idea of bringing back mandatory minimums. The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question. Mr. Speaker, she's right. Violent crime against women, but also against anyone, that's unacceptable in our society. And we are proposing that we crack down on this type of crime. And mandatory minimums, yes, we probably agree with it in that case. That said, I would repeat that the Bloc Québécois is in general opposed to mandatory minimums. We trust our courts, and we want judges to have discretion, to have their hands free to impose an appropriate sentence without being bound by a concept in a code that is often appropriate, but sometimes isn't. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague opposite's comments. He raised some excellent points. Could he say a bit more about judicial independence? Because he mentioned that. If he could elaborate on that, that would be great. Thanks. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord in 30 seconds or less, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in 30 seconds, I would tell my colleague that we talked about the Judge Lakey case, a judge who was appointed. He had made donations to the Liberal Party. He had spoken out against Quebec's secularism and French legislation, which in our view is inappropriate. It's inappropriate that he should become a justice of the Superior Court. That's one example. There are others. I'd be happy to talk about them more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Opposition.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much. It is great to be back in the House of the common people. And this will be my first speech in this Parliament, so let me begin with thank yous. Thank you to my brilliant and beautiful wife, Anaïda, a fierce fighter, a problem solver. She's our very own MacGyver. She can solve any problem. A entrepreneur, the love of my life, the greatest advisor I've ever had, someone who inspires me to keep on going through all hardship, and most of all, a courageous and strong mother who is always there for our kids, for Cruz and Valentina, fighting every day and in every way to make sure that our little Valentina has all of the opportunities that every other child enjoys. Merci aussi.
I would also like to thank Tio and Tia, Pablo and Maria. They're always there for us. They help us by taking care of our children. We're incredibly grateful to them. And to our children, Valentina and Cruz. Well, I'm sorry that Dad is often away on a plane, in another town, at an important meeting, far from home. My young son, Cruz, often tells me he's mad at Dad because Dad works too much. I want Cruz and Valentina to know that we are working for an important cause. We are working for the country that they will live in for the rest of their lives, and a country that's worth sacrificing for each day to improve.
And I want to thank the great people of Battle River Crowfoot. Some people said it must have been a burden to go straight into a by-election campaign right after a national election. I say it was a blessing to spend time with such amazing, extraordinary people. These are the people who feed, power, and protect our country. And they welcomed me with open arms, even though they knew I was a city boy from Calgary, and that Calgary is a long way from Consort, Coronation, or even Camrose. They brought this city boy in and gave him some good rural education. They schooled me in much wisdom, whether it was at the bronc matches or the rodeos, the farmers markets, or the other gatherings. They taught me and reinstilled in me the great values of hard work, of family, of community, of self-reliance, of strength, and of patriotism. And to them, I will always be grateful. Most of all, I will be grateful to the great Damien Couric, a wonderful patriot who put his country before himself. A father, and of course, most of all, a farm boy. And he brought me onto the farm and taught me a few lessons. He even brought me into his new cedar at the beginning of the season. And I got inside and started asking question after question. And eventually I could see he was getting impatient with me. And he said, you know that this machine depreciates at a rate of $400 an hour, so that in the time you've been asking these questions, it has cost me $100. I'm not a farmer, but Damien tells me that if I were, I would be outstanding in my field. Oh, come on, at least one gadget. Around here. But this is really the people who feed, power, and protect our country. They feed our nation through the farmers and the ranchers. These are not just any farmers. Many of them are century farmers, meaning their families have been there for over 100 years. They survived through boom and bust, through depression and drought, on some of the toughest farmland in the entire world. In fact, when many of the early pioneers arrived in the special areas of eastern Alberta, they were told, don't bother. There's not enough rain or soil to farm here. They said, we'll do it anyway. And 5, 6 generations later, those same family names are engraved on signs that you will see up and down the highways and byways of this incredible community. And through all the hardship, it has been their dedication to their families, to passing on to the next generation what they inherited from the previous, that these incredible families continue to make the dry, thin soils of the region blossom and bloom and take food from farm to feeding our families across the country. The great ranchers who harvest, who put out their herds onto these great grasslands of eastern Alberta, they are second to none in the world, and I pledge to forever be their most loyal customer. And Mr. Speaker, it is not just that. This is the people who power our country. We have the oil workers of all different trades. I'll give you just one example. The people of Hardisty, Alberta, 600 people in a town where there is a tank farm that moves over $90 billion of petroleum products. $90 billion is more than the GDP of about 50 of the world's countries, you can imagine. And it's 600 people that move this oil through roughly a half dozen pipelines, an amount that grows every single day. And then finally, we have those who protect our country, the soldiers at CFB Wainwright, who are willing to lay their lives down for their country, and the prison guards in Drumheller, who keep the most dangerous people away from our children and our communities, taking risks every day with their lives that none of us would be prepared to take. It is because of these soldiers and these prison guards that we can live in a safe country, and it is a privilege to represent them. And it is for them and for all Canadians that we are here fighting today. Our purpose is to restore the Canadian promise, to make this a country where hard work is rewarded, where food and homes are affordable, where streets are safe, where borders are solid, and where we're all united under a single Canadian flag, Canadians first, regardless of our origins. The people of Battle River Crowfoot are a microcosm of the suffering that has unfolded over the last 10 years of Liberal government. Let's start with their paychecks and their pay and the take-home pay. In Battle River Crowfoot, the energy workers are under attack. They've seen Canada's biggest industry under a direct assault by a federal government that sought to, quote, keep it in the ground, an objective imposed by the previous Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, on the advice of the current Prime Minister, who wrote that 50% of Canada's oil would have to stay in the ground. The current Prime Minister, who testified against building a pipeline from Hardisty, Alberta, to the Pacific to allow us to go around the Americans and reach 2.5 billion customers overseas. Now, he promised that he would be different after his protege, whom he advised, drove hundreds of billions of dollars out of our country. But in fact, this Prime Minister has been worse. On matters of energy, while there have been many photo ops and meetings, papers have been shuffled, new offices have been created, and all of that has created a show that has amounted to nothing. In reality, he is blocking 38 projects that are currently sitting before federal regulators. He has kept in place the industrial carbon tax, the energy cap, the new carbon tax under a different name, the fuel standard, and he has created a new bureaucracy that will further slow down progress on these projects. In the 6 months this Prime Minister has been in power, a net $50 billion of investment has fled our country due to his high taxes and his increased regulation and red tape. In fact, just this week, 96 energy CEOs wrote saying that nothing he has done will reverse the damage the Liberals have exacted on our energy industry. The only way forward, Mr. Speaker, is to remove these terrible laws. The irony of his approach is this. He admits that his laws block energy production. So instead of getting rid of those laws, he passes another law to go around the bad law. He admits his bureaucracies block energy production. So instead of getting rid of those bureaucracies, he creates a new bureaucracy to get around the old bureaucracies. It seems that he confuses the problem with the solution. Why not just accept that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line? If you've got an obstacle, get rid of the obstacle. Put simply, get out of the way. So that is one example of how he blocks people from earning paychecks. And if they should be lucky enough to earn any paycheck at all, then he takes a big bite out of it. Liberal taxes now represent a higher cost than food, clothing, and shelter combined for Canadians, meaning that government is the single biggest cost in their lives, a cost that has risen dramatically in 10 years of Liberal government. And then what's left of their take-home pay gets eaten up by Liberal inflation. This is when governments create cash faster than the economy creates the goods that cash buys. The Prime Minister is a notorious inflationist. He has a terrible record on the subject. Of course, when he was the governor of the Bank of England, he had the second highest inflation rate in all of the G7, and only worse than the Liberal government provided here in Canada. He caused the housing crisis there by printing cash. And of course, the British media said that he was the unreliable boyfriend of central banking, constantly changing his mind and engaging in decisions that drove up costs and drove down growth. And what do you know? Here he is repeating the same mistakes in Canada, that he made over there, the same mistakes he advised Justin Trudeau to make. He does it all. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. We as Conservatives want to slash the bureaucracy, the consultants, the foreign aid, the corporate welfare, the handouts to phony refugees, to bring down the cost so that no longer government will print money, and in fact, we can preserve the purchasing power of our dollar. And our purpose is stronger take-home pay, which means we have to unlock paychecks by repealing liberal anti-development laws, making this the fastest place on earth to get a building permit, unlocking the free enterprise system with an open for business policy. And so we ask the government to accept our positive solutions, adopt the Canadian Sovereignty Act that will make our economy strong, self-reliant, and stand on its own 2 feet. Let us cut income taxes so that hard work once again pays off and people bring home more of each dollar they earn. And let's preserve purchasing power by ending the money printing and allowing our dollar to go further. These are among the positive solutions that we ask the Liberal government to get out of the way and support. But increasingly, Mr. Speaker, people feel endangered in their own communities. I saw this in rural Alberta where people didn't even lock their doors 10 years ago. Now they worry about burglars breaking in, about thieves siphoning fuel and copper wire on their properties. In big cities, people are terrorized by story after story of increasing crime. And Mr. Speaker, these Liberals love to say that that is just sensationalism and that all the brainy experts will tell you crime is down. I'm sorry, that doesn't work either. Violent crime up 55%, gun crime up 130%, extortion up to 330%, homicides 29%, hate crimes 258%, sexual assault 76%, auto theft up 25%, overdoses up 152% under the catch and release Liberal justice system. All of this happened as a direct result of Liberal laws that turn criminals loose on our streets so that they can offend and offend and reoffend with no consequences. We warned of this when these bills were first passed, but the Liberals went ahead anyway. And every single member of this Liberal caucus that was here before the last election voted for all of these laws, voted to keep them in place, including the new Liberal Justice Minister, whose very appointment is a signal that this Prime Minister is not serious about reversing the damage his party has done. The fact that he would name Justin Trudeau's worst minister to be in charge of crime shows that he is happy to continue with the disastrous criminal justice policies that got us into this mess. This minister was in charge of immigration when population growth went up 300%. He single-handedly destroyed our immigration system, overcrowding housing, our job market, and our healthcare system. Then they moved him over to housing, where he delivered the most expensive housing costs in Canada's history and in all of the G7. And as a punishment for all of this failure, the Liberal Prime Minister now appoints him to be in charge of crime. So you can imagine the results you will get. And what have they done together ever since? They have they haven't done nothing. They've done worse than nothing. They have obstructed action. Obstructionism by the Liberal Party to keep in place the failed laws that are unleashing chaos on our streets. Conservatives said in the spring, right after the election, let us immediately reverse catch and release Liberal laws and lock up the criminals that the government had been turning free. Instead, the Prime Minister said, let's go on vacation. And what has been the consequence of that decision? Real human costs. In Kelowna, 15 people were arrested 1,300 times in 1 year. That's almost 100 arrests per offender per year. In Penticton, there's one guy named Levi who does so much crime that police told me that when he's out of prison, he raises the crime rate for the entire city. One guy. In Vancouver, 40 offenders were arrested 6,000 times. That's 150 arrests per offender per year. How is this possible? Well, they're automatically released under Liberal Law C-75, which requires judges to release the offender at the earliest opportunity under the least onerous conditions. and I quote. Here are the stories of the catch and release system. Miles Sanderson stabbed 11 people to death and injured another 18 at the James Smith Cree Nation Reserve and in nearby Weldon, Saskatchewan. This is an offender who had already been arrested for 46 prior offenses, including things like armed robbery and assault. He also had a pattern of domestic abuse before he was released. Matthew McQuarrie was sentenced to life in prison for stabbing Emerson Sprung to death and burying him in a shallow grave in Meaford, Ontario Park on May of 2020. McQuarrie, who had an extensive criminal history dating back to 2001, was in jail in the months leading up to Sprung's murder on separate charges, but was released at the height of COVID. Tyrone Samard killed his sister and attacked several others on Hollow Water First Nation in Manitoba on September 4th, 2025. He'd been charged with violent offenses, including assault with a weapon, sexual assault, sexual interference, and invitation to sexual touching before offenses, all offenses that happened before his release, and from alleged instances going back over 8 years. He was out on bail when he carried out his attack. In March, a suspect in a trio of unprovoked stabbings was found to have been previously released on bail. On August 31st, 25-year-old Daniel Senecal was arrested and charged by Niagara Police after a violent sexual assault on a 3-year-old child who was in her own bed, the place where she should have been safest, Mr. Speaker. He was out on release, even though he had already assaulted a 12-year-old. All of these scumbags should have been in jail. And if conservative laws had been in place, they would have been in jail. Unfortunately, this Prime Minister thought his summer vacation was more important. And even since he has returned, he and his Justice Minister have been obstructing our efforts to lock up these criminals and change the law. Once again, if the Liberals are not prepared to reverse their own mistakes, then get out of the way and let Conservatives make Canadians safe again. We do this not out of hatred for the criminal, but out of love for the victims, out of determination to make our communities safe again. We as Conservatives want to restore a country where hard work pays off with beautiful homes, nutritious food, safe streets, where people are united under a proud flag. We've set 4 main priorities for our return of Parliament: stronger take-home pay, safer streets, secure borders, and a self-reliant nation. We are here to oppose the bad the government does, expose their corrupt behavior, but also propose solutions that will improve the lives of the Canadian people. And we call on the government to stop the obstruction, put aside the partisanship, work with us on the solutions that all Canadians have asked for, and bring about the real change that Canadians are demanding. We will put our country ahead of party as always, because we are Canadians first. We love our country and we want to restore its promise. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome the honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot back to this place. And he started his speech by talking about the importance of agriculture and the ranching community in Alberta and across the prairies. And to him, I say you have an ally here in me and this government in supporting agriculture. And I'm glad to hear that he will be a champion for agriculture in this House. But I had the opportunity to look through the Conservative platform back from April of 2025. Next to no mention about farmers or ranchers whatsoever. And I was in a debate with the honourable member from Foothills during the election. It was sad to see that there was almost next to nothing in the platform around agriculture, despite the fact that we hear a lot about that from the Conservative Party. Will the member from Battle River Crowfoot make sure that moving forward, not only will he have more to say about farmers to make sure they're not taken for granted, but I want to ask a question around clean fuel standards. I was in with the Canola Council of Canada this week with the Prime Minister. They believe that the clean fuel standard is an important driver for Western Canadian agriculture, especially at this moment. Why is he against that policy at a time that it really matters for Western Canadian farmers?
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the standard he talks about is actually a new carbon tax. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who relied on information supplied by the government itself, it will add 17 cents a litre to the cost of fuel at the pump. 17 cents a litre is exactly the price that Canadians were paying on the previous Liberal carbon tax. And thankfully, Conservatives forced the Liberals to reverse themselves after they had brought in and increased that tax, and after the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, had written about the need to raise that tax. And I said at the time, thank goodness we have a short reprieve, but if the Liberals are re-elected, they will bring in another carbon tax. And sadly, I regret to inform the House that I was right about that. They are bringing in a new carbon tax, which will not only harm consumers, but it will harm farmers, because of course farmers use fuel in order to produce food. We are against all carbon tax. We want to get rid of all carbon taxes for everyone, for real, for good.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, la députée de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Leader of the Opposition for his speech. Well, there's something we agree on at the Bloc. We are also a partner in terms of agreeing that the rising crime is a major concern. We need to change how we react to this issue. But in terms of another figure, in 2024 alone, 273 criminal files were set aside in Quebec because of the Jordan decision. Point of order, Member for Drummond. People are having conversations during questions and comments. Could they please do that outside of the chamber? I'd like to thank the member for Drummond. Of course, if the parliamentary secretary would like to talk to the member across the way, I would ask them to take these discussions outside of the chamber. Going back to the member for Shefford to complete her questions. Did you finish? Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Leader of the Opposition for his speech. The Bloc also finds the rise in crime concerning, a major issue. So we will be partners in terms of discussion around that issue. But there's another figure that is very concerning. In 2024 alone, 275 cases were dropped in Quebec because of the Jordan decision. Mr. Speaker, to give victims and Canadians greater trust in our system, the Jordan's decision needs to be reformed. Thank you. The Leader of the Official Opposition. Very good question, Mr. Speaker. And I share the concerns of the honourable member with the Jordan decision that allowed some criminals to even skip trials in prison. But how come it's taking so long for trials to occur? It's because there are a small group of criminals that are being recycled in our legal system time after time. How come they're being recycled? Because they're released. If we keep them in prison, they won't be able to be released to commit another crime, to be arrested, and to wait for a trial and use the resources of the court. So let's keep these violent criminals in prison with the three strikes principle. And these criminals will stay in prison for at least 10 years without parole or other types of release. It will unclog our legal system and allow them to conduct trials rather than just reviewing the same criminals over and over.
Mr. Speaker, so that we don't have to recycle the same group of criminals again and again through the system and cause delays. 3 strikes, no bail, parole, probation, or house arrest, at least 10 years behind bars.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is first off to say thank you for raising the case of Emerson Sprung, somebody from my own riding that was murdered by an individual out on bail. But I know I've been hearing for years now from my local law enforcement in my riding about the need for this bail reform and the fact that we got to keep these repeat violent offenders. I know the Leader of the Opposition has been around the country over the last few years talking to police associations, police chiefs. Could he please expand on what he's hearing from the police, the people that are out day after day keeping our Canadian citizens safe, yet facing these criminals and rearresting every single one of them? Thank you.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
First of all, thank you to that member for his incredible and distinguished service to the Canadian Armed Forces. A very distinguished record. And moving to the other heroes who also wear the uniform, are police officers. They tell me they are exhausted with arresting the same offenders over and over again, and they say that the criminals laugh at them. They say that often criminals now confess to their crimes in the backseat of the car because they don't care if they get convicted, knowing that there will be no penalty whatsoever. And this is the direct result of Liberal laws, C-75, requiring the immediate release of the offender at the earliest opportunity and under the least onerous conditions, and I quote, and C-5, the house arrest law. What I say to those police officers is that we want you to have less return customers. And so we'll bring in 3 strikes, you're out, to keep these dangerous offenders in the slammers. Lock them up, throw away the key.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Governing House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No one does it better than the leader of the Conservative Party. He understands very clearly. Let's get the applause afterwards.
It's the way you need it in the committee.
Order. The Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker,
God, the win
as
of
I
the
was
day.
saying, when it comes to Conservative Party policy and this leader's approach on crime and safety in the community, the first priority is not Canadians. It's raising cash for the Conservative Party. We see numerous emails that go out saying slogans on crime and what the Conservatives are going to do, all in an attempt to raise money. That's what it is, a cash cow for the Conservatives. We have a Prime Minister, a newly elected Prime Minister, that is looking at what Canadians are saying and has made a solemn commitment to Canadians to bring in bail reform before the end of the year. My question to the leader of the Conservative Party, will he put aside his cash ambitions and fundraising and make a commitment to Canadians, as the Prime Minister has, that he will at the very least allow bail reform legislation to go to committee if it is introduced this year before the end of the year? Will he make that commitment to Canadians today?
Bravo.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, allow me to begin by thanking the member for his kind words at the very beginning. He stated half a sentence that was right, and that proves that that proves that even a broken clock is right twice a day, Mr. Speaker. But for the rest of the day, he gets it wrong. You know, he says that he asked me if I would be prepared to fast-track the passage of bail reform. Where is it? He wants me to fast-track the passage of a law his government hasn't even introduced, Mr. Speaker. Has he totally lost his marbles? Or did he mean to say that he would fast-track the law that Conservatives are bringing forward? 3 strikes, you're out. Let's put partisanship aside. Let's pass that law now so that we can lock up the worst criminals and throw away the key.
Resuming debate, reprise ce débat, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to be here this morning and have the opportunity to engage on today's Opposition Day motion.
With all honesty,
I want to start by reminding both the Leader of the Official Opposition and the member from Winnipeg North that I have the floor. Thank you very much. And I want to recognize, Mr. Speaker, that I'm going to be splitting my time today with the Honourable Member from Pickering, Brooklyn. And I do want to pick up just a moment on the exchange that I just had with the Leader of the Official Opposition from Battle River Crowfoot. It was interesting to ask the question around agriculture, because he now represents a riding that has more agricultural industry than Carleton. And I do think it's important to remember, you know, as I look for the Honourable Member from Peterborough, she represents an agricultural riding in Ontario. She comes from a farming background. We were talking about this outside. the Conservative Party of Canada has generally taken farmers for granted. And I went through the platform of the Conservative Party, 3 mentions of the word farmers, but no substantive policy about what the Conservative Party, if they had been elected government, would have actually done for farmers. So it will be interesting to see if the Leader of the Official Opposition, now representing a more rural, agricultural heavy riding, we will see more agricultural policy from him and his party. And I do think, again, I will get to the Opposition Day motion, but given it was raised in the debate, Mr. Speaker, right now the canola industry is under duress. There are challenges around market access in China. I was just with Premier Mo for a 3-day opportunity to engage on that question. I thought the conversations were constructive. There was an opportunity, I believe, for a pathway forward. And it was interesting in the exchange, Mr. Speaker, you know, certainly I apologize to my honourable Bloc colleague as we had a little bit of banter back and forth. The member from Regina Leuven was actually involved in that conversation as well. And I think it's going to be important for Western members of Parliament when they want to talk about supporting a $43 billion industry, 35,000 approximate farmers. Those farmers rely on demand signals for canola products, whether that's on meal, on oil, on seed. And the clean fuel standards and biofuel policy in this country is extremely important. You go to the farm gate, you talk about those demand signals, they matter. So at a time that we need to be supporting our canola industry, that we are, of course, going to be looking for new markets, continuing to engage with the Chinese, we have an opportunity on domestic policy, and the Conservatives just want to throw it away. That's not what the industry is asking for. That's not what farmers are looking for. They're looking for certainty, and they're looking for a pathway forward. So I would encourage the Western Canadian members of Parliament from the Conservative Party who have farmers, who have an opportunity to actually say, well, what is your domestic policy driver then? Because you're trying to take away something that actually matters. And you know, it's interesting, you know when you're actually be able to land a little bit of a punch, it gets them irritated, Mr. Speaker, and that's fine. We have fun back and forth, but I think it's something for the Conservatives to reflect upon. It'll be an important message that when we're in Western Canada, we'll hopefully farmers locally will be reminding their Conservative members of Parliament that's an important policy that actually matters for farm gate prices. But we are here today to talk about criminal law reform, Mr. Speaker. The Opposition Day motion raises the idea of a 3-strike and you're out policy. We see this from certain quarters of the United States. I want to start by saying, look, the issue of public safety is an extremely fundamental one in Canada. All parliamentarians, regardless of where you sit in this House, I have to assume, and I know, take this question seriously. We want to make sure that our neighbors, our friends, people in our community, that they want to feel safe. And frankly, I think we can agree that there has to be reform. The Justice Minister has talked about reforms that are going to be coming. We don't have, as parliamentarians, all the details on that, but certainly the Minister has talked about some of the principles of what the government is going to be pursuing in the next few weeks. And I really hope that all parliamentarians can focus on the quick expedition. Yes, our job is to critique, it's to review, it's to scrutinize legislation, but we do not want any unreasonable delay. We want to be able to move on this reform that is going to toughen up bail provisions, that's going to make sure that we have stronger sentencing and that we have an ability to integrate and do important work alongside public safety to be able to tackle crime in our communities. A few things I want to highlight because, again, Mr. Speaker, you know from my time in this place, when I come here, I really try to hone in on the text of the Opposition Day motion. It's fine. Sometimes we as parliamentarians can talk at generalities, but our job is to litigate specific pieces of the text that are put forward. The Conservatives are talking about a 50% increase in violent crime. It's not actually quoted in the text of where it comes from. The Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader has heard about broad references to Statistics Canada. I do think it's important to put another perspective on the table. Toronto, and obviously a lot of the members from the GTA, this is something whether or not what color jersey you wear. When you come to this House, you're bringing the issues of your community. We know in the GTA in particular there's a desire to want to tackle and have more action on crime. But the Toronto Police Service did release a report just on September 9th that actually said there is a downward trend in violent crime in the city. In fact, there's a 40% reduction year over year, and numbers are getting back to where they were in 2020. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't stand here and suggest that any government would be satisfied with that. There's a whole host of more work to be done, but I think it's very incumbent on any party or member of Parliament when they introduce texts of a motion further context is important. So we're seeing in Toronto, in the largest metropolitan area in this country, we are having success in the integrated work that the government has been doing and that the new government, under our new Prime Minister, is going to be deeply focused on in the days ahead. So I want to make sure that's on the record. I think it's important that we actually have, look, as a member of Parliament, I think we need to have more databases that can actually share some of that important information. Even in the lead up to today's debate, finding some of those key statistics that inform parliamentarians, that can inform our authorities in response, I think could be tightened up, and we could have more information so we better know how to be able to tackle these elements. Of course, this is a nationwide dynamic that we want to make sure Canadians, regardless of where they live, are safe in their communities. But there are more acute areas where we have to have more of a targeted approach. The text also says that, and we heard this from the Leader of the Official Opposition, it says allow house arrest for serious offenders. We have to tackle the premise of that element of the text, Mr. Speaker. And again, the message we're sending today on behalf of the government is that we take this issue seriously, but we got to be careful not to have a message of things that maybe stretch the truth a little bit or maybe don't give the entire context. The provision that the Leader of the Official Opposition talked about around the principle of restraint is actually 2 Supreme Court decisions. So beyond C-75, C-5 was referenced, this is in the common law. And so these decisions that are made by the highest courts in the land take precedent unless you legislate over the courts. And this gets into an important factor that I think all parliamentarians have to contemplate. We stand here in this House and we can have ideas and thoughts about what we want in our community, and there's a role for Parliament in that. And there's also a role for individuals who are tasked with hearing the salient facts of a particular case and being able to make those decisions around sentencing, around what the provisions on bail could be. Sometimes I think it's fair to say those individuals are in a better position. But it is the legitimate role of Parliament to scrutinize decisions from the courts and determine if perhaps a decision has gone too far. So I think it's important to recognize that in all of the decisions around anything on bail, public safety and repeat risk is paramount in that decision making. Could we criticize and say perhaps a judge may or may not have gotten it wrong? Perhaps. But that is where Parliament will have to make its decision about whether or not we're going to put stricter provisions in place that actually dictate to the courts, and that balance between parliamentary supremacy and also the importance of the independence of the judiciary is important. I say I only have about 2 minutes left, Mr. Speaker. I do think what is also missing from this text is context on provincial resourcing. What is missing is that the administration of justice, you actually need to have a complement of judges, that you need to have the court access time, and that certainly on provincial jails and federal correction facilities, you need to actually have the capacity to, if you feel necessary, to be able to actually contain individuals that we do not want to release into our communities. Missing from this conversation from the Opposition Day motion today is the role of the provinces in partnering with federal changes that are going to be forthcoming from this government. It is extremely important because part of the reason around some of these Supreme Court decisions is there has not been adequate resources in the justice service. Last piece I'm going to say, Mr. Speaker, is around, again, no mention of the integrated, the social determinants of crime. Yes, I think we need to make sure we have adequate deterrence. That comes down to criminal sentencing. That comes down to bail reform. But no conversation about how we're actually tackling housing, mental health services, the integration of services at the provincial level to try to make sure that individuals in question who could commit crime are not even in those circumstances in the first place to be able to do that. We agree that there's going to be work to be done. The Minister of Justice is going to have I understand, Mr. Speaker, I'm just wrapping up. They are going to have that ability to present that in the days ahead. I look forward to taking questions from my honourable colleagues.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to my honourable colleague. There's a disconnect. Canadians aren't buying it. Tonight, someone's going to, unfortunately, tuck in their loved ones for their last time because what is going on in our streets. And if you believe what this member is saying, that crime is down, to the people in his province, when you're watching the evening news, and hopefully there hasn't been something horrific out there, but more times than not there is. And it's because of violent repeat offenders getting bail, not jail. And to those members, I would like you to say, honestly, do you really believe crime is down in your province? Because the constituents that you represent and of your province are not feeling that.
Before I allow a chance for the parliamentary secretary to respond, the use of your "you" referring to speakers through the speaker to the member, I will not be responding to the member's comment, but invite the parliamentary secretary or prime minister to respond.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important in this place that, yes, we have to bring the emotion of our constituents. We have to be able to tell stories about the experiences on the ground, but we also have to stay rooted in statistics and facts. Because I think if we get beyond that, where do we go? Where does the debate go? It becomes tribalism. In our province, and my position is very clear, our government is going to be introducing stricter bail conditions. We're going to be introducing stronger sentencing provisions for violent repeat offenders. We think this is extremely important. But again, the nuance of the conversation is we need the provinces on board. Those are conversations that are being had with Premier Houston in our community. The stats that I provided today are directly from the authorities of the policing agency in Toronto. Those are the ones that I had available. I think that we all need to look at the relevant statistics, and this is a nuance. We want to make sure there's policies across the country that matter, but there are more acute challenges with crime in certain areas of this country, particularly in the GTA, that we need to tackle.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his speech. It's been said a few times this week that the appointment of judges should be impartial, but we know that's a joke. The shortage of judges is one of the problems that is causing the consequences we see today, including the Conservative motion today. So cases are delayed, and then accuseds are released because they weren't tried quickly enough. And recently, a judge was appointed kind of at the last minute, a Liberal donor who had been, that should be one of the basic criteria, that you shouldn't be a Liberal Party donor. My question is about appointments. Will my colleague have his government review the criteria so that judges are appointed responsibly, independently, and reasonably? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
To thank my honourable colleague, let me just say a few things. First of all, I would push back on the idea that there is not judicial independence in this country. Yes, prime ministers and ultimately ministers of justice make appointment decisions, and that is a political representative that makes those decisions. But this is not a politicized process in Canada. That is something that we should take deeply personally, and this is something that we should make sure we continue to protect. The criteria, I believe, and this government believes, is transparent. Individuals are able to identify themselves as wanting to go forward. I do not think that there's a problem. I do think that there's a problem around resourcing, and I would agree with him insofar as governments, especially at the federal level, have to ensure that appointments are happening quickly, as do provincial governments need to make sure at the provincial level their judiciary is properly resourced and we have access to trials, so we can actually be able to move forward.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague can provide his thoughts on the reflections from the last federal election, where we had members of Parliament, Liberal members of Parliament, in fact, Liberal candidates from coast to coast to coast, that talked about the issue of crime and safety in the community. And now we have a Prime Minister that is committed to bringing in significant bail reform changes. And that is, in essence, a part of our platform. And if he could provide his thoughts in regards to how important it is to our Prime Minister to materialize on that issue.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a short response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to recognize this is a new government under the leadership of a new Prime Minister. Not only was this a strong platform commitment that the Liberal Party has committed to tackling, our Prime Minister has said before he is a pragmatic leader. If he identifies issues in society, in Canada, we're going to be able to go out and tackle them. And so this has clearly become an issue that I think all partisan sides of the House are going to agree on. We're going to introduce that legislation. We hope that it can be moved quickly because it matters across the country. Again, regardless of ideology and party. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak about the important issues of bail and the role of the criminal justice system in keeping our communities safe. This is an important opportunity to reaffirm the government's commitment to public safety and to highlight the critical role that provinces and territories play in the administration of Canada's bail system. Mr. Speaker, Canada's criminal justice system is a shared responsibility. While the federal government is responsible for enacting criminal law and procedure, including the laws that govern bail, the provinces and territories are responsible for the daily administration and management of the bail system. This includes conducting most bail hearings, enforcing and monitoring bail conditions, operating remand facilities, and collecting and reporting bail data. In short, it's an important partnership with the provinces and territories on the front lines of bail administration. Their role is central to ensuring that the bail system functions effectively and fairly. Their central role also means they are uniquely positioned to identify and work with us to address all the systemic challenges within the bail system, whether it's delays in hearings, access to legal aid, or the availability of community-based supports. Strengthening bail administration requires not only legal expertise, but also investments in the infrastructure, data systems, and frontline services. When provinces and territories are empowered and resourced to lead, the entire justice system benefits from greater efficiency, fairness, and public confidence. Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that while law enforcement is important, law reform on its own is not enough. Over the past several years, the federal government has taken meaningful steps to modernize bail laws. Former Bill C-75 also made it more onerous for those accused of intimate partner violence to obtain bail. Specifically, the amendments created a reverse onus on bail for accused charged with a violent offense involving an intimate partner if they have a prior conviction for violence against an intimate partner. They also required courts to consider prior intimate partner violence convictions when determining whether to release the accused or impose bail conditions. These amendments reflect Parliament's recognition that intimate partner violence is a serious issue, and the bail system had to be reformed to better respond to this violence and better protect the victims. In 2023, former Bill C-48 expanded reverse onus provisions for repeat violent offenders and required courts to explicitly consider public safety when making a bail decision. Specifically, the amendments created a new reverse onus on target serious repeat violent offending involving weapons, expanded the list of firearm offenses that triggers a reverse onus, and broadened the reverse onus targeting repeat offenders of intimate partner violence, among others. These reforms were developed in close collaboration with provinces and territories. They responded directly to concerns raised by premiers across the country. The amendments were also informed by engaged with law enforcement, community organizations, and other key partners and stakeholders. But legislation is only one part of the solution. Mr. Speaker, as a start, we need better data. There is critical lack of national bail data, and this is preventing a full understanding of how the bail system is operating across Canada. The federal government does not collect bail data. Provinces and territories do. That means they hold the key to unlocking the evidence we need to assess the effectiveness of bail laws, identify gaps, and make informed decisions. We are working with the provincial and territorial partners to increase the efforts to collect and report bail data. This is essential for evaluating the impact of bail reforms, understanding regional differences in bail outcomes, supporting evidence-based policy development, and enhancing public confidence in the justice system. Mr. Speaker, public safety depends on collaboration. We know that people in Canada are concerned about repeat violent offending and threats to community safety. The government shares those concerns, but effective bail administration requires more than just legal tools. It requires resources, infrastructures, and coordination. We are working with our provincial and territorial partners to ensure they are investing in bail supervision programs, community supports for accused persons, enforcement mechanisms for bail conditions, and improvements to remand facilities. We also need to work together to address the root cause of crime, including poverty, mental health, substance use, and housing insecurity. These are areas where provincial and territorial governments have jurisdiction and expertise. Their leadership is essential to achieving long-term reduction in crime and improving public safety. At the same time, we must recognize that meaningful progress requires sustained collaboration across all orders of government. The federal government has a role to play in supporting innovation, funding evidence-based programs, and ensuring national coordination, but it cannot act alone. By working in partnership with provinces and territories, we all can invest in upstream solutions that prevent crime before it happens, strengthens communities, and promote equity. Public safety is not just about enforcement. It's about creating the condition where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. Mr. Speaker, people in Canada deserve a bail system that is fair and effective. They also deserve to see all orders of government working together to ensure the proper functioning of the system, not just through legislation, but through monitoring and prevention. That is why the federal government is working closely with provincial and territorial partners to enhance bail data collection, figure out what is driving crime in different jurisdictions, and develop actual solutions that will reduce reoffending at the bail stage and beyond. Mr. Speaker, the federal government stands ready to continue to work. The government is committed to continuing to reform the bail system and support its partners. The federal government continues to work closely with the provinces and territories, including representatives from law enforcement, and is committed to addressing concerns with the bail system and developing meaningful solutions. This commitment was articulated in the government's election platform, which called for stricter bail laws for individuals charged with violent and organized crimes related to auto theft, home invasion, and human trafficking and smuggling. The Prime Minister also committed to strengthening bail and sentencing laws following the June 2nd First Minister's meeting. More recently, the Prime Minister, as well as the Minister of Justice, publicly expressed an intention to table a bill this fall introducing stricter bail and sentencing laws, particularly in relation to organized crimes, human trafficking, home invasion, and auto theft. But the federal government cannot do it alone. We are working with our provincial and territorial partners to ensure they continue to play the critical role in administering bail and providing the data and support system needed to make the system work. Together, we can build a justice system that protects communities, respects rights, earns the confidence of people across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Saskatoon South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome back. I just want to say thanks to the new member. We've got issues in every city in this country, and I'll just give you a few stats from my city, Saskatoon City Police. Violent crimes this year is up 12.5%. Assaults are up 20%, and criminal harassment is up 150%. This is why we feel on this side of the House, the Liberals have been obstructing every police force in the country with C5 and C75. I don't have to tell you about the gruesome killing in my province a couple of years ago at James Smith Reserve. Miles Sanderson killed 11, hurt 16 others. He had 59 conventions, and yet he was out on bail. So this is why we're bringing forward this motion today, Mr. Speaker. I want the honourable member to comment on Miles Sanderson killing 11.
I have to give a chance to the honourable member from Pickering, Brooklyn to respond. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Heinous crimes need to be punished, and we recognize that this fall our government will introduce legislation that strengthens the Canada's bail system so things like that don't repeat themselves. Make it harder for repeat violent offenders to be released on bail. And it's also going to make an increased sentence for the most serious repeat violent crimes, particularly those linked to organized crimes, home invasions, auto theft, and human trafficking, and addressing court delays so that serious cases proceed quickly and victims are not re-traumatized by procedural backlogs. And we call on all parties to put partisanship aside and work with us to deliver the evidence-based solutions Canadian experts and Canadians expect from us and they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. La députée de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, and I look forward to seeing the legislation the government will table this fall, and I know we'll be interested in that at the FIWO committee. But meanwhile, I'd like to raise a different topic. She talked a lot about the justice system, and one of the federal government's roles is to appoint judges, and there are incredible delays, unreasonable delays right now with appointments to the bench. So the federal government has fallen down on the job of appointing enough judges to make the justice system work. It creates delays. It causes victims to lose confidence in the justice system. So and my colleague for Rivière-du-Nord has brought this up, the principle of how appointments are made. What does she have to say about that? The honourable member for Pickering.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Like the parliamentary secretary was saying, we would take this under advisement, and I would always make sure that our voices are heard, and the justice system will always prioritize community safety, respects victims, and ensures that dangerous repeat violent offenders are kept off the street without sacrificing fairness. The Charter protection or the effective administration of justice, while the federal government is responsible for setting the rules around bail and sentencing, it is the provinces that administer the systems and appoint the judges. And I wanted to assure that we will take her comments under advisement.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I very much appreciate my colleagues' comments on what is a very important issue. I know that because, like her, we canvass in our constituencies, not only during elections, but in between elections. And I know that she is reflecting many of the thoughts that her constituents have. And I'm wondering if she could provide just some additional thoughts from her perspective in terms of reflecting on the last election and how important the issue of crime and safety is to her.
Member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. So everyone deserves to be safe in Canada, and that was definitely reflected at the doors when I was at the doors this April. Community safety isn't a talking point, it's a responsibility, and we understand that, and everyone needs to feel safe at their homes. This summer, I met with the police chiefs as well as provincial and municipal leaders across Canada to ensure that...
The member's time is up. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The member for Niagara South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish I could say I'm happy to participate in this debate today. But let me rephrase that. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to participate in this debate today because there's been a lot of incredibly horrendous things happening in my community over the last couple of weeks. Yesterday, I asked the Minister of Justice when legislation would be brought in to stop repeat sex offenders from being released into the community. I made reference to the case of Daniel Senecal, who lives in the city where I live currently. In fact, he assaulted a 3-year-old toddler, sexually assaulted in the most vile way. He had been recently released after sexually assaulting and being sentenced to prison for the assault on a 12-year-old boy. So forgive me if I get a little emotional with this, Mr. Speaker, because it's tearing my community apart. I'm not sure if I mentioned, but the street on which this crime happened is the street I effectively grew up on. My grandparents lived on that street. But within hours, the community stepped up. We had a vigil in downtown Welland, and hundreds and hundreds of people showed up within hours of this person being arrested. Victims came up to me to tell me their stories, how they had been abused in their childhoods, or how relatives had been abducted, and the pain and the anguish and the scars that they go through and carry with them all their lives. And they pleaded with me to come to this place and stand on this floor and talk about this issue. Municipal leaders also stepped up and have been writing to the federal government to sorry, somebody's trying to show me a note here. Municipal leaders have also stepped up to ask the federal government to change the criminal code for violent offenders. A few days after the annual Firefighters Memorial was being held here in Ottawa, and the chief and the deputy chief and a number of people from the Welland Fire and Emergency Services came to Ottawa for that ceremony. But among them was my son, who was also a firefighter in Welland, but among them were the two first on scene at this horrific crime. So I brought all of them to the floor of the House of Commons, and we stood in front of the mace for at least an hour. And they all told me about their experiences, but the two that were first on scene with this horrific crime, it's hard to describe the emotions that they felt, but what they felt after coming to this place and talking about the need to change the criminal code to keep violent repeat sex offenders behind jail. I'm splitting my time, Mr. Speaker, with the member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South, just to clarify. There you go. In any case, the firefighters who came to the floor of the House of Commons really appreciated that opportunity to come to Ottawa, to stand on the floor of the House of Commons where we passed these laws. And all of them urged me to urge the government to introduce changes immediately. Now, the Minister of Justice said they're going to be introducing changes sometime in the fall. Well, why do we have to wait till the fall? It's not like we don't know what needs to happen right now. I had an incident in my constituency office a couple of weeks ago, and one of the responding officers from the Niagara Regional Police Service, whom I'd known as a customer in one of my businesses, and he came to the office, and we walked around, and I asked him, he's a relatively new constable with the NRP, and I asked him, what are you finding in the streets? Are you getting a lot of repeat offenders? Are you actually arresting the same person over and over again, as we've been hearing across the country? And he looked at me and said, you have no idea how many times I've arrested the same person over and over and over. He said within a 2-month period, he arrested one person who had been arrested and released on a promise to appear. He had arrested him 30 times for car theft, break and enter, assault, you name it. This guy had been charged with everything, and then on a promise to appear was released back into the public. He also said it's oftentimes when they don't even bother arresting people anymore because they know that it's simply just a catch and release. That's got to stop in this country. We're better than that. And the violent criminals play the system. There's no reason why this individual, Daniel Senecal, should have been released 6 months early on a year-and-a-half sentence after violently sexually assaulting a young boy, and then within months violently and beating her within an inch of her life a little girl in Welland. Our communities are under siege. And I'm not exaggerating this. My leader had pointed out the changes in our country and the statistics and how things have changed in Canada over the last number of years. It's not a slogan to say that the government has been soft on crime. Much of the changes that we have seen and much of the criminals that are being released have been released through changes over the last 10 years. The Conservatives are advocating serious changes to the criminal code so we don't have catch and release. These violent criminals need to stay in jail and, as my leader said, throw away the key. It is also as my colleague has said, that's what the public is asking us to do. We have a responsibility in this House to represent the interests of our constituents. And I would urge the government, don't wait till the fall. Introduce this legislation. I agree with the Minister of Justice. We don't have to make this a partisan issue. We need to put these criminals behind bars. Don't let them on the street. Don't let them reoffend. For the sake of little E, this 3-year-old toddler in the city of Welland, give her some hope, give her family some hope, give my community some hope, give our country some hope. That vile, abhorrent, despicable human beings like Daniel Senecal will never see the light of day again. That's my message today, and I'm grateful for my community to sending me here. I'll be presenting a petition on their behalf. They're going door to door now. That's how many people have stepped up, and this is not a partisan thing. People that have shown up in my constituency office have wanted to get this petition asking the federal government to change the criminal code. My guess right now is we're going to hit about 100,000 signatures. That is an amazing demonstration of democracy in action. People in my community want to see change, and I'm hoping to present that petition to the floor of the House of Commons in the next week. And I look forward to the questions on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm encouraged by a number of the words that the member has stated, in particular, maybe putting some of the partisan politics to the side. When I think in terms of the commitment that has been made, whether it's from the member opposite to his constituents or the Prime Minister to Canadians, bail reform is critically important. And the Prime Minister has made a commitment, a substantial commitment, that we will see bail reform legislation brought in. The issue is going to be, in part, yes, after all the consultation, we have the legislation, is that we're going to need to get that bail legislation, hopefully, passed quicker as opposed to slower. Not necessarily saying it has to pass everything, but would he not agree, seeing it at the very least get to that committee stage where we can get those outside experts coming to committee would be a positive thing, and would he support that?
London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's not a word of that I can fundamentally disagree with, although I'd like to see the legislation. The fall it's not good enough just to say we're going to bring in bail reform. And fundamentally, I'm not just talking about bail reform. I'm talking about people that are being released after violent sexual assaults, beating children within an inch of their lives. That's the problem, letting these vile human beings out before they've served their sentence, and a sentence that is not nearly long enough. This individual should never have seen the light of day. It's a second conviction for violently assaulting a child. What more do we need in this country to show that a person like that doesn't deserve bail, he deserves jail?
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like my colleague's opinion on something. We are talking about law and order today, about public safety. The Bloc Québécois put forward a proposal to remove the religious exemption from hate speech because it can lead to truly awful situations. Does my colleague agree with our proposal? Because We take it that the true intention behind today's bill is to ensure law and order, so it would thus follow that he would support our suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must admit I am not well informed enough to actually talk intelligently about that, and hopefully the honourable member will be able to spend some time with me to give me his views on that. But my comments today, and I think the intention of the motion that is before the House, is to talk about serious crimes and the need for serious reforms in the criminal code. So I look forward to being engaged, whether it's in this House or in committee, on the legislation that comes forward, because it is desperately and sorely needed in this country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question, my honourable colleague, it actually builds on the question from the member from Winnipeg North, who keeps bringing up this promised bail reform. I just wanted to set the record straight so my learned colleague here that's relatively new to the House understands this is the same promises we've been hearing here for years by this Liberal government. It's something we've been calling for. Well, my question specifically is just give the member an opportunity to expand on what he's hearing in his local riding from his law enforcement, because it's something I'm hearing day in, day out from my law enforcement about their frustrations rearresting these same violent repeat offenders.
Honourable Member for Niagara South.
Look, as I said in my remarks, I've spoken to many first responders, from the fire service to the police and the community, and people in the medical community, and people who are involved in healthcare, who have to deal with a lot of the issues of people that are being brought to hospital, that are victims of violence. It's widespread, it's pervasive, and it's got to stop. This crime that is in my community, where we used to be able to leave the doors open, we felt safe. This is the street that I've talked about with this individual, is the street I grew up on, and it's not safe today. It's not safe in my community, and you're absolutely right. My colleague is absolutely right. The first responders are fed up, and they want to see change, and I hope to God that we can see it very soon.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The motion that we have put forward today is a motion that I'm actually quite ashamed has to exist in this country. We are calling for the House and the Liberal government to acknowledge the gravity of repeat rampant criminality in Canada and communities of all sizes across the country, and replace the Liberal approach to bail with a 3 strikes and you're out law, one that will stop criminals convicted of 3 serious offenses from getting bail, parole, probation, or house arrest. It will keep violent criminals behind bars for at least 10 years. Now, if you were to talk to a lot of Canadians, they would be shocked that this is not already the law. But Canadians know the system is broken. Canadians know that when they walk down streets that they used to be able to walk down at any hour of the day or night and feel safe and secure, that they can no longer do that. Business owners, not just in large cities, but also in small communities like those across my riding, are replacing windows over and over and over again that are getting broken into. And we have a government that has, through its policies, through legislation that it has continued to defend, told victims of crime that they do not matter, that they have no rights, that the rights of offenders matter more. A small number of offenders, relatively speaking, that is being arrested and released and arrested and released over and over and over again. Oftentimes, it's not uncommon to hear a police department say that they have a list of 100, 150 people that are responsible for the overwhelming majority of their calls. And this isn't just vandalism or property crime, although I will firmly say that property crime is real crime because we know that it is a precursor to crimes that target individuals, crimes that are often violent. But it is all sorts of criminality that is causing injury, that is causing the degradation of communities, that is causing a serious and real public safety threat. And when I talk to the experts on this, police chiefs in my riding, like the chief of the police service of London, Ontario, of St. Thomas, Ontario, of Elmer, Ontario, when you look at the messaging that has been put out from police associations, from frontline officers, they all draw a direct line between Bill C-75, which introduced a suite of changes, but among them was the introduction of something called the principle of restraint. Now, the Minister of Justice got up in this House a few days ago and accused Conservatives of not having read the law. Now, I've read it many, many times, as have the police officers that I speak to on a regular basis of this, as have the provincial governments that have been calling for this to be repealed. And it says very clearly that judges must release offenders under the least onerous conditions at the earliest opportunity. Now, it is very rare that we can draw a direct line to a social problem on Canadian streets to a policy. But everyone involved in this space, everyone except the Liberal government, by the way, has done exactly that, because they have seen the night and day difference from before C-75 to after C-75. I shared in a few interviews, and I've shared online, a story that happened in my riding this summer in St. Thomas, where a historic building, 140 plus years old, was burned down by a repeat offender who was out on bail and had previously been convicted of arson. This is not the way the country is supposed to be. This is not the way things used to be, and it's certainly not the way things will be if the Liberal government will agree to provide real bail reform. Real bail reform. And I want to share, and again, this is beyond parody now, these stories, these heartbreaking stories of repeat rampant criminality, prolific offenders, as police will call them, from across the country. But evidently, since the Liberal government has still dug in its heels on this, I need to give a few stories. There was one in Langley, a man who was charged with violently beating a woman on June 1st, a complete stranger in downtown Langley, British Columbia. It was his 37th court appearance in 3 years. His 37th court appearance in 3 years. This is what the system is doing on a regular basis. Another case, a 12-year-old boy charged with attempted murder in a shooting in Toronto. The fact that we are talking about 12-year-olds being involved in this level of criminality is bad enough. It's even worse when you consider that the 12-year-old was out on bail. This is what the system is. Edmonton, August 30th, Priscilla McGreer was shot to death outside her home by her cousin, who had been charged with first-degree murder, aggravated assault, and breach of probation, an extensive history with the courts, including a homicide charge from 2018. There are more of these cases than I could read in the time this chamber ever has. So my question is, what would it take? What would it take for the government to acknowledge that there is a problem, first off, and then acknowledge that they caused the problem? Because remember, when the Liberal government continues to tell us that it is championing bail reform, they leave out the part that the so-called reforms that have caused this problem were also pitched to us by the Liberal government as bail reform. These are their changes that have led to these problems that we're now trying to seek a real resolution for. My colleague, the Honourable Member for Oxford, has put forward a very significant bail reform bill that will go forward with actual action. And instead, we have the Liberal government obstructing the efforts that we've been making to advance this issue and to push forward real solutions. And that is why this motion that we're putting forward, as I said at the beginning, is one that I wish was not necessary in Canada, but it is necessary, and it is so tremendously important. And I'll provide a couple of other examples here, because I like to lean on what the experts are saying. I like to lean on victims' rights groups, attorneys general in the various provinces of the country, police chiefs, frontline police officers. I'm going to read one line here, which I think is incredibly relevant to the discussion at hand. Quote, "Recidivism, or repeat offending, impacts public safety and the victims affected by those new crimes." The quote continues later on, "Reducing recidivism can generate additional substantial benefits to society by reducing criminal justice costs and preventing new victimization." That comes from Public Safety Canada, the government's own messaging recognizes the significant harms that recidivism causes. Yet this government has not provided real action. They keep alluding to this future bail reform bill that may or may not exist, that we do not know the contents of, and expect us to get behind it. Well, we are providing, through today's motion, a very real, very tangible solution that will hit directly at the concerns that have been raised by concerned citizens across this country. We have the bill from the Honourable Member for Oxford, which is forthcoming, which again provides real, tangible solutions. But whenever this issue comes, we hear from the government, oh, blame the provinces, blame everyone else. Everything other than the introspection to look at what everyone else in the country sees, which is that C-75, among many things that it did that we do not contest as a party, through the principle of restraint has made bail easier to get for serious offenders and has made the conditions of bail that repeat offenders are getting less onerous. And this has resulted in police officers not even being able to enforce bail conditions. Not even being able to, because the sheer volume of offenders that are out on bail at any given moment is so large that this becomes something where scarce resources have to be deployed to do what is cleaning up after the failures of this Liberal government. So with this government claiming it cares about bail reform, I'm asking them to commit to real bail reform and to put the rights of victims, the rights of people who do not feel safe in their own communities, ahead of the rights of offenders. And this is not a radical or partisan proposal. This is something that is the bare minimum for a country to keep its citizens safe, to keep its communities safe. I sent a letter out to my constituents a few weeks ago on this issue, and my office has been overwhelmed by the response, including from people who say, I've always been a Liberal, but they cannot abide by what this Liberal government has done in abandoning and abdicating its duty to preserve and protect public safety. I am asking this Liberal government to commit to supporting our motion and providing real bail reform rather than obstruction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for his commentary here today. He mentioned the Member of Parliament for Oxford will be having a Conservative-led introduction of legislation in respect to criminal law reform. The motion today references a 3 strikes and you're out policy that the Conservative Party is being put forward by the member from Battle River Crowfoot. Why is it that that provision does not exist in the Member of Parliament from Oxford's legislation? There seems to be a bit of a non-alignment in Conservative policy. I'm wondering if he could explore and help us why.
Good question.
The member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a bizarre question. I think the Liberals have broken so many things, it will take several different stages to undo this damage. But I would ask a more important question, which is, where is the Liberal legislation that they keep promising but have never provided even an iota of detail as to what the contents of it will be? That's the real question this government should be answering, not wondering why we should be doing more. We're happy to take over this entire file if the Liberal government will let us.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de...
The Honourable Member for Albertier-Miskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I understand the intention of strengthening law and order, and I understand the noble objective here. However, we always have to be careful to not step in as legislators where the courts need to. We need to take some measures, but we always have to give them some latitude, particularly in terms of being able to have options in terms of minimum sentencing. But anyway, my question for the members, we've proposed to create a registry of criminal organizations. So there are people who are freely circulating in public. We know that they're dangerous. We know they have issues and links. We need to create a register so we can take better action to have these people charged perhaps easier. What does my colleague think of that suggestion?
Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
I thank the honourable member for the question, and I know that people in Quebec are just as affected by these crime and justice issues as people across the country. I think that we need people that are going to be championing solutions, and I admire and respect my colleague for actually coming forward with a tangible solution, which the Liberal government has not done, except to say that there is this mythical bail bill that we will eventually see, while obstructing real tangible proposals that we are putting forward. So I look forward to working with my honourable colleague on resolutions that are going to be real and make our streets and communities safer.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague, I want to thank him for his remarks, has spoken eloquently about the impact of these Liberal policies in his riding. One of the things that I've heard repeatedly in my riding is the trauma that victims of crime experience and the re-traumatization that happens when repeat offenders are present in the community and just walk by you on the street or show up in your neighborhood. And I'm wondering if my colleague might speak to his experiences in his riding. Thank you.
The honourable member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
It's an important question, and I thank my colleague from Nanaimo Ladysmith for asking it. I have a lot of small communities in my riding where these are very real issues and very known people that continue to re-traumatize communities and victims. And by the way, probation and parole, this is a process that as well continues to re-traumatize people when they're forced to see even serious multiple murderers continue to bring their victims and the families of victims back to re-traumatize them over and over again. And we are the only party that is providing real solutions to this.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member has made reference to mythical bail legislation. And we have had a Prime Minister who's made a very strong commitment to bring it in this fall. The concern I have is the Conservatives like to talk tough on crime, but when it comes to actually passing legislation through, they have to be shamed in order to get it, even to go through second reading so it can go to a standing committee where the public and stakeholders can provide thoughts and feedback on it. I wonder if the member would be prepared, if the legislation does materialize, will he be prepared to then
I have to interrupt the member to allow the member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South in 20 seconds or less to respond.
The member for Winnipeg North just said if the legislation materializes, so even he doesn't know if it's real, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage him to leave this chamber for even an hour or two from time to time and look at what's happening on the streets here and realize that Canadians are calling for real action, and we are prepared to deliver it, even though the Liberal government is not.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I thought it was an interesting question in the sense that I've had the opportunity to ask numerous Conservatives over the last couple of days about the whole process of passing legislation. And time again, what I hear, depending on the member, a member will stand up and they'll talk about how they want to serve their constituents in essence and see legislation passed that will make our communities safer.
Hear, hear.
And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, that's all they do is talk. They're not prepared to allow things to go the next step. And a good example of that is Bill C-2. C-2 we've now had for many hours of debate. It was introduced back in June. We've had now more hours of debate. Now we're down to 10-minute speeches. And still you cannot get a Conservative to commit to at least allow it to go to committee stage. Yet it deals, Mr. Speaker, with issues that are important in terms of making our communities safer. And they will come up with the excuses, well, we want every member to be able to speak to it and so forth. Yet, you know, interesting enough, one of the critics introduced his private member's bill today, and he said that it is transformative. It's really going to change the justice system in a very big way. And guess what? On second reading, it'll get 2 hours of debate, then go to committee. No absolute double standard there. I was just coming from the critic who stood in his place saying we need to talk more about Bill C-2. Why? Because what we have witnessed in the past is the Conservative Party talk tough on crime, but when it comes time to deliver, they just want to talk. And that's it, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the last time we had bail reform come to the House of Commons, they had to be shamed into actually allowing it to get to the committee stage and ultimately get to third reading. And I know that because I was one of the MPs that had to remind them of the importance of, at the time, the bail reform in which they in part said that they supported, Mr. Speaker. And if you take a look at the Hansard, the record, you will see that they actually voted in favor of the legislation. Not only in second reading, third reading, and they wanted to be able to see it get royal assent, in which we gave it royal assent, Mr. Speaker. And there was a consultation process that was done for that. So you'll excuse me when I hear Conservatives talk tough on crime, because their real priority in talking tough on crime is raising money for the Conservative Party, and that's what it's all about, Mr. Speaker. And that's the reason why I asked specifically the leader of the Conservative Party earlier today about his commitment to see substantial legislation pass at least through second reading. That's not that much to ask for, Mr. Speaker. And he virtually ignored the question and wouldn't give the commitment because, Mr. Speaker, if history has anything to do with the future with regards to this particular leader and this Conservative caucus, they will talk about it. But when it comes to taking action, unless they're shamed, they're very slow on it, Mr. Speaker. Very slow on it. Let's reflect on the last federal election. In the last federal election, every Liberal candidate from all regions of our country knocked on doors, listened to what Canadians had to say. The issue of crime and safety in our communities was an important issue. There's absolutely no doubt about that whatsoever, Mr. Speaker. And the Prime Minister, Canada's newly elected Prime Minister, made a solemn commitment to Canadians that we will in fact bring forward bail legislation, Mr. Speaker, that we will see significant changes to bail reform. And, Mr. Speaker, you listen to the Conservatives on it, and they're saying, well, why hasn't it been brought forward? Let's see the legislation. And then if we would have been bringing it forward at this point in time, they'll say, well, did you do any consulting? Not only did the Prime Minister make the commitment to deliver on bail reform, but also to do the consultation that was necessary so that we can encompass within that legislation that would be a true reflection in terms of what it is that Canadians' expectations would actually be, Mr. Speaker. And that is, in essence, what you are going to be seeing when the minister does table that legislation, Mr. Speaker. You will see substantial changes to the system that reflects what we have been hearing at the doors, Mr. Speaker, what Liberal members of Parliament have been advocating for, what the many different stakeholders have been talking about. You know, whether it's municipalities, provinces, or federal government, we need to recognize that it's not the federal government alone that is responsible for making sure and ensuring that we have safe communities and safe streets, Mr. Speaker. It is a shared responsibility. We all have a responsibility, but at the very least, recognize that it's not just Ottawa that is responsible for it. But as our newly elected Prime Minister has indicated, Ottawa will step up. We will act where we can, where our responsibilities are. You will see that legislation this fall. That is a guarantee coming from this Prime Minister and Liberal members of Parliament. The issue, Mr. Speaker, is that we need to recognize that it's just not Ottawa's responsibility. Now, some might say I'm somewhat biased in my opinions at times. So I thought it would be advantageous to bring an editorial that's from the Winnipeg Free Press, and I'd like to quote a few things from it. Now, this is an editorial that was published on September the 9th in the Winnipeg Free Press, and the headline is, "More Crown Prosecutors Are Needed Now." And just a few quick quotes. The first one I would quote, "The Manitoba Association of Crown Attorneys has filed a formal grievance saying the office requires at least 20% more prosecutors. Those are prosecutors that the province is responsible for hiring." Further down, "But blame only goes so far." Now they're referring to the previous government, the current government blaming the previous government. And I quote, "But blame only goes so far. After 2 years in power, the government of the day owns the problem and is responsibility to fix it." Further down, "The NDP has spoken frequently about its commitment to safer communities. It has announced more funding for police. It has supported federal efforts to tighten bail laws." Go figure, that means consulting with our new Prime Minister. A little off topic, but back to the quote. "But those measures mean little if there are not enough prosecutors to move cases through the courts in a timely manner." Again, quote, "Without an adequately staffed Crown's office, government promises to crack down on violent repeat are little more than political slogans." Again, this is an editorial talking about provincial responsibilities, and I quote, "Without an adequately staffed Crown's office, government promises to crack down on violent repeat offenders are little more than political slogans." The cost of inaction, again continuing with the court, the quotes, "The cost of inaction is far greater than the cost of investment. Failing to fund the Crown's office means risking collapsed trials, emboldened criminals, and delusional victims. It means communities losing confidence in the court's ability to protect them. Ultimately, it means eroding the very rule of law." Now, in fairness to the province of Manitoba, it's not just the province of Manitoba and the federal government. It is all levels of government that have a responsibility. So take a look in terms of where that responsibility and the expectations of the different levels of government. A prime minister that was just elected a few months ago that had to deal with the important issues of building a one stronger Canada, bringing forward legislation of that nature, bringing legislation dealing with the affordability so that 22 million Canadians can get a tax break, having numerous meetings on consultations on a wide spectrum of issues, including the issue of crime and safety, has a responsibility to ensure that the minister responsible for the legislation is in fact getting us into a position to fulfill that commitment that the Prime Minister made to Canadians, and that was to deliver substantial legislation on bail reform. That is the federal responsibility. And we have a Prime Minister that is committed to doing just that, Mr. Speaker. If I was to highlight, in the 90s I was an MLA, and for a short period of time I was the justice critic. I have an understanding of how jurisdictional responsibility does, at times, is not necessarily the most efficient way at dealing with problems. But that's part of our Canadian system, and I respect that, Mr. Speaker. During the early 90s, I formed or assisted in forming what we call the Youth Justice Committees. It was the Keewatin Youth Justice Committee, and after a few years, I ultimately became the chair. And it was interesting to see in time how things changed. Back in the early 90s, and a Youth Justice Committee, I should say to those members that are not familiar with it, are individuals that live in the community that volunteer to be able to deal with young offenders that have committed a crime. And typically it's usually the first offense. So what happens is in the first few years, we would deal with quite a few crimes. But they were all primarily petty theft. They were shoplifting crimes, things of that nature. But as the years went by, things started to change. We were no longer getting the petty theft, nowhere near to the same degree we were in the early 90s. And as the chair, I asked the question to the provincial parole officer that was responsible for our Justice Committee. And apparently there was a decision made between the province and the city where they felt it was better for the city police to be able to deal with that young offender as opposed to having that young offender go to a youth justice committee. And we had a number of them in the province. Now, I use that example to highlight that at the end of the day, we need to recognize, and I will continue to amplify this, that the issue of crime and safety is something in which it is a shared responsibility. But you wouldn't know that if you listen to Conservatives. If you look at their fundraising emails, and I've seen many of them, Mr. Speaker. Are you donating? And the ways, no, I haven't donated. Don't plan to either. But you want to talk about misinformation or taking slogans? You know, they've turned the issue of crime and safety into nothing more than the creation of slogans and propaganda, bumper stickers, just to feed a certain element of their party, Mr. Speaker, to generate funds. That's what it's come down to. That's why they criticize us constantly on the issue of crime, Mr. Speaker. That's the reason why, you know, at the end of the day, if you take a look in terms of the actions that they have taken to date on it, and we'll wait and see what happens when the bail reform legislation comes forward. I'm somewhat of an optimist at times, even though I have been discouraged over recent years in terms of how the Conservatives have dealt with federal legislation. But if they recognize what we have recognized in terms of what Canadians are actually saying on the issue, what the many different stakeholders are saying on the issues, I would hope that the leader of the Conservative Party, who I asked the question, would be open to, at the very least, allowing bail reform legislation to hit the committee stage before the end of the year. That doesn't mean you have to pass it. It just means that you're prepared to allow it to get to committee stage. I think that's a reasonable request, and that's something in which they'll say, well, we haven't even seen the legislation yet. It's a valid point, much like you want us to vote on a motion today, and we haven't seen any legislation on it yet. We have no sense in terms of what consultation was done on it, but you will expect us to vote. Or the legislation that your critic introduced for first reading today that talks about massive changes to our justice system and is only guaranteed 2 hours of debate, not to mention limits in committee plus limits in third reading, and that massive change that he's proposing to the justice system he would consider as being done. What kind of consultation did he conduct, Mr. Speaker? What kind of debate did he allow for? I will assure you that we will guarantee more debate than he would have had during the private members' debate, Mr. Speaker, if that's all it takes to get a commitment from the Conservatives to see legislation ultimately pass. Now, you can say, well, you don't have the legislation and stick to that line, but then I'll go back to C2. What does C2 actually do? In part, it enables RCMP to share data. The idea is extortion is a very serious issue in Canada. by enabling this legislation, at the very least, to get to committee, we'd be able to have more of a debate on it. We could have stakeholders from across Canada come and provide opinions, address concerns. The Conservatives say, well, they have some amendments. Well, you'll be able to propose amendments to it. You can continue to debate it. And even after second reading, it goes into third reading, you can debate it as long as you like there too. But just realize one thing. If you're serious about dealing with crime, then don't just talk about it, allow things to take place. And on the C2, the extortion is just one aspect of it. How many times, if you were to do a Hansard search on the word fentanyl, you'll find the Conservatives are talking a lot about the issue of fentanyl. So is the Liberals. But the Conservatives are being very critical of the government for not doing enough. Bill C2, Mr. Speaker, will enable law enforcement agencies to open a letter if they get a warrant from a court because they suspect that there could be fentanyl in that envelope. The Conservatives don't even support it. And we see that yesterday. Why would they not support an RCMP officer, for example, that gets a warrant to be able to search an envelope for something like fentanyl? Fentanyl and other drugs is actually being distributed through Canada Post. We need that legislation to enable RCMP officers to open those envelopes if they get the warrant. So if the Conservatives really do care about the issue of whether it's bail reform or issues that are encompassed in Bill C2, they need to recognize at some point you have to allow legislation to get to the committee stage, Mr. Speaker. And that's why at the beginning, when the leader of the Conservative Party stood in his place and spoke today, I made the accusation that the Conservative Party needs to be less focused on raising money for the Conservative Party and using crime and safety as a mechanism to do that, and more focused on addressing the needs of Canadians, what the Prime Minister has actually done. The consultation has been done. We are anticipating that we will be seeing substantial bail reform legislation, and hopefully the Conservatives will do the right thing when that happens and get behind it, at least get it to committee where they could potentially make amendments. And I realize at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, that would make a whole lot of Canadians happy. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was a bit dismayed that the member for Winnipeg North actually didn't talk about the mayor of Winnipeg's comments in the last just couple days, where he talks about, the mayor says, the urgent need for federal bail and sentence reform. The bail and sentencing system is not working, unquote. The mayor of Winnipeg talks about a repeat offender, 24 violent crimes over the last 11 years, and who's violated his bail and probation conditions 12 times. So my question to the member, the first question is, how many strikes does he think this violent repeat offender in Winnipeg should get before he's in jail? And the second question, he talks about this mythical bail reform bill that's going to come out this fall. Is this fall before December 12th?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity not once but on a couple of occasions to talk to Mayor Gillingham in regards to the issue of crime in the city of Winnipeg, and it is very serious. And I can tell you that at the end of the day, as I've explained to the House, that it's not just Ottawa. Ottawa, in particular, this Prime Minister, in relatively, 4 or 5 months, has done the work that's necessary in terms of the consultations, reaching out, getting the feedback that's so critically important, and then put together legislation, substantial legislation, that will be coming out this fall. Now, I think that you have to provide the new government the opportunity to do the work that's necessary in order to table the legislation. And I can assure you that the Mayor of Winnipeg and many others
I have to interrupt the Parliamentary Secretary to go back to questions and comments. Just as a reminder, when using the you, it's through the chair. I am not responding to debate. L'honorable député de Rivière-du...
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I heard his concern about safety in our streets. What does he have to say about the Bloc's proposals to create a registry of criminal organizations, like we did with terrorist organizations? And what about scrapping the religious exemptions in the criminal code for hate speech? And what does he have to say about the Jordan case when it comes to dealing with very serious violent crimes?
Well, the Jordan case, Mr. Speaker, was in part addressed when we brought in legislation, or the former government brought in legislation. I know the Conservatives oppose certain aspects of that legislation, which means, at least in part from what I understand, they're going to reintroduce the stuff that was actually stricken down by the Supreme Court, but that helps them in terms of their fundraising efforts. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, during the 90s in Manitoba, at the provincial level, we thought it was advantageous to focus on gang activities and identifying them and putting extra resources at dealing with it did make a difference. What the member opposite is proposing, some sort of organized crime registry, I think that would be something that would be great to hear more discussion about at the appropriate standing committee.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Chair, and through the chair to the member, I was an MLA as well. 7 years ago, we started to hear about the crime in our communities, and that's when I first started to hear the blame game. BC and the provinces blaming Ottawa. Now I come here and the Liberals are blaming the Conservatives. You've been in government for 10 years. Through the chair. And I also hear the idea that somehow you need a consultation to relax your soft on crime legislation. The stories that we've heard in Skeena Bulkley Valley for the last 7 years are horrendous. They're horrible. Why did you need so much time to consult when all those records are there and all those victims are there, the families are there? Why did you spend 7 years consulting when really all you have to do is repeal Bill C-75, for example? And when is the blame game going to stop?
I have to interrupt the member to allow the parliamentary secretary a chance to respond.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member was an MLA for 7 years. I was an MLA for 20 years, or just under 20 years. I understand the provincial system, no doubt, as well as he understands the provincial system. And he should also then understand and acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, that both levels of government have a very important role. When you talk about what's happened over the last 10 years, the Speaker won't give me enough time to be able to expand on that, but I need to remind the member that this Prime Minister then was elected just a few months back. And he might disagree with me, but it is important that the Prime Minister and the Cabinet consult before we bring substantive legislation on the issue of bail reform, for the simple reason is that it has been a major issue coming out of the last federal election, and this Prime Minister has made a commitment to Canadians to deal with it by bringing forward bail legislation. So I think that you have to at least provide a few months to ensure that we get the bail reforms that's going to reflect what Canadians and the different stakeholders want to see and the expectation of the new Prime Minister is.
Questions et commentaires. Le député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. My colleague from Rivière-du-Nord asked a question, and it's like they're afraid to answer it. But currently, a person can call for violence under the banner of religion, and the exceptions in the criminal code allow him to do that. The Bloc has brought a bill to repeal those provisions. What does he think about that? Does he commit to discussing that within government, to discuss our measure to do away with the religious exemption for calls to violence in our streets, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, the member's asking what I personally would do in terms of a sense of commitment. I would be more than happy to talk with any member of the Bloc Party if they're prepared to explain to me what it is that they're talking about. And as I say, I think the more appropriate place for that discussion to take place is probably the Justice Standing Committee. I don't know if the Bloc have had the opportunity to have that discussion there, but I would suggest to you that that could be a good starting point in itself. But I'm always welcome to talk to members from the Bloc.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member read from a September 9th Winnipeg editorial citing the need for more provincial prosecutors. Does the honourable member understand that it is this government's revolving door that is keeping those prosecutors busy, and that scrapping Bill C-75 would free those prosecutors up to focus on other cases?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
No.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de...
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to have this opportunity to revisit the question that was asked by the member for Maskinongé, Berthier-Maskinongé. We're talking about a bill that we previously tabled, and the member must already be familiar with this. The idea is to scrap the religious exemption in the criminal code, which allows people under the cover of religion to call for violence and hatred. This is a discussion we've already held in the past with the Justice Minister and so on, and the member for Winnipeg North should already be familiar with it. So, as my colleague asked, will our colleague discuss this within his own caucus, discuss this idea and perhaps include it in eventual legislation to scrap that religious exemption that's currently in the criminal code? Thank you.
As I've indicated, Mr. Speaker, from a personal perspective, if members of the Bloc want to come and talk to me about the issue, I'm open to doing that. But I do stand by my earlier comments that this issue is something, if I was a member of the Bloc, you have an excellent opportunity to set it as an agenda item of the Standing Committee of Justice, and that will involve more parliamentarians. But if the member would like to have further discussions with me with respect to it, I'm more than happy to do that.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South. A short question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member expects us to just trust him and the government that they're going to be taking all of these concerns on bail seriously. He says there is going to be some bill coming this fall. Will the government in that bill be repealing the principle of restraint? Yes or no to the member?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary in 35 seconds or less.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I was to answer the specific question that the member answered, or the specific question that he asked, that would require me to say something indicating that I have privy information. And if I did that, then tomorrow he would stand up on a matter of privilege saying, how did the member for Winnipeg North know this? And then you get every member of the Conservative caucus talking about their privilege having been breached, and they would have another way to prevent legislation from passing.
And the time has elapsed. Resuming debate, the member for Edmonton Gateway will have just under 3 minutes before he be interrupted for Standing Order 31 statements. The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, time and time again, I hear from constituents in Edmonton Gateway and from people right across the country just how deeply frustrated they are with the Liberal government's reckless bail laws. They just don't know what to do anymore. After this lost Liberal decade, the results are clear. Our justice system now puts the comfort of violent criminals above the safety of everyday Canadians. The numbers speak for themselves in Canada. Violent crime has surged by over 50%. Gun crimes has more than doubled. Gang-related homicides up 80%. Extortion cases have exploded almost 400%. And auto theft is up over 50%. In 2022, Mr. Speaker, shockingly, 256 people were charged with homicide while already out on some type of release, either on house arrest, on parole, or bail. With 874 homicides in total that year, these criminals accounted for nearly 1/3 of all the murders. These are people who were out on release. that number has only grown since that time. And behind these statistics are victims with names, families, and lives cut short. In Edmonton, we lost a 52-year-old father, a refugee from Congo, stabbed at the LRT station. It was the attacker's fourth violent offense in Edmonton's transit system. In Welland, Ontario, a convicted sex offender serving probation after sexually assaulting a 12-year-old boy was released early. He then broke into a home and brutally assaulted a 3-year-old girl. In Toronto, the man accused of attempting to murder a police officer in 2024 was already out on bail, despite multiple breaches and orders not to possess firearms. What do these cases all have in common, Mr. Speaker? Each victim was harmed by someone who should have been behind bars.
The Honourable, I hate to interrupt the Honourable Member. He will have 7 minutes and 35 seconds after question period. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. Members may want to use their earpiece. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Inuit such as Jesse Tungilik are brilliant. Jesse posted on his social media, quote, "An increased military presence in the Arctic will mean putting Inuit women at greater risk of sexual violence. Building a highway connecting Nunavut to the south will make human trafficking and the murdered and missing Indigenous women problem worse and bring more hard drugs to our vulnerable communities. Increased marine traffic will mean more accidents and fuel spills. What measures will be put in place to mitigate these factors? Have these issues been discussed at all by our leadership?
Shame.
Does anyone care? Or are these the acceptable costs of business so a few can line their pockets? Jesse, Inuit, keep using your voice. The world needs to hear it.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the incredible impact of the Canada Summer Jobs Program in my community of Whitby. This summer I had the privilege of visiting workplaces and hearing directly from youth about how these opportunities have made a real difference in their lives. Their stories were inspiring. Filled with moments of growth, confidence, and purpose, thanks to the program, young people in Whitby are stepping into meaningful roles, gaining hands-on experience, and discovering their full potential. I want to acknowledge organizations like Girls Inc. of Durham, Melly's Workplace, Arndt's Landscaping, Whitby's Yacht Club, the Reptilia Zoo, and the Whitby Marina, to name just a few. These are just a few employers that are opening their doors, nurturing talent, and creating inclusive environments where young people can thrive. Canada's Summer Jobs is more than just a program. It's about us believing in our young people and giving them chances to succeed. It's great to see all the youth having such a great summer. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Niagara South.
Mr. Speaker, the Welland Canal is the lifeblood of the community of Niagara South. Connecting Lake Ontario to Lake Erie, the Welland Canal is a major economic driver for Southern Ontario, creating thousands of jobs by enabling grain, steel, critical minerals, and other aggregates to be transported across our Great Lakes. Every year, my hometown of Port Colborne celebrates our marine heritage, its rich history, and the economic importance of the canal. Unfortunately, several of the wharves along the canal have fallen into disrepair, restricting economic growth and new development. Transport Canada earmarked $20 million for repair, but the project remains dormant, with no work having been done, completed in over 2 years. Mr. Speaker, it's not enough for the government to simply make announcements and table press releases. Sooner or later, the work also needs to get done, like this one, which is shovel-ready. Conservatives will continue to hold Liberals to their commitments. My community is ready to build.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to former Senator Donald Oliver. who we sadly lost a couple of days ago. Known to many as Donnie, he was a trailblazer for Black Canadians and a lifelong champion for equality and justice. Senator Oliver was instrumental in the creation of the Black Cultural Centre for Nova Scotia and made history as the first Black man appointed to the Senate of Canada. His legacy will continue to inspire generations to come. This loss is a personal one for me, as Donnie owned a Christmas tree farm in my riding, which he cherished, and was a very close friend to my grandfather. And I came to know him through his work with the South Shore Christmas tree industry, and when he used to pop by at the local hardware store where I worked as a kid. On behalf of South Shore St. Margaret's and Nova Scotia, I extend a heartfelt condolences to his family and deep gratitude for his lifetime of leadership.
The honourable member for Edmonton Gateway.
Mr. Speaker, Edmonton's food bank is at a breaking point. Each month, more than 47,000 people, that's 42% increase, rely on food hampers. And behind those numbers are families and children who cannot afford groceries because liberal deficits lead to liberal inflation, what makes everything cost more. Across the country, parents are forced to choose between rent, clothing, or food for their children, and more children arrive at school hungry every day. Thankfully, our community is stepping up where this government has failed. One example of this is that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints have organized Edmonton's largest door-to-door food drive. On Saturday, September 27th, volunteers will be going door-to-door in many neighborhoods to collect donations. You can also donate at your local grocery store or fire station. A big thank you to all the volunteers and donors. Your hard work and generosity makes a real difference in the lives of people who need it in Edmonton. Thank you.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. After nearly 50 years of unwavering dedication, Mayor Michel Bissonnet has announced his retirement. From the time he was first elected mayor in 1978, through his decades as a member of the National Assembly of Quebec, to his return to the mayor's office in 2008, Michel has been more than a leader. He has been the heart and soul of our community. His tireless dedication, his open nature, and his deep love for Saint-Léonard touched many lives. He built not only a neighborhood, a community, but also trust, hope, and a true sense of belonging in our community. My own political career began with him. I had the honor of joining his municipal team in 2015 as a city councillor. His mentorship, passion, and commitment shaped me in ways that words cannot fully express. Thank you, Michel, from the bottom of my heart. Your legacy will live on every street, in every home, and in every heart in Saint-Léonard. And you are, as I've always called you, a political institution. The honourable member for Louis Saint-Laurent, Akiawenrak. Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of Liberal governance, Canadians have lost confidence in the Canada Revenue Agency, and rightfully so. Have you ever tried calling the agency about a tax issue? Only about 5% of calls are actually answered. For weeks, the CRA was unable to tell people how much they had invested in TFSAs. There are thousands of cases of phantom income. There are thousands of cases of interest payable on amounts already paid. Every day, our constituency offices receive calls from honest constituents who are tired of being treated like fraudsters when they are honest people. And the problem is not CRA employees, but rather mismanagement. One of the government's main duties is to offer quality services to Canadians. But here we are. The CRA is not respecting its own obligations. It took the minister 172 days to demand a plan. And Canadians deserve better.
Coast Sea to Sky Country. Mr. Speaker, this month Whistler turns 50. What started in 1975 as a gravel road, a few cabins, and the bold dreams of pioneers like Nancy Green and Franz Wilhelmsen has grown into a world-class destination. From the first gondola at Creekside to the rivalry between Whistler and Blackcomb Mountains, and partnering with the Squamish and Lil'wat Nations to host the 2010 Olympic and Paralympic Games, Whistler has always been a place of possibility. If you could ski it, if you could hike it, if you could bike it, if you could build it, you did. Today, Whistler is Canada's premier year-round tourism destination and a vibrant community where visitors' energy blends with the hearts of residents, families, workers, and volunteers who make it special. Whistler has always held a special place in my heart since I started skiing there at age 3, and I'm confident it will meet the next 50 years' challenges like climate change, housing, and reconciliation with the same spirit that made it what it is today. Happy 50th, Whistler.
The Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
The Liberals' latest idea for housing, a fourth bureaucracy. The Liberal Prime Minister promised Canadians that he would double home building, promising to build 500,000 homes a year, and yet his new housing bureaucracy is only committing to 4,000 new homes. Too many people in my riding are teetering on the verge of homelessness. Our housing crisis is most evident in my hometown of Penticton, where a growing tent city at Highway 97 and Fairview has become unsafe for everyone. That tent city was not there 10 years ago. The Prime Minister promised to build homes at a record pace, and yet instead he is building more bureaucracy. Another Liberal promise because this Prime Minister is just another Liberal.
Honorable Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, there are superheroes who wear capes and who fly. The superhero I'm honouring today wears crampon boots, warm clothing, a toque, and he climbs. On August 12th, while most of us were enjoying the summer sun, Charles Page braved the worst possible weather conditions to reach the summit of K2, the second highest mountain in the world, at 8,611 meters of altitude. It's also the most dangerous mountain for the daredevils who dare to tackle it. Charles had conquered Everest a year earlier, and K2 was his fifth mountain over 8,000 meters high in 3 years. He's the only Quebecer to have climbed both Everest and K2, and he still has mountains to conquer because, believe it or not, he only started mountaineering a few years ago, 3 years ago. The day before his departure for Nepal on June 23rd, Charles Page delivered an incredible patriotic speech at our national holiday celebration in Drummondville. That's when I understood the pride he brings to the world's summits when he plants our flag with its fleur de lis. Charles, you make us proud. Thank you.
For Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, for nearly 50 years, Mossam Creek Hatchery in Port Moody has been powered by outstanding volunteers dedicated to restoring salmon and educating generations of students. After a devastating fire in 2013, the community rebuilt the hatchery stronger than ever. What began as a small hatchery is now a welcoming, world-class education center where students and community members experience the wonder of wild salmon and learn the importance of watershed stewardship. Please join me in recognizing the extraordinary volunteers whose decades of dedication have brought salmon back to Mossam Creek, and of course to President Kevin Ryan of the Society for the Burrard Inlet Marine Enhancement Society, who is here in Ottawa today. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said Canadians would judge him by the cost at the grocery store. So let's judge him by the cost at the grocery store. Since March of this year, sugar is up 20%, coffee is up 22%, canned soup is up 26%, and cuts of beef are up 33%. No wonder food inflation is up 40% since the Liberals took office. That's why more than 25% of households now struggle to afford food. I've heard heartbreaking stories from Canadians. Parents can't afford to feed their kids hearty meals. Seniors are skipping their meals altogether, and food banks had never been busier. Yet yesterday, the Liberal Prime Minister arrogantly bragged that he knows many things. Well, clearly, he doesn't know about the cost of food. Canadians can't afford higher grocery prices, and they certainly can't afford this Liberal Prime Minister.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, on July 5th, a monument was unveiled in my riding to commemorate the victims of Flight PS 752. This tragedy claimed 176 lives, including 8 members of Winnipeg's Iranian community. 5 years later, the pain remains profound for families, loved ones, and communities who continue to bear the weight of this tremendous loss. I had the honor of visiting this memorial, titled An Open Wound in the Sky, located within eyesight of where some of the victims lived. I was joined by Kurosh Dushtanis, who was instrumental in the creation of this monument and lost his fiancée on that day. Mr. Speaker, it is the only permanent memorial in the world dedicated to the victims of Flight PS 752, and it serves as a place for reflection, remembrance, and healing. I want to recognize the dedication of those who brought this important project to life. Their work ensures that the victims of this tragedy will never be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, Canada continues to stand with their families in pursuit of justice and truth. Thank you.
The honourable member for York Durham.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister proclaimed himself a fiscal and policy expert and promised Canadians that Canada would have a declining level of debt. But another expert, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, instead warned Canadians, quote, the deficit will absolutely increase because of additional spending. Now, you don't have to be an expert, let alone a self-proclaimed expert, to know that more spending means more debt. And more debt means higher housing inflation, food inflation, and harder times for Canadians. The budget watchdog went on to warn, quote, it is impossible to assess the likelihood that the government will meet any of its fiscal anchors. Justin Trudeau's deficit was $46 billion. The Liberals promised it would only be $62 billion in the election. Now BMO says it might be $80 billion, and the C.D. Howe Institute estimates it could be $92 billion. Canadians deserve to know, Mr. Speaker, how high will the deficit go before the November 4th budget?
The honourable member for La Salle et Marc-Verdun. Mr. Speaker, now that the school year is well underway, many families in La Salle et Marc-Verdun have been able to start the school year on the right foot thanks to a wonderful show of support. Thanks to several community organizations, including CARD, Bienvenue à l'Immigrant, and Mission Bon Accueil, we distributed hundreds of backpacks filled with school supplies to many children in the riding. I would like to extend a special thank you to Claudia Olga of CARD, Mr. Watts, and Ms. Mvondo, and their organizations. I thank them for their outstanding commitment. I also had the pleasure of presenting 74 certificates to local youth who participated in the Canada Summer Jobs Program.
Youth employment, reduce inequalities, and build a stronger community. Merci à tous les partenaires.
Thank you to all our partners and volunteers for their dedication. I wish you a great start to the school year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
The Prime Minister promised lower grocery prices. Quote, Canadians will hold us to account by their experience at the grocery store, he said. Well, in my travels to northern communities this summer, this is what I saw. In Tuktoyaktuk, a can of Alphagetti is $6.79. A jug of milk is $14.79. A 900-gram jar of Cheese Whiz is $17.29. In Cambridge Bay, a can of baked beans is $9.99. A 1.5-liter bottle of ketchup is $19.88. A box of soup crackers is $22.99. Lastly, in Iqaluit, a can of mushroom soup is $10.19. A gallon of ice cream is $25, and a can of Tim Hortons, get this, folks, is $48.89. If Northerners' experience at the grocery store is the measure of this Prime Minister's success, then he's been an abysmal failure.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize one of the many successful events held this summer in South Surrey, White Rock. It's a true privilege for our community to once again host the Canada Cup. Over the past 3 decades, the Canada Cup has grown into a celebrated international event that showcases the talent, dedication, and sportsmanship of female athletes from around the world. This event is a celebration of the strength, passion, and unity that define the sport of softball. We honor the players, the coaches, the volunteers who make it all possible, and the fans who bring the energy. I would like to recognize the outstanding leadership of Greg Tim and the Board of Directors. I'd also like to extend a special thanks to my colleague and friend, the Honourable Melanie Jolet, who for attending, throwing the first pitch, and proudly sharing her own connection to the sport as a former softball player. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister is in Mexico today for a photo op and fake agreement, but it's a great opportunity to compare because both countries are neighbors of the United States. In the last quarter, Canada's economy shrunk by 1.6%, while the Mexican economy grew by 2.4%. Wow. The Canadian exports to the United States crashed by 18%, while Mexican exports to the U.S. are up 1.4%. Wow. And the Canadian unemployment rate is 3 times higher than Mexicans. Wow. Will the Prime Minister ask his Mexican friends what they're doing right that he's doing so wrong?
Right.
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister believes in having a strong relationship with Mexico, our second biggest trading partner. That's exactly why he is in Mexico today, meeting with the President to make sure that we can have a trading relationship really on par. Now, the other thing that the Leader of the Opposition needs to understand is that we're living in a much more dangerous and complicated world with trade tensions having impacts on trading partners all around the world. We will stand up for workers, we'll stand up for our businesses, and we will build Canada strong.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This is the time in the life cycle of any Liberal government when they go from making promises to making excuses. So they're blaming their collapsing economy on global tensions. But interestingly, Mexico shares the same neighbor as we do. We're both right next door to the Americas, so we can compare performance. But in the most recent quarter, the Mexican economy has actually grown by 2.4%. The Canadian economy down by 1.6%. Our unemployment is three times what theirs is. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, what is shocking from the Leader of the Opposition comments is always talking down Canadian workers, Canadian businesses, the Canadian economy. You know what? Good news is the Bank of Canada yesterday reduced rates. We should all be celebrating that. This is good news, Mr. Speaker. And we will be there for businesses in the tariff sectors, including aluminum, steel, auto, copper, and all the other sectors, because we know that these workers are important, these businesses are important, and we have a plan to build Canada strong.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We support workers, and particularly the 86 million workers who have lost their jobs because of Liberal policies who are collapsing our economy. Question. Mexico has grown its economy by 2.4%, while Canada has seen a shrinking of 1.6%. Mexican imports to the U.S. have gone up, where ours have lost, are down by 18%, and their unemployment is 3 times lower than ours. Why? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Clearly, the Leader of the Opposition doesn't know what he's talking about. Because when we look at the Canadian economy right now, interest rates are down. The Bank of Canada has announced 2.5% for its key rate. It's good news for all those who have homes or are on the point of buying one. Right now, we know we have to work with Mexico and also the U.S., but our strategy is not only to build strong Canada, but also to look to other trade partners in Europe and Asia, and also in Mexico, of course, as well, to grow our economy.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We've had a free trade agreement with Mexico for almost 3 decades. So the Prime Minister is going for nothing more than a photo op, another fake engagement. Just like the minister talks about interest rates, the Bank of Canada said the reason they're cutting rates while inflation is rising is because our economy is collapsing. They promised the fastest growing economy in the G7. They've delivered the fastest shrinking economy in the G7. They promised more home building. It's falling by 13%. They promised to spend less. Their deficit spending is 100% more. You know, talk is cheap, but why is it so expensive when this Prime Minister does it?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
We know that the leader of the opposition believes in isolationism, which is basically that Canada is by itself in the world. We believe that we need to engage in the world. We need to make sure that Canada is working with trading partners from Mexico, from Europe to Asia. And that is why the Prime Minister will continue to travel to make sure to engage with leaders of this in the world, because we believe that it is the way to build a strong economy at home, save and protect jobs, create new ones, attract foreign direct investments, and ultimately to make sure that Canada's voice of peace and multilateralism is heard in the world.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we've had free trade agreements with all of those countries and regions for over a decade. And yet the Prime Minister is busy, looking busy, flying around, grip and grin, pretending to do a lot while doing very little. But he could make use of all of that expensive travel by asking all of those other places why their economy is so much stronger than the one that he now leads. He's got, under his leadership, the second highest unemployment in the G7, the worst economic growth in the G7, the worst household debt in the G7, and the worst household debt and housing costs in the G7. Why is it that when he promises to be the first, he's the worst?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, as we look at what's happening with global trade headwinds, we need to step up as a country and be there around the world to make sure countries know that we are here. They want to deal with a reliable, stable trading partner. It's our 15 free trade agreements with 51 different countries, access to 1.5 billion consumers that countries rely on, that Canadian workers rely on. That's why the Prime Minister will be there to make sure we're opening up new markets for Canadian businesses and workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, these aren't new markets. The member might have been asleep. Actually, he seems like a very young man. Maybe he wasn't born when Brian Mulroney negotiated NAFTA with the Mexicans. Maybe the Prime Minister was sleeping the day Conservatives negotiated a free trade agreement with the Europeans. He's going around taking credit for things that he never did while his economy collapses here at home. Canadians cannot eat, heat, or house themselves. Will the Prime Minister stop making excuses, taking fake trips, and get down to his job?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I won't go to personal attacks as the member opposite has. We'll focus on the facts. There's people watching in the gallery. I think it's very important to note that Canada and Mexico share over 30 years of strong friendship and economic partnerships rooted in trust and trade and mutual respect. In fact, Canadian direct investment in Mexico was over $45 billion in 2024. The Prime Minister will be meeting with President Sheinbaum to defend our industries and grow our economies, Mr. Speaker. Canada is committed to CUSMA, and we're actively collaborating with Mexico, and that's why the Prime Minister is there to make sure.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, it's not only Bill 21 and state secularism that Ottawa is attacking in the Supreme Court. It's worse still. By attacking the notwithstanding clause itself, Ottawa is attacking the ability of our National Assembly to democratically pass any law desired by Quebecers without first having to seek Canada's permission. This is an attack on secularism, but it's also an attack on our historic ability to protect the French language. It's an attack on our values and on the sovereignty of our Parliament. Will the Liberals abandon this odious charge against Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Identity. We have the responsibility to defend one of the pillars of our democracy, i.e. the Charter of Rights and Freedoms across Canada, and to defend the rights of all Canadians. It is our work to defend the Charter and everyone in this country has to be protected. We are doing our job, Mr. Speaker, and this case is before the Supreme Court, and we'll be following it very closely. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, preventive use of the notwithstanding clause doesn't exist. It was invented to take away Quebec's ability to decide for itself. The federal government's only asking the courts to neutralize part of the Constitution without political debate and in the place of politicians with the aim of taking away fundamental powers from Quebec. This is not a legal debate. It's a constitutional power grab against Quebec's self-determination, hypocritically carried out by the courts. Will the Liberals have the courage to fight their own political battles instead of manipulating the justice system? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture. Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows full well that the government is going to the Supreme Court, but this won't prevent any province or territory to continue to use the notwithstanding clause. This is very clear. She knows this, and I'd be pleased if there are issues to organize a presentation through the Department of Justice, but we're here to protect the rights of Canadians. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the partisan appointment of Robert Leckie as a Superior Court judge in Quebec also calls into question Quebec's difference in terms of justice. By appointing Mr. Leckie, even though he doesn't have the necessary experience at the Quebec bar, the federal government is choosing a judge who does not have the sufficient knowledge of civil law, which is unique to Quebec. By appointing Mr. Leckie, who is a public opponent of state secularism and the French language charter, the federal government is knowingly choosing a judge who opposes Quebec's distinct nature. Will the minister rescind, finally, his appointment? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Judicial appointments to the Superior Court is the federal government's area of expertise, and Quebec participates in this discussion. We do so in good faith and arrive in agreement. Minister Fraser is in contact with his counterpart, and they plan to meet in September. The independence of our judiciary remains a cornerstone of our democracy.
Regina Capel.
After 10 years of passing catch-and-release laws that let dangerous offenders free just hours after getting arrested, the Liberals are still obstructing efforts to undo these laws. They voted down our motion, shut down Parliament, called a snap election, went on summer holidays, and still haven't even started the process to fix what they've broken. So Conservatives will do it for them. Our plan will end catch and release and give 10-year jail sentences to anyone convicted of 3 serious offences. We could pass these laws today. When will the Liberals stop obstructing Parliament and pass the Conservative 3 strikes you're out law?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, on April the 28th, Canadians gave this government a mandate to govern this country and to bring forward new legislation that will ensure that our streets are safer. The 3 strikes and you're out laws don't work, Mr. Speaker. We know that evidence-based decision-making tells us that 3 strikes you're out is a complete failure in the United States. It's been a failure in every single jurisdiction where that's been applied. We will make smart criminal justice reform, Mr. Speaker. We'll ensure that bail is strengthened to ensure that repeat violent offenders are off our streets.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
That's the best they can do. One day they might get around to doing it. The evidence is in. Their plan is what caused the crime and chaos that is plaguing our communities. They deliberately changed laws to let thousands of dangerous and repeat offenders back on the street. Now they're admitting that they were wrong, but they're obstructing any efforts to fix the problem. Thousands of Canadians' lives have been shattered, and too many Canadians have paid with their lives for Liberal mistakes. So if they won't stop obstructing Conservative plans to fix what they broke, will they at least look the families of those victims in the eye and just say sorry?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader always wants to bring U.S.-style politics to Canada.
That's right.
Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. This didn't work in the U.S., and many of the states are already repealing that law. We're focused on real, practical, proven solutions that are constitutional and will keep criminals behind bars.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
157 kilograms. The amount of cocaine that was recently seized by Alberta police. Mr. Speaker, this type of drug is often laced with fentanyl and carfentanil and goes on to kill thousands. The reality is that there's a lack of disincentive for drug dealers not to do this because of soft on crime policies by these Liberals. So the question is this: when will they stop obstructing and start repealing their soft on crime agenda?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank law enforcement for their diligent and hard work in ensuring that drugs are off our street. If this member is serious about protecting our borders, Mr. Speaker, he will support us in passing the Strong Borders Act, Bill C-2. It will help us crack down on fentanyl, auto theft, money laundering, illegal firearms, irregular migration, and organized crime while upholding the privacy and charter rights of Canadians. This will give law enforcement the tools they need to dismantle increasingly sophisticated organized criminal networks. A secure Canada is a strong Canada, Mr. Speaker, and we're taking action to
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
In 3 weeks, Vaughan has seen 7 shootings, 7 incidents of violent crime. Since the Liberal government changed the bail laws, violent crime is up by 50%. Wow. Our Conservative motion calls for a 3 strikes and you're outlaw to keep repeat violent offenders in jail. So why is the Liberal government waiting until next month to introduce bail legislation, putting more Canadians in danger every day? The Prime Minister's failure to act is a betrayal of the victims of crime. When will the Liberals stop obstructing so people can feel safe in their own homes?
Oh, great question.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, one of the ways that the Conservatives can be effective is they can help us pass C2.
That's right.
Currently, all mail couriers like UPS, FedEx, Purolator, they can all be checked for drugs. What can't be checked is packages of Canada Post under 500 grams. 2 grams of fentanyl is lethal. It can kill a human being. Why are the Conservatives on the side of drug traffickers?
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, if anyone has an interest in taking dangerous guns off the street, it's the police. But in a stunning indictment of the Liberals' gun confiscation scheme, the Ontario Provincial Police have just told this government they will not participate in their ridiculous gun grab. The OPP know what we've been saying all along, that spending hundreds of millions of dollars to confiscate the property of law-abiding Canadians will not make our streets any safer. Today, the Liberals have the opportunity to do the right thing and put an end to their catch-and-release justice system. Will the Liberals stop obstructing and support our motion to keep violent repeat offenders off our streets?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, on April the 28th this year, Canadians gave this government a mandate to ensure that guns are off our streets, including continuing and completing the gun buyback program. I respect the decision of the Ontario Provincial Police in this regard, Mr. Speaker. It's important to remember that OPP represents about 26% of overall policing in Ontario. This doesn't mean that we can't and won't continue with the program and collection facilities and municipal police. Mr. Speaker, we can't be tough on crime without being tough on guns. This is exactly what we're doing to keep Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, I love jogging outdoors and walking outside, but I no longer do it during my work weeks here in Ottawa. I no longer go out alone after dinner because I'm afraid, because I've been called out, shouted at, and denigrated because I'm a woman. There's also intimate partner violence, which is hidden and underreported. We need to stop looking the other way. We are introducing C-225, which would protect women from intimate partner violence, as well as a motion calling for a 3 strikes law. Will the Liberals support us? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, we are working hard to put forth legislation shortly. The Minister of Justice already committed to this chamber to table a bill this fall, and we know that community safety is not just a slogan, it is our responsibility. While we are want to achieve tangible results, the opposition is just using slogans and fears. Canadians deserve better and want to feel safe in their own communities. And we are going to take action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Chemin-Lévis. As a woman, I am disappointed to hear that. Women are constantly on high alert. Behind closed doors, the situation is troubling. Intimate partner violence is the most common form of violence against women. Our colleague from Kamloops, Thompson Nicola, tabled this morning Bill C-225. It would protect women who have no voice. Can we count on the Liberals to adopt this bill quickly? Yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, I understand my colleague when she talks about how hard it is to walk in the street. I know this as well. However, this is not the proposal that we saw today that will help increase safety in our streets. We're talking about logical legislation with all levels of government for our securities that will allow us to give us a collective solution. And therefore, it is by adopting Bill C-2 that we will be able to do something together for women in Canada. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, a report by the Climate Institute confirms that Canada will not meet its 2030 greenhouse gas reduction targets. This is because of the Liberals. By abandoning climate policies such as the carbon tax and encouraging increased oil production from the oil sands, the Liberals are undermining their own targets, according to experts. And what's more alarming is that the Prime Minister did not reiterate his commitment to the 2030 targets. Will Canada meet them, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I'm really happy that the Bloc member shares my interest in protecting the environment and to fight against climate change. We've always said this would be hard to do, but we're ready to put the work in. But if he really wants to know, on the other side, the Conservative Party, they love GHG emissions, and if they want to work, they need to work with our government to do the work to fight against climate change. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are giving up the fight against climate change to sell more oil and gas. They're abandoning the carbon tax and incentives to purchase zero-emission vehicles. They're imposing C5 to skirt environmental assessments for energy products. They're backtracking on GHG caps for fossil fuels. In short, the Liberals are acting as if the Canadian identity means being an oil and gas promoter. Are they just digging the grave for the fight against climate change? Is this a legacy we want to leave behind? Honourable Minister of the Environment. Really? I've always been clear. Our government has always been clear. We're going to build a country that is strong, a strong country, and one that will be good for future generations. To do so, we have to fight against climate change. We know this, and we are doing this work. We continue to do so. And last week, I was in Manitoba. Well, we'll be helping low-income individuals and continue to work towards retrofitting their homes. So we are working with the provinces, and we're going to continue to do so.
Member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Liberal bail laws have broken the system beyond parity. In St. Thomas, a repeat offender was arrested for breaking and entering, released on bail with a curfew. He had to be in his home by 10 p.m. every night. But there's an issue. He's homeless. He doesn't have a home. The Liberals have made it so ridiculous people are getting released on bail with a curfew to nowhere. Violent offenders are getting out after being arrested. The Liberals are doing nothing about it. If they're not going to stand up and commit to supporting our three strikes you're out motion now. How many strikes do they think is enough to lock up a repeat offender?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
This government is tough on crime. We're introducing new legislation this fall to strengthen our bail system for those charged with violent offenses. Through our Stronger Borders Act C2, we're cracking down on organized crime, auto theft, fentanyl, and human traffickers, and securing our borders. We're listening to Canadian law enforcement agencies, and we are going to ensure that we put forward measures that keep Canadians safe.
Hear, hear. Great job.
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, soft on crime, Liberal laws are hard on Canadians and our communities. Just yesterday, Halton Region passed a unanimous motion demanding action from the Liberals on repeat violent offenders now, not in October, not next year. After a decade of Liberal catch-and-release laws that have allowed criminals to terrorize our communities, they're now obstructing conservative jail, not bail laws that will lock up our criminals. How many lives have to be lost before the Liberals finally wake up and get out of the way?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, slogans are not going to resolve crime on our streets. What's important for us is that we bring forward legislation to address the issues around serious violent offenders as well as bail reform. That's exactly what the Minister of Justice is doing. He's been consulting with Canadians across Canada. I've been able to meet with a number of police chiefs as well as police unions to talk about smart criminal justice reform. That's exactly what we'll be doing, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Liberal policies on house arrest are irresponsible, and they've allowed reoffending to go up by 55% since 2015 with violent crime. And there's a constant increase in this problem. Conservatives are proposing a 3 strikes and you're out law and no possible parole for or conditional release for violent offenders. Will the Liberals support our motion? The Honourable Minister.
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, we work in close cooperation with the provinces and territories in order to overhaul the parole system or the bail system. We are giving prosecutors more effective tools to keep violent offenders off our streets, including where there is organized or violent crime, home invasions, and human trafficking also. This government is attempting to improve public safety and restore confidence in our justice system.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyendinaga.
The Prime Minister was elected on the promise that he was the only one that could deliver a trade deal with the United States. Instead, here's the dismal record. Promised a deal by July 21st, there's no deal. Promised elbows up. Instead, antagonized and unpredictable administration. Promised strength at the table. Instead, delivered concession after concession with nothing in return. Mr. Speaker, meanwhile in Mexico, they got a deal. Their exports to the U.S. went up 1.4% last quarter, while ours dropped 18%. Mr. Speaker, what has Mexico done so right that this Prime Minister has done so wrong?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
We have the best deal on earth right now when it comes to exporting. Now we know, because 85% of all our products being sent to the U.S. are without any tariffs. Now we know also that we need to be there for the businesses and the workers in the sectors that are now tariffed. And we are here with $6 billion on the table to help them. Now, Mr. Speaker, we also know that we're over-dependent on the U.S., and all members of this House should be getting behind the government's plan because we need to diversify.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyendinaga.
If we have the best deal then why do we have the worst economy in the G7? Mr. Speaker, deadline after deadline has come and gone, and this government's promised trade deal is nowhere to be found. After failing at the negotiating table in Washington, this Prime Minister is now off to Mexico City, desperate to claim any kind of win. Compare that to our Mexican counterparts, who successfully negotiated a deal, sending their exports to the U.S. up 1.4% last quarter, while ours fell 18%. Mr. Speaker, again, what has Mexico done so right that this Prime Minister has done so wrong?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canada and the U.S. share the world's most integrated, mutual, beneficial trade partnership. That's not up for debate. Millions of jobs in Canada and the U.S. depend on our trading relationship. Canada already, and it's unequivocal, has the best deal amongst U.S. trading partners. While we continue to negotiate with the U.S. and with Mexico, our government is focused on what we control the most, diversifying our trade relations and supporting Canadian businesses and all sectors.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Speaker, residents of my riding have contacted me and my team to express their frustrations with the delays they experience when they try to contact the CRA. We know that the dedicated employees of the CRA provide valuable services.
Sorry, I couldn't hear anything, so I think the member will have to start from the top, if she doesn't mind. From the top, please. Maybe in a minute, but from the top for sure. So from the top.
Mr. Speaker, residents of my riding have contacted me and my team to express their frustrations with the delays they experience when contacting the CRA. Significantly in recent years, and the system needs to be improved. Could the Secretary of State for the CRA and financial institutions inform this House of the measures taken by the government to improve services delivery at the CRA?
The Honourable It's nice to see such unity in the House. The Secretary of State for Financial Institutions in the CRA.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that great question. Mr. Speaker, delays at CRA call centers are completely unacceptable. We all know that.
Honourable member may continue.
First, that's my first standing ovation. Thank you. But seriously,
What happens when there's interruptions like this is I can't really follow the clock, so I have no control over how much time I give for the answer. So with the Secretary of State for Financial Institutions and the CRA, I'd like to start from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that the delays Canadians face at CRA call centers is completely unacceptable. It's not on the CRA employees. They are world-class public servants. This is a systemic failure that's unfolded over decades. We've implemented a 100-day plan to improve service and access and eliminate.
Is the honourable member? Did the honourable member finish his answer? Stand up again.
Mr. Speaker, in all seriousness, Canadians from coast to coast to coast are frustrated with CRA call center delays. I know that. This is not on CRA employees. They're world-class public servants. This is systemic failure over decades. That's why we're implementing a 100-day plan.
That's right.
To improve service and accessibility, and we're going to eliminate delays.
That's right.
The Union of Taxation Employees and the Taxpayers Ombudsman also have expressed support. I'm going to work with CRA leadership. I'm going to hold them accountable. We are going to fix this. Thank you.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
The government's plan is to pile on debt, but to obscure that picture with accounting changes. But now the Parliamentary Budget Officer is warning against making these changes, saying that if the government obscures its own books, it will, in the PBO's words, bet your boots will be paying more for debt. Wow. So will the Finance Minister agree that doubling the size of the deficit puts Canada's credit rating at risk, but it exposes taxpayers and households to higher borrowing costs and higher interest rates?
A minute. Here we go. Oh, you got
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, unlike the member opposite, we respect the work of the PBO and the independence of the institutions that make our democracy so great in this country. Our government is focused on delivering generational investments in the upcoming federal budget, which the minister announced will be on November 4th. This is good news for Canadians. A budget is coming that will ensure Canadians that we have a prosperous future. We're building Canada strong. The opposition members should get on board.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
This tired, old Liberal government has doubled the deficit and has abandoned any fiscal anchors it once had, putting Canada's AAA credit rating at risk. The Parliamentary Budget Officer warns that rating agencies are not going to tolerate Liberal accounting tricks, and that if they even have a sniff of a change of a budget presentation, Canadians will be paying higher interest rates immediately. Why is this government playing political games with the budget and risking higher costs for all Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
I think Canadians are getting tired of the Conservative Chicken Little routine. We know this week we had great news that inflation is at 1.9%, which is actually within the band that the Bank of Canada's target range. That's good news for Canadians because the Bank of Canada dropped interest rates this week by 0.25%. That means more money in the pockets of Canadians. That means Canadians save more on their mortgages this week compared to last. That's the bottom line, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
The Prime Minister promised more jobs, but the only thing that's booming is unemployment. EIUs among women aged 25 to 54 is up 12% in just 1 month. And overall, EI claims are up nearly 13% year over year. Yet another Liberal broken promise. In Newmarket, I met a mother. She cannot find a stable job. She worries about feeding her 3 kids and paying her rent, and that worry follows her every hour of the day. When will this Liberal government face the damage it has done and apologize to Canadian women for the hardship their policies have caused?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
You know what, Mr. Speaker? 4 months ago, Canadians chose to invest in themselves. They chose a government who saw the promise and potential in creating great jobs across this country, in investing in major projects and infrastructure, in ensuring that people had the skills they needed as our economies change and technology changes jobs. Mr. Speaker, they knew on this side, a Liberal government would protect them and their families now and into the future, and they knew they risked all of that with the cuts that Conservatives propose.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, that was truly a striking answer from the minister. My colleague pointed out that EI claims have gone up by 12% among women in that age group in just 1 month. And the minister's response? At least we have jobs. At least the Liberals are still here. Mr. Speaker, they should think less about themselves and their own jobs and more about women and people of all ages who have been negatively affected by their policies. The parliamentary budget officer said the labor market sucks, wages are not going up. They are presiding over an employment disaster. When will they reverse course?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Well, Mr. Speaker, take it from a Conservative to try to torque the words that I clearly did not say. In fact, what I said was that Canadians chose a government that would invest in them, that would adjust our EI measures to reflect a changing economy so that people could access EI where previously they couldn't, where people could keep more of their earnings if they were separated from their job, where people would have longer weeks in case of a collapse of their industry. Mr. Speaker, we know that there are sectors struggling through increased tariff action, and we have not stopped. We have not stopped to protect Canadian families. That's what they...
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is so busy congratulating herself that she hasn't taken...
From the top, please. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is so busy congratulating herself for I don't know what that she hasn't actually listened to the numbers that we heard from Statistics Canada today. The situation is truly dire when it comes to unemployment. 12% increase for women 25 to 54 in 1 month alone. 23% increase year over year. Unemployment has been going up steadily for 3 years. Youth unemployment is at recession levels. We have the worst youth employment numbers in over 25 years. Mr. Speaker, this isn't the time for self-congratulation. This is the time to change the policy.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, I'm congratulating Canadians because Canadians chose a government that knew when things were tough that government would protect them. What did we do, Mr. Speaker? Even before the election and enhanced after, we made sure that if a Canadian's job was threatened through unfair tariff action, they would be protected. And they knew that Conservatives would not take care of them in these economically challenging times. They knew they couldn't count on Conservatives. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because every time Conservatives had a chance to stand up for Canadians, they voted against them.
Wow. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Food inflation is up 70% since the Liberals took office. Groceries are up 3.5%. That's 70% above inflation target. Beef up 33%. Canned soup up 26%. Grapes up 24%. The Prime Minister said Canadians would judge him by the cost at the grocery stores. The new report from Food Banks Canada gives Canada a failing grade on food insecurity. He has failed. Does the self-proclaimed great economist Prime Minister think that long lines at the food banks are good for our economy?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Mr. Speaker, Food Banks Canada conducts important research, and they also make very important recommendations for governments. They say that we should strengthen the social safety net to support Canadians facing affordability challenges. So we're doing that with dental care, with the middle-class tax cut, with Build Canada Homes, with $10 a day childcare. Those things are making a difference in Canadians' lives, and the Conservatives voted against every single one of those measures. Are the Conservatives content to just keep pointing fingers, or are they going to make some recommendations? Maybe read the report from the experts like food bankers across the country serving Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Nicole from the Stony Creek Food Bank informed my office that 1 in 4 households need to visit a food bank. 1 in 3 individuals walking in are children. They were serving 30 to 40 families per day before the summer, now 55 to 65 per day. That's up 71% since spring. Quote, Christmas season demand without Christmas-level donations. Canadians were promised food prices would decrease, but they've gone up. Would the Prime Minister please explain to the good people of Stony Creek why this promise was broken?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Speaker, when I take the time to sit down with food bankers and experts in poverty reduction right across the country, they make recommendations. They talk about strengthening our social safety net and making sure that there's services like EI available to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we've also got challenges with northern food insecurity, and that is something that we are working on directly on the advice of experts in poverty reduction. So again, I'll ask, will the Conservatives just continue to point fingers or make some real recommendations? Maybe perhaps read the Food Bank's report, garner a little bit of insight from the experts on the front lines, and work together to end this crisis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, 10 years of reckless Liberal spending has fueled food inflation, and we know that in just a few weeks, the deficit will be even bigger. Who would have believed it? Food inflation affects all Canadian families. The Prime Minister said this week that the tariff war was having an impact. Is that right? Can he tell us why apples grown in Canada, picked in Apple, and sold in Canada, eaten by Canadians, cost 14% more? The Honourable Minister, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's always fascinating to see the Conservatives growing a conscience during QP and then forgetting it right after. The trade war is having a huge impact on food inflation, but when it's time to vote for children or for housing, they vote against it. When we do things to put breakfasts in schools and early child care centres, this is what fascinates me. They always vote against it. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about something essential to life here, food. And there are thousands and even millions of Canadians who are going hungry. They're going to food banks. It's all well and good to show solidarity, but at the food bank in my riding, they're getting twice as many clients as a year ago. That's the reality under this Liberal government. Why show such hypocrisy when it comes to food inflation affecting all Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Transformation, Government Transformation. Mr. Speaker, that's precisely why Canadians chose to put their confidence in the Liberal government to conduct major projects that will help the entire Canadian economy while at the same time protecting the social programs that Canadians depend on. We've seen an immediate impact with the child benefit when we invested in affordable housing, allowing Canadians across the country to have a roof over their heads. That's what a Liberal government's all about, strengthening the economy while protecting our social programs. The honourable member for Argenteuil, La Petite Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Canada implements major infrastructure and clean energy projects, skilled workers will be key. Can the minister inform the House of what steps are being taken to support workforce mobility and training?
Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadian workers are ready to build. More than 100,000 workers have been trained through the Union Training and Innovation Program. We are facilitating the recognition of their credentials all across the country. The government is committed to building back better, as are Canadian workers.
Member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Mr. Speaker, the Globe and Mail has revealed that the former Minister of Transport was warned in May about BC Ferries buying ships from a Chinese state-owned shipyard, 6 weeks before the public was told. Yet the minister claimed surprise in this House. I am going to give the new minister the opportunity to break tradition with his predecessor and tell us the truth. Did she mislead Parliament? Yes or no?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Like many of us in the House, I was disappointed as a British Columbian to learn that BC Ferries had procured the ferries from offshore. The reality was there were no Canadian bids on that procurement, and that's something that this side of the House is taking action on. First and foremost, making sure that we're supporting Canadian workers, Canadian materials, Canadian technologies. We are focused on a Buy Canadian strategy. We're rolling it out, and we expect the support around the House.
Honourable member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Unbelievable. With so many steel and shipbuilding jobs at stake, it's beyond belief that the former minister refused to push back and demand that these boats be made in Canada. Canadian unions and shipyards deserve a federal and provincial government that believes in them, listens to them, most importantly, stands up for them. When BC Ferries first flagged the deal to the federal government, did the former minister not have a duty to inform the House? Or, and I'm asking the new part-time minister, do they think that Canadians can't handle the truth?
Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the opposition is twisting the facts around here. This is a BC Ferries procurement. These ferries were procured by BC Ferries, which is part of BC. It's important to distinguish between levels of government and arm's length from government, independent decisions that were made by BC Ferries. Of course, we're all disappointed with the decision because we want to invest in Canadian jobs. We want to invest in the Canadian shipbuilding industry, and we're ramping up the initiative to build Canadian ships.
Honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Was misled. New emails show that BC Ferries warned the former Minister of Transport's officials 6 weeks before announcing that the ferries would be built in China. Yet, the minister stood in this House of Commons and claimed that she was blindsided. At the same time, her staff was working with the Prime Minister's office on how to spin this billion-dollar deal. Canadians just want to know the truth. Why did the Liberals ship Canadian tax dollars and jobs straight to China?
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Again, I don't know why this is so confusing for the members opposite. This is a BC Ferries procurement. BC Ferries makes decisions about where they buy their ships, and that decision rests with those at BC Ferries. Mr. Speaker, we can do our part to invest in Canadian jobs, Canadian workers. We are focused on a Buy Canada strategy, and we will deliver for Canadian workers.
Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to represent the people of Davenport, many of whom trace their Canadian story to Brazil and across South America. This summer, I hosted a roundtable with Brazilian Canadian business leaders and organizations to discuss the opportunities for growth in these emerging markets. I want to thank the Brazil-Canada Chamber of Commerce and the Minister of International Trade for participating in this discussion ahead of his visit to Brazil and Colombia. Could the Minister update this House on how the government plans to diversify Canada's trade relationships? Good question. Thank you.
Minister of International Trade.
Member from Davenport for her efforts in bringing together the Canadian-Brazilian business community. It is those insights that I took to Brazil a few weeks ago as we announced the launch of Canada-Mercosur discussions, a trading bloc consisting of over 250 million potential consumers that want to buy more Canadian products. This is just one of the many initiatives that our government is taking to get world-class Canadian products to new markets around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for York Centre.
This year, the Liberals will pay $300 million for the mayhem in Toronto's homeless shelters. Toronto's shelters now hand out needles and drug accessories to anyone who walks in. The shelters now turn into injection sites, bringing more crime and chaos to the streets of Toronto. Now Olivia Chow wants the Liberals to pay for construction of 20 more shelters inside of Toronto's residential neighborhoods. Proposed for my riding, the shelter at Keelan Wilson will be between a middle school and a daycare. Torontonians don't want shelters that function like drug dens close to our schools and playgrounds. Will the Liberals say no to Olivia Chow's shelters, or will they pay for their construction to have Toronto's children picking up used needles?
Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I appreciate the member opposite giving me the opportunity to talk about an unprecedented $1 billion investment in supportive housing for people who are homeless or in shelters so they can move into transitional housing supported by health supports. We have an unprecedented investment ahead of us to make sure people can move from shelters into housing. We expect the members opposite to support that.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, postal workers are the backbone of our communities. They deliver prescriptions, they deliver checks, they deliver vital communications. They could expand services as well to include things like postal banking and seniors check-ins. Yet instead of supporting the workers, instead of allowing them to bargain, the Liberal government has chosen to fight with over 65,000 workers. They've used Section 107 to suspend postal workers' legal rights to strike. Why is the government siding with Canada Post instead of standing up for fair wages, safe workplaces, and a stronger...
L'honorable ministre de la Transformation.
The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canada Post is a vital national institution for this country. They provide service to many remote and rural communities, and I commend the workers on their work. It's been 158 years that Canada Post has been doing their good work, and I hope both parties will reach an agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Nunavut.
The high cost of groceries makes life in the harsh Arctic more difficult. The discontinuation of the ICFI Hamlet Food Voucher Program hit Nunavut Mill hard. People often ask for donations just to feed their family.
Shame.
This is a direct result of chronic underinvestment in Nunavut by both Liberals and Conservatives. I have written to the Minister of Indigenous Services. Will she respond with much-needed investments?
Shame.
The Honourable Minister for Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our new government is making life more affordable in the North through practical action that reaches families, strengthens communities, and reflects Northerners and what they've told us. We're supporting Indigenous-led housing solutions and building more homes right across the 3 territories in Inuit Nunangat. We're making sure that 14,500 families can afford essential food through the Canada Child Benefit. We're expanding access to traditional foods with the Harvester Support Program and improving Nutrition North so that families can put real local food on the table. Most importantly, we're listening, we're refining our approach with the guidance of Indigenous leaders and building real partnerships that deliver results.
And with that, question period concludes for today. And I will give members a moment to quietly leave the chamber.
Silence.
Silently, please, if possible.
And once again, I would urge members to leave the chamber rapidly and in silence, if possible, because we have the Thursday question from the opposition House Leader, I believe.
Shocked that members would want to leave the chamber before the Thursday question. Maybe we should start rolling right from question period right into the Thursday question so that more members can hear what is to come. So, being the first Thursday after the summer holidays, I want to welcome my government House Leader counterpart and ask him if he could inform the House as to what the business will be for the rest of this week and into next week. Specifically, Mr. Speaker, on 2 quick points. We have extended an olive branch in the spirit of cooperation and non-partisanship that we would quickly pass Conservative laws to end the catch and release system that the Liberals created and impose tough penalties for dangerous and repeat offenders. We could pass that legislation very quickly, get it off to committee and off to the Senate so we can finally put an end to the crime and chaos that Liberal soft-on-crime policies have caused. And secondly, my colleague, the Shadow Minister for Employment and Jobs, has asked the government if he would schedule an emergency take-note debate on the issue of youth unemployment. This is something that is affecting young Canadians in every corner of the country. There is a lot of bleak reports out there and young Canadians who are giving up on hope of finding a job, leading to home ownership and starting their lives and families. I think it's an excellent suggestion by my colleague, the Shadow Minister for Employment and Jobs. I'm wondering if the government House Leader agrees that this is an urgent issue that needs to be debated and when he will schedule that debate for the House to participate in.
Way to go,
Government House Leader.
Merci. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome back the official opposition House Leader, as well as all of his colleagues and all colleagues in this House. I am certain that we are going to have a productive session, Mr. Speaker, and we'll see how that goes. This afternoon, we will continue debate on the opposition motion from the Conservative Party. Tomorrow, we'll debate at second reading Bill C-3, which would amend the Citizenship Act. I'd also like to note that next Wednesday, we will start debate at second reading on Bill C-8, the Cybersecurity Act.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform the House that Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday of next week shall be allotted days. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 83-2, I request the designation of an order of the day to allow the presentation of a budget speech at 4 p.m. on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. As it relates to the question for a take-note debate, I would note that the Conservatives have two, as I just indicated, opposition days scheduled for next week, and they can certainly choose this very important topic on which the government will have a lot to say for debate if they believe it is that important. And with respect to the crime legislation, I would simply point out that there is crime legislation presented by this government that meets the test of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms before this House, and I would very much urge my Conservative colleagues to get on board with that right now so that we can fight crime in this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Government Orders, Business of Supply, resuming consideration of an opposition motion regarding violent crime and repeat offenders, standing in the name of Mr. Brock.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Gateway has 7 minutes and 35 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member from Oxford. Mr. Speaker, one of the aspects of the Liberal crime disaster is out of control extortion in this country. So many towns and suburbs, once safe, are now being terrorized by gangs who threaten neighbors with violence and arson. Criminals who shoot into homes and even burn down their homes and businesses. And we've even heard of reported murders as well. Just in the Vancouver area alone, extortion has jumped over 400%. And Mr. Speaker, I received a text message from a resident there in that area. And this is one of many that I've received over this time. It says, I'm reaching out with a very humble request regarding the alarming situation in Surrey. Right now, families are living in fear. There are approximately 39 reported extortion cases and about 28 shootings just recently. Wow. Every day, things are getting worse. If this situation is not handled properly and quickly, it will encourage copycat cases and give more criminals the confidence to act. The crime rate in Surrey is very high and at an alarming point. I respectfully ask you to raise this concern in the House of Commons at the earliest opportunity. Our community needs stronger laws and real action. Mr. Speaker, this is a text message I got from a resident in Surrey just the other day. This is how bad it is. Canadians are just lost. They don't know what to do. Many have said that this just isn't the same Canada that they remember. And the fact is, when talking to Liberals and others, they have said, and even in this House, that they're trying to blame provincial governments, blame it on someone else. The same thing they've done with the economy is to blame it on somebody else. That is what they've done with this issue as well, is to try to blame it on the province. But, Mr. Speaker, this is not a provincial problem. The criminal code is federal. The RCMP is federal. And the laws that the Liberals brought in, C5 is 75, which made it easier for criminals to get out onto the streets as soon as they're arrested. Even violent offenders are given bail same day, sometimes the next day. Those are all federal and within the Liberal powers to scrap. It is no wonder that Canadians have lost faith in the justice system to deliver justice for victims. And Conservatives are calling on this government to act, because Canadians need that action. We need the Liberals to strengthen mandatory jail time, a minimum of 3 years for all extortion, 4 years if it involves a firearm, and 5 years if tied to organized crime. This is the least we could do, Mr. Speaker, and arson must be treated as an aggravated factor in extortion. Third, and again, also to repeal the Liberals' catch and release laws, C5 and 75. Those laws that keep serious offenders, and we need laws to keep serious offenders behind laws. It was these laws that make it much easier for these criminals to get bail and be released into the communities. Mr. Speaker, I actually brought forward a private member's bill that did just that. But unfortunately, and quite shockingly actually, and it's hard to explain why, the Liberals voted it down. The Liberals and the NDP at the time, actually. But Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. That is why we are calling today for a 3 strikes and you're out law. If a criminal is convicted of 3 serious offenses, they will no longer qualify for bail, or probation, or parole, or house arrest. They will face at least 10 years in prison and up to a lifetime as a dangerous offender. The only path back to freedom will be spotless behavior, clean drug test, and rehabilitation efforts, such as learning a trade or upgrading education. In other words, no more revolving door. This Liberal revolving door has to end. Serious offenders will stay behind bars until they're no longer a threat, Mr. Speaker. We have to keep Canadians safe. Because right now, Mr. Speaker, we have the opposite under this Liberal government. C5 allows violent offenders to serve sentences from their living rooms. And C75 ensures many of those same offenders are back out in the streets within hours after the police have done their hard work of trying to arrest somebody, and then they are given bail right away. The consequences of these Liberal soft-on-crime policies are devastating. Miles Sanderson, with 59 prior convictions, was released and went on to murder 11 people and injure 17 in Saskatchewan. In the Peel region, 18 criminals were arrested for home invasions and carjackings. And Mr. Speaker, half of them were out on bail. In Vancouver, police had to arrest the same 40 offenders 6,000 times. And then there are the tragedies that will haunt Canadian families forever. Bailey McCourt, a young mother murdered by her ex-husband just hours after he was released on bail for assault and threats. Bailey deserves better. Her family deserves better. Canadians deserve better. Mr. Speaker, these are not just statistics. These are lives stolen because this government puts criminals first and victims last. Conservatives will change that. Our 3 strikes and you're outlaw will lock up dangerous criminals, stop the Liberal revolving door, and bring home safe streets for Canadians. It will give victims and families peace of mind, knowing that offenders who harm them will not harm anyone else because they will be behind bars. Conservatives will always fight to protect law-abiding Canadians and prioritize the safety of our communities over the comfort of repeat violent offenders. Enough is enough, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are counting on us to act. They need us to act to keep them and their families safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about the constituents in my riding of Port Moody, Coquitlam. They are concerned about crime, and they're also concerned about when when our government will work with members of the opposition to pass important legislation. We know that our Prime Minister cares about Canadians, cares about their concerns, and we know that this fall we will bring forward important legislation on this very matter of bail reform.
Right on.
Will the Conservatives work together in cooperation with us to support this important legislation for Canadians?
Hear, hear.
Thank you.
You're on the member for Edmonton Gateway.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the important part of that question is when? The problem is, Mr. Speaker, for years now, this is not just something that has just happened recently. This crime rate has been going up for quite some time, especially since when the Liberals took over. They brought in their legislation that made it easier to get bail. It made it reduced sentences, got rid of mandatory minimums. Mr. Speaker, since then we've been asking this government to take crime more seriously, to bring in tougher laws, to make it harder to get bail, and no action from this government at all. Just before the summer break, we asked them again to bring in legislation because crime rate continues to rise. No action, Mr. Speaker. Canadians need action now.
Well done.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles-Madeleine, Listegouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question of crime reduction is an important one. It's one that needs to be discussed. My question for my colleague is this bill that would increase the number of carcerations and lock up criminals for longer. Is there a statistic that he can quote that can tell us how this type of bill would ultimately reduce crime?
For Edmonton Gateway.
Mr. Speaker, it sounds like he wanted me to answer how keeping criminals behind bars longer would stop them from committing crimes. Wow. Mr. Speaker, they would be behind bars. That's right. That is what we want to do, is to keep them behind bars so they're not released in the community like the Liberals do, and then they reoffend in those same communities. Mr. Speaker, our plan would keep them behind bars and keep Canadians safe.
Exactly.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Edmonton Gateway. We've all gone on ride-alongs, and it's interesting when you do go on a police ride-along, because they say, there's Jerry. I picked him up Monday. This is Wednesday. We're going to pick him up again. This Liberal government has caused this with their obstruction of C5 and 75. I want to thank the member from Edmonton Gateway. We've had two horrific incidents in Saskatchewan. A fatal shooting, a 44-year-old woman on a highway near Weyburn, left people now in that area scared. She was just driving along on the weekend and was shot and killed in her car. Two men have been charged. It was a target shooting in Regina, 22 bullets in a Regina Eastview community that injured an 11-year-old girl. I want my honourable member to comment on those incidents.
Good question.
Well, member for Edmonton Gateway.
Mr. Speaker, I am very sorry to hear those incidences, and the fact is that we're hearing more and more of cases like that right across the country. Serious crime has gotten to a point that we've never seen in this country before. And if you look about why is this happening, it's because people just don't have respect for the law anymore. Mr. Speaker, you'll hear from the police officers. They will tell you that they've gone through the hard work of arresting somebody, even serious violent offenders, and then they get bail the same day or next day. Getting bail and then going back and doing crime is just part of the business now. It's just cost of doing crime, cost of their business. So the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, those laws need to change. Those Liberal laws, C5, C75, need to be scrapped. New laws need to be brought in, which would would keep serious, violent offenders behind bars and keep Canadians safe.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor to rise and to follow the Deputy Leader. I want to thank him for his great intervention. I'd also like to start off by thanking the farmers out in Oxford and across our country who are now busy in harvesting. I want to wish them a very successful and bountiful harvest, and a reminder to all those who share the road to watch out for those farm equipments, and when you see a farmer, thank them, because it's from their fields to our fork that they feed our families, and it's an honor to represent such a strong rural community out in Oxford. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing a wave of crime unleash right across our country. Whether you are a rural town like mine out in Oxford County or a big city out in BC, we are seeing record number of crime happening. We have seen violent crime up over 55% under their watch, under the Liberals.
Exactly.
We have seen extortion over 300%.
That's right.
Homicides are up.
Yeah.
Shootings are up.
Yeah.
And what they don't understand is that it's their policies that are driving these numbers up. You know, we have the out-of-touch justice minister who literally thinks that it's not the Wild West. He was commenting on social media. You know, it must be one of his late-night texts. But it is worse than the Wild West. It's a lot worse. We are now living in a war zone in Canada. Canadians are waking up and they're scared, Mr. Speaker. More than half of Canadians are not even safe in their own neighborhoods. There's anxiety. There's real fear. There's this anxiousness that is palpable. And to hear out-of-touch comments from them, from the public safety minister, who are saying, oh, it's not us, they're deflecting, they're denying, they're delaying, and they're obstructing. And so I find it very ironic and rich when I hear members opposite saying, oh, look, there's bail reform coming. You did bail reform.
Yeah, exactly.
You made it worse.
Yeah.
In 2019,
Yes.
they brought in Bill C-75. They codified under Section 493.1, I hope the minister reads his own documents, the principle of restraint. The principle of restraint very clearly says a judge or a justice of peace or a peace officer must release on the least restrictive conditions at the earliest opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Yep.
That's codified in law.
That's what the
They have now handcuffed our judges from using discretion when it comes to repeat violent offenders.
Right.
And the problem is this, Mr. Speaker. Their failure on bail reform is now costing lives.
Yes.
It is now hurting Canadians.
Yeah.
You know, we hear insane stories in Oxford County. There was a violent bank robbery right on Main Street, on Dundas Street, right downtown. A TD Bank was robbed, and it was a repeat offender, had firearms. Police arrested him. They did the great work they always do. Woodstock Police got him. It was the same offender. And I got a message from one of the officer's daughters who said to me, why is my father putting his life on risk over and over and over again to catch the same people? Law enforcement across our country is now demoralized.
That's right.
They catch the person in the morning, they have all the evidence they need, a strong case, only to find out hours later that they're being released on bail.
That's right.
And so the stories like this, I could be here all day and share those stories. We saw Bailey McCourt, something the deputy leader talked about as well. What did Bailey do wrong, Mr. Speaker? What did she do wrong? The person that was uttering threats, that was a risk to her life, was arrested. He was charged. He was convicted. So a court found him guilty of those charges. He then was released on bail pending sentencing. Just 3 hours later, found her in a parking lot and a friend, and brutally took a hammer and smashed her in the parking lot. She is now dead, Mr. Speaker. And I've met with the family. I've spoken to the family. And they're sick and tired of hearing these messages from this government of thoughts and prayers are with you. We're going to keep fighting for you. Quite frankly, that's nonsense. They want action, Mr. Speaker. Not more platitudes, not more photo ops, not more promises that there will one day be some sort of bill, some sort of law that will fix this crisis. They want action now. Just yesterday, Halton Region passed a unanimous motion asking for the government to act on this crisis. Act on this crisis. And the Liberal member of Parliament from that riding wrote a letter back. And I encourage all members to look at that letter. Look at that letter. And that letter says, it wasn't me. It wasn't us. We brought in laws. We brought in changes.
Right.
And they unanimously passed action again. They want it now, Mr. Speaker, not, a year from now, because they're seeing a massive spike in violent carjackings, home invasions. Canadians are scared, Mr. Speaker. And they could delay this as much as they want, but they'll be judged for their record. They're going to be judged for their failures. Bill C-75, their so-called bail reform law, is one of the root causes we're having this problem. And quite frankly, Canadians don't believe that they can fix what they themselves have broke. It's like that arsonist that burns down the house. House is gone. And all of a sudden puts on his firefighter equipment, says, you know what, I'm here to save the day. They can't fix the problems that you created. And what is surprising is that they're not even willing to listen to these heartbreaking stories. From law enforcement to victim advocacy groups, survivors, families. I know my colleague from King Vaughan is sitting here as well. They've had 7 shootings in a matter of 3 weeks.
Yep.
We had one of the family members stand beside the leader, the leader, member from Battlefield Crowfoot, and myself when we made the announcement for our Jail Not Bail Act. Aleem Faruqi, a father, was killed when violent home invaders showed up to their house, put a gun to his children's head.
Yep.
And he did absolutely everything right. He did what any father would do.
That's right.
He defended his family, but sadly lost his life. And they're telling me that there's bail reform coming at some point in the future. Every single day that goes by, 1,600 violent crimes happen in our country. 1,600, Mr. Speaker.
Sad.
That is an insane amount of number because of their soft on crime policies, police chiefs are now saying, just comply.
Yeah.
Just comply. Or they're saying, why don't you leave the car keys of your vehicle at the front door? That's not an environment to deter criminals. You're literally making it easy for the criminals to do what they do best. And the criminals know, Mr. Speaker, they understand the law that these guys don't understand. They know that if they get caught in the morning, they'll be released at lunch, maybe commit an offense again in the evening, be released for breakfast the next morning, and over and over and over again. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party and our Conservative caucus have been putting legislation forward to stop the crime. We want to make sure that repeat violent offenders, those with long rap sheets, are put behind bars. In the last 600 days, guess how many justice bills they put forward? This government, 600 days. 0.
Right.
0 bills. And now they're showing up saying they're going to fight for crime. That's absolute nonsense. There's only one party in this House that will fight for the rights of victims and law-abiding Canadians, and that's the Conservative Party right here.
Yeah,
thank you,
way to go, Arpan, way to go.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second bill we put forward in this House is a public safety bill, and I would urge the member opposite to support that bill. That bill has been informed by law enforcement across this country. For instance, today, if a father was to catch a predator prying on their child, and this is a real case example that I'm giving you, and had the IP address and took it to the police cannot lawfully investigate and carry the case forward. C2 allows that to happen, so I hope the member will support this bill, and I'd like to hear if he will, and put an end to child sex offenders.
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
We stand with victims and their families every step of the way. Unfortunately, it's the mess that they've created with C-75 and C-5 that has caused the chaos we see in our communities today. The catch and release policies, the revolving door, is something that they created. If you look at the numbers, the previous Conservative government, the numbers were an all-time low. As soon as they got elected in 2015, what happened? The crime went up, and it continues to go up because they're not going after the root causes of these problems. And like I said earlier, they can't be firefighters when they're the arsonists themselves.
Yeah. Well,
Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listegouge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the same question I asked earlier. Is there any evidence showing that when people are locked up for a longer time, crime goes down? My colleague gave a fairly simplistic answer earlier stating that people cannot commit crimes while they are in prison. Sure, I understand, but at some point the person will be released and will go back to society. The Attorney General of the United States compiled 50 studies back in 2019 and concluded that there was no link between longer incarceration times and crime rates. Because what happens is when people stay in prison longer, they learn things. And then when they get out of prison, they are more likely to reoffend. What does my colleague think about that?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his great question, and I understand it's a huge concern for those in Quebec as well. In Kelowna, the same 15 offenders have done 1,300 crimes. In Vancouver, the same 40 have done 6,000 crimes in one single year. Right. So there is a direct correlation. I know the member was asking about correlation. If you lock up those repeat violent offenders that are clogging up our justice system, that are going out to the communities and terrorizing Canadians, you will see crime will go down. And that's what we're going to do. It's common sense. Common sense laws to put repeat violent offenders behind bars, and I hope the Bloc will support our bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Sarnia, Lambton, Quéquejewan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his excellent speech. Every day in Canada, a woman dies from a violent crime. Sexual assault is up 75% in this country, and 60% of the violence against women is intimate partner violence. So I'm so proud of the member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola for bringing a private member's bill to address that crime. But this government has had 6 months. A woman dies every day. Where is the sense of urgency on the other side of the aisle? They could instantly, they know they have the support of the Conservatives to repeal Bill C-5 and C-75. They could instantly do that with a programming motion, but they have done nothing. Does the member agree that there is no sense of urgency with this Liberal government?
The honourable member for Oxford.
Speaker, this government prides itself on being a feminist government, yet it's their policies that are hurting women the most.
Exactly. That's right.
Kate Alexander from End Violence Everywhere, who has supported our conservative approach to stopping crime, she was left there to die in her home by her ex-partner.
Right.
And guess what? She was let out on bail with only a condition of $500. She has had to leave this country. Bailey McCourt was killed by her ex-partner because he got bail. So I could sit here and talk about the stories all day long. This government talks a big game, but when it comes to action, they're missing from it.
Yeah.
Resuming debate. Please, débat, the honourable member for Nunavut.
I always feel privileged to be able to represent Nunavut on any matter in this House. Today, I'll be splitting my time with the member for Gaspésie, Île de la Madeleine, Listegouche. I speak as the NDP critic for justice. All Canadians want to live in safe communities, protected from dangerous offenders. But three strikes policy like those in the United States, like this conservative motion before us today, fail to address the root causes of crime. It is fear-mongering, and like other conservatives I've heard to say, we are not living in war zones in Canada. Let me be clear. Conservatives' tough-on-crime policies will not work to decrease crimes. They are unconstitutional, they would bind judges' discretion, and they would not tackle the real causes of crime. New Democrats believe the best way for the federal government to ensure safety for Canadians is to invest in housing, invest in schools, health care, addictions, and mental health supports to help prevent crime in the first place. Offenders must receive adequate rehabilitation to prevent recidivism. New Democrats believe that rehabilitation is the only appropriate avenue to ensure healthy reintegration into society. Eliminating such opportunities ignores or prevents opportunities for addressing root causes that most likely resulted in such behavior. The Conservatives' choice to ignore rehabilitation of incarcerated peoples divides people. It isolates people. They pretend rehabilitation is not possible and advocating punishment is not justified. Rehabilitation is not a part of the Conservatives' values. Their position is one of grandstanding with maximum punishment, with no mind toward what happens when offenders begin their re-entry into our communities. Studies have shown that rehabilitation is the most effective way to prevent crimes from being recommitted. Norway has a great example. Their recidivism rate decreased from as high as 70% in 1992 to the lowest in the world at 20% after they started community-based correctional facilities and focused on rehabilitation programs. The United States has one of the highest rates of recidivism. 76% of prisoners are arrested within 5 years. In Canada, our recidivism rate is 23% in 2020 and 2021. The Conservatives in this motion ultimately are targeting Indigenous and BIPOC communities. It is well reported by the prison that the prison population in Canada is mainly Indigenous peoples. They make up more than a quarter of designated, quote, dangerous offenders, but account for only 4% of the population in Canada. According to data since 2010, the Indigenous population in prisons has grown by nearly 44%. Indigenous people are more likely than non-Indigenous to be labeled as dangerous or maximum security offenders. Indigenous people are more likely to be involved in use of force incidents with prison staff and more likely to be placed in solitary confinement. Systemic racism in Canada's criminal justice system requires urgent attention, particularly with respect to Indigenous people. The Correctional Investigator of Canada, Dr. Ivan Zinger, described the disproportionate representation of Indigenous people in prisons as, quote, nothing short of a national travesty. Systemic racism in our criminal justice system will only be exacerbated by a three-strikes policy. Policies like this, Conservatives' three-strike motion target BIPOC communities and worsen opportunities for reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. To address justice for Indigenous people, this Liberal government must implement the TRC calls for action on justice, the MMIWG calls for justice, as well as the Assembly of First Nations and the Métis National Council's justice strategies. Canada's correctional system is based on the principle that the rule of law follows sentenced persons into prison. Imprisonment does not mean total deprivation or absolute forfeiture of rights. The system is fundamentally based on the rehabilitation of offenders, even if some remain incarcerated for the rest of their lives. Again, Canadians want their communities to be safe, and to do so, the federal government must adequately fund rehabilitation programs. These programs are key to reducing rates of recidivism. When public policy diminishes transition to release, it increases the likelihood of reoffending. New Democrats know that building community safety starts with having laws and policies that put the safety and security of Canadians first. This includes proper federal funding to community-based crime prevention programs. It includes investing in Indigenous programs that keep Indigenous cultures alive, Indigenous languages alive. New Democrats believe in giving correctional officers the tools they need to do their job safely and effectively. This includes proper support while on the job and the resources to manage the physical and mental stress that comes from it. After years of chronic underfunding by both Liberals and Conservatives, it's no surprise that our correctional officers have to do more with less. This Conservative motion only serves to fan the flames of fear rather than suggesting effective measures that would contribute to public safety. Well, New Democrats know that real solutions to the challenge of prolific and repeat nonviolent offenders are to be found in better mental health and addiction services and in action to reduce poverty and inequality. New Democrats want to see the Liberals deliver on their promises to provide increased funding for mental health and addiction programming and to enact measures to lift Canadians out of poverty. The NDP will not be supporting this Conservative motion.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I noticed the member made reference to a quote, and I want to go right into the quote. I've heard a couple of what I would classify as weird comments from Conservatives today. The first one that I heard was, and there's two of many, the MP for Caribou, Prince George, when he made this statement, in my riding, 98% of the crime is created by 5 or 6 prolific offenders. When they are in jail, crime goes down. 5 or 6 in his riding. Then the one that she made reference to, and that was the MP from Oxford, and I quote, "We're now living in a war zone in Canada." How ridiculous of a comment that is to make. And this is the type of behavior that we often see from the Conservative Party, as they take these extreme positions. And I've argued that they're using the issue of crime and safety in our communities.
Order, order, order. I do have to give time for the member to respond. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I think that it showcases why it's important to have more parties in this House than just 2. I think that as an NDP who I've missed so many of my colleagues, we've lost opportunities for more intellectual conversations, for more conversations about what great solutions we need to see. Because of the election, we're seeing these extremist conversations more so in this House than, it was still like that in the last Parliament. We need to start making sure that we give facts back to Canada. I had the wonderful opportunity this summer to travel all over Canada, and I did not see war zones in Canada.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as an Aboriginal, I've faced these same issues that the member's talking about in my own community and in a lot of different First Nation communities all across Canada. But really, what you're talking about is a long-term commitment to doing something better. And I presume you're talking about a stopgap measure in the meantime. Well, in the meantime means toddlers getting raped in their beds by a home invasion. We got a criminal in Winnipeg that's suing store owners for loss of income because he got beaten up. We got a homeowner being charged with assault because he tried to defend his home and family. If this is a stopgap measure, then what does the member recommend that we do in the short term to stop the violence and the rape and the assault?
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I think, first of all, we need to stop over dramatizing what's going on in Canada and creating more fear among Canadians. I think that when there are crimes that are being committed, especially as I said in my speech, and a disproportionate members are from Indigenous peoples, and I highlight that because of what's happened in the past, like the Conservatives making cuts to important programs like the Aboriginal Healing Foundation that prevented people from having their healing completed, are important ways to make sure that we do have a better society. Let's focus on trauma-informed services. Let's focus on healing and forgiveness.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listagouge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech, which was well said, and noted the environmental factors, which could go some of the way to explaining crime, overpopulation in housing, poverty, etc. My question is as follows. Why is it that rehabilitation can bring crime down?
For Nunavut in about 40 seconds.
Rehabilitation can help because it helps the people to learn new coping skills. It helps the people to learn ways to deal with stress, and it helps to reconnect them with people that might be important in their communities, including have action plans to make sure that they have the skills they need to be reintegrated into society.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Mistigouche. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, crime is up, statistics show it, and it's the case in Quebec, it's the case in the rest of Canada. Violent crime between 2015 and 2024 has gone up by 47% in Quebec and by 63% in Canada. Sexual assaults up by 138% in Quebec between 2015 and 2024. And if we look at the numbers per 100,000 people, the numbers are maybe a bit lower, but in every case, we're seeing that crime is up. And we're right to be concerned. We're right to be talking about this to find the best ways to bring crime down. So the question is, how do we deal with this increase in crime? And so we have to ask the question, what is the cause of crime? And it's a complex question, and it's difficult to come up with a final and categorical answer to that. But I would tend to say, for having seen it as a lawyer with legal aid in Gaspésie, and for having worked with people who've been accused of crime, that environmental factors are part of the answer. There's obviously individual responsibility, but environmental factors can be a cause of crime. And so a more relevant question then might be, what does it take to get people out of a life of crime? If somebody commits a crime, or if they recommit a crime, how can we make sure that this person gets out of a life of crime and gets back on the right path? A path of a life without crime, a life that is better for that person and for society as a whole. Is that through proposing more serious penalties, as the Conservatives are proposing? Should criminals be put away in prison for longer times? According to the Conservatives, that would reduce crime. Well, I tend to think, Mr. Speaker, that instead we need to focus on rehabilitation. What I learned in my 10 years at Legal Aid, working with all kinds of people who were in very difficult situations, is that you need to give people hope. You need to give people a way out. You need second chances, and you need to believe in people's ability to improve and to overcome their demons to have a life that is more acceptable for society. The Conservatives, with their motion, are saying, no, we need a 3 strikes and you're out law. So the question that I asked earlier is the same. Does a 3 strikes and you're out policy work? Well, the studies that I've read say no, that it doesn't work. And the American Attorney General compiled 50 studies covering 300,000 prisoners in different parts of the United States, and they compared places in the states where there is a 3 strikes and you're out law and other places where there isn't a 3 strikes and you're out law. And what those studies concluded is that no, it doesn't work. There was no study that proved that imprisonment, either for a longer period of time or at all, eliminates recidivism. So the conclusion there, Mr. Speaker, is that when you put somebody in prison, you surround them with other criminals. And criminals, they speak with one another. So, there are those who've said, and you've heard it said, that prisons are crime schools. And there's an argument to be made that the longer you spend in prison, the more you are at risk of recommitting a crime, because somebody who spent 10 years in prison has been surrounded by other criminals for 10 years. That's the life they know. So it's far from certain that this idea of putting people away for longer periods of time will reduce criminality. And now, I understand, what they're saying, it's common sense. Put somebody in prison, they're not going to commit a crime. But no, I think there needs to be a much more thoughtful approach, because it's not like if you put somebody in prison, they disappear forever. That person is going to come back into society, and in what condition will they be? Rehabilitation, the idea behind that, is to give people a goal in life, to say, you've committed crimes for whatever reasons, you're responsible for that. There will be therapy that you'll get, and we'll give you a goal in life, because a life outside of crime is ultimately much more comfortable. And it allows somebody to reach their full potential. That's, I believe, what we need to do. Now, what the Conservatives are proposing here, we can look at what they're saying needs to be changed. They say that if there are 3 major offenses committed, that the person should be imprisoned for 10 years. And as a former legal aid lawyer, Mr. Speaker, I can say that one thing that I appreciated in Justice Court is that, there aren't shortcuts. Each case is looked at on its own merits because each case is different. And when mandatory minimum sentences are put in place, that takes away the justice system's ability to impose a penalty that is adapted to the situation. Maybe some shortcuts will make some voters happy, but the risk is that injustice is committed in the name of fighting crime. So not only is the Conservatives' proposal, not only is it not clear that it's going to have an impact, but in the criminal code right now, there are a number of rules. And what the Conservatives are proposing is to play with a number of principles that are already in the criminal code and which are already adequate. So the Conservatives are saying a minimum of 10 years for 3 major crimes. Well, what are the major principles that are determinant of crime in the criminal code? And in the criminal code, there's already everything that is needed to allow judges to be more severe when the cases require it. It's Section 718 of the criminal code. And it says that the penalty for the crime is designed to prevent crime and protect society while maintaining a safe, fair society by putting in place fair sanctions that meet one of the following criteria: to denounce the illegal actions and the impact of that on the community and the victim. So the impact on the victim is already in the criminal code. Isolate delinquents from the rest of society, so that's absolutely possible. Promote the social reintegration of the delinquent, and that is a goal that should not be set aside, because remember, the criminal is going to come back into free society at some point. Ensure restorative justice for the victim and the community, and ensure responsibility for the delinquent. Another fundamental principle that's already in the criminal code, Mr. Speaker, is 718.1, a fundamental principle. The sentence must be proportional to the crime and the degree of responsibility of the criminal. So the judge already has room to maneuver to impose a more serious sentence when the crime is serious. 718.2, it says that the sentence needs to be adapted considering any aggravating or attenuating circumstances. So, Mr. Speaker, those circumstances are already taken into account. When there's a guilty plea or a guilty verdict, the judge will look at what else has happened in the past. If the criminal has committed other crimes in the past, the judge and the prosecutor will take that into account. So where I think there's a mistake here is that if we say, oh, there's been 3 offenses, it needs to be automatically such and such a penalty. And I don't think that something automatic like that is good for the administration of justice. So there are a number of factors that can be taken into account under the criminal code. So, for example, if the crime has been influenced, for example, by hate, by racism, etc., that's already taken into account by our justice system. When the offense committed by the offender involves intimate partner violence, Mr. Speaker, that's taken into account. When the offense is committed against a person under 18 years of old, when the offense has a major impact on the victim, when the person who commits the offense is already in a criminal organization. All of these points are in there. So my point, Mr. Speaker, is that the criminal code already sets limits and it allows judges to make informed decision. So the Bloc Québécois is going to vote against the Conservative motion because not only are we far from certain that it's going to have any positive impact, but we also think that it goes against a system that already is well balanced. The Honourable Member for Bourassa, questions and comments. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, through you, I would like to thank my colleague from the Bloc Québécois for his speech. I get the impression that we wrote our comments at the same time in the same place. We're on the same wavelength. I agree with my colleague on many of his points, particularly when it comes to the simplistic approach the Conservatives are approaching. The Conservatives say that, there's common sense, but, yes, there's common sense out there, but there's also taking a simplistic point of view. Now, in studying the motion, I came to a similar conclusion to my colleague on the rules that would be taken away, the discretionary power for judges when it comes to people who recommit crimes. So my question for my colleague is, would it not be a good idea sorry, I have to give time to the Honourable Member for an answer. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Mr. Gouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to answer my colleague, I think that giving certain discretionary power to judges and allowing the justice system to identify on a case-by-case basis the best solution according to the criteria set out in the criminal code, so according to the intentions of the legislature, I think that's the best way to work to make sure that our justice system takes into account individual circumstances. I represented a woman, Mr. Speaker, whose child was accused of fraud. My colleague, instead of going to prison, was able to continue to work. She had a curfew. She was productive in society. She was present for her son, and I think that it's doing things like that that helped her get back on the right path. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you. I'd appreciate. I'm not a lawyer, but as the member for Yellowhead, I do have a jail in my riding, and I have met with the guards and a couple of times, and I've been told that a lot of the problems they have, specifically because of mine being relatively remote, they have a problem getting the people to be able to help out with to get the prisoners to improve in their lifestyles and that sort of thing. So they don't have the resources to get the people back into society. Now, one of the things you said is automatic penalties is bad, but what about the automatically being released after a third of their sentence? That's part of the problem of getting back into society too quickly.
Order. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Mr. Gouche. Well, when a person has gone through part of their sentence, there's a decision that's made by the parole board, and to my knowledge, that it's not automatic. The parole board will look at the person's behavior in prison, so that's something we could look at. We could look at improvements that could be made to the parole system, because certainly sometimes there are stories in the media where we don't understand why an individual has been released. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Solange Huntington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his excellent speech. And my comment is as follows. Well, the Conservative motion copies a model from the United States, and it's been proven that that model doesn't work. And he spoke in his speech to a study from the United States undertaken by the Attorney General, but he wasn't able to go into detail on the conclusions of that study. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Les-Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Mistigouche. Well, Mr. Speaker, that study undertaken by the American Attorney General in 1999 came up with two conclusions. First of all, after having looked at the history of 300,000 criminals, some of whom came from jurisdictions where there was a 3 strikes and you're out law, and other places where there was not such a law, they realized that there was no impact on the recidivism rate. But what they did find is that in certain sectors, they were able to make a correlation. The longer the sentence was, the higher the risk of that person reoffending. So if we accept that a person who commits a crime is a person and that we can't just get rid of that person, we have to work on that person. The path towards rehabilitation is the obvious path to follow.
Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for King Vaughan. It is a privilege to rise, as always, on behalf of the resilient residents of Oshawa. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm not exaggerating, despite what the members across the way think, when I say that residents in my community are scared. They are worried about walking down their own streets, sending their children to school, or living in their own homes. They tell me every day that they feel less safe in our community than they did just a few years ago. And unfortunately, the data backs them up. Since this fourth Liberal term government was elected to office in 2015, violent crime has skyrocketed in this country. Total violent crime is up nearly 50%. Homicides are up 28%, and gang-related homicides alone are up a staggering 78%. Sexual assaults, one of the most devastating crimes for victims, are up 75%. And we know that 90% of those victims are women. Violent firearms offenses, crimes involving the use, pointing, or discharge of a gun, are up 116%, and they have increased for 9 years in a row. Extortion is up a whopping 357%, and theft has surged by almost 46%. Trafficking in persons is up by more than 83%, and sexual violations against children, perhaps the most heartbreaking statistic of all, have more than doubled, up 119%. Even crimes like kidnapping, harassment, and forcible confinement are up. This doesn't sound like exaggeration. Canadians are seeing the evidence with their own eyes, and it's no wonder they feel unsafe. Behind every single one of these numbers is a victim, a family, and often an entire community that has been shattered. The statistics confirm what Canadians already know. Since 2015, female victimization for intimate partner violence has risen nearly 19%. Since 2019, when the Liberals passed Bill C-75, the number of female victims of intimate partner violence has risen by another 13.5%. That means tens of thousands more women who have suffered abuse, even as this government claims its legislation was supposed to protect them. And Mr. Speaker, advocates are sounding the alarm as well. Last week, I met Kate Alexander, who was left to die by her ex-partner. He was out on bail, by the way, with a $500 fee. out he goes, but he leaves someone for dead. Kate Alexander, the founder of End Violence Everywhere, put it powerfully. I quote, "Canada has become a graveyard of preventable deaths. Innocent women and children paying the price while begging for reform, begging for safety. And yet you point fingers at the U.S. while your own citizens bleed or are forced to leave simply to stay alive." Kate has even asked the Minister of Justice to call her personally and tell her to her face that Canada is not the Wild West. But, Mr. Speaker, the crisis is not just out there somewhere in Canada, it's here. It's in my community, in Oshawa and in the Durham region. Krista McNeil, the Executive Director of Victim Services Durham region, recently shared devastating numbers with me. In 2024-25, her team provided direct support for nearly 3,000 victims of intimate partner violence in Durham region, a 33% increase from the year prior. This year, they are already on track to reach 3,700 cases, and that's another 26% increase. And due to how cases are recorded, the true number of incidents last year would have been closer to 4,029. 80% of those survivors are women and girls. And still, femicide is not even recognized as a distinct crime in our criminal code. The Canadian Femicide Observatory reminds us that 2 out of every 3 women in Canada will experience violence in their lifetime, and that a woman is killed every 48 hours in this country. A woman is killed every 48 hours in this country, usually by a man close to her. Krista told me that the violence is getting worse, not better. She reports a rise in intimate partner violence and femicides, an increase in the brutality and the severity of attacks, and more cases involving younger individuals, including teens in dating relationships. She also warns that our justice system is failing survivors. A femicide is ignored in the criminal code. Survivors are left in the dark about offender release. Bail notifications, when they do happen, are not always trauma-informed, in fact, rarely are, leaving women and families in even greater danger. Mr. Speaker, these are not just statistics. They are my neighbors. These are families in Oshawa. These are real people falling through the cracks of a broken system. A system that has been broken by this Liberal government who claims we now can trust them to fix it someday, maybe when they get around to it. Mr. Speaker, how did we get here? How did we get here? We got here because of deliberate choices made by this Liberal government. We all know in 2019, the Liberals passed Bill C-75, which introduced what they called a principle of restraint for bail, requiring judges to give primary consideration to releasing offenders. Earliest reasonable opportunity, least onerous conditions. In other words, regardless of their criminal record, regardless of their history, the starting point is to let them out and to let them out fast. In 2022, they doubled down and passed Bill C-5. This law repealed mandatory prison sentences for a long list of serious offenses. Using firearms in commission of an offense, possessing a prohibited weapon with ammunition, weapons trafficking, importing or exporting guns illegally, robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, and even discharging a firearm with an intent. They reduced mandatory prison sentences for these. They claim to care about gun crime, but their actions expose the truth. Instead of going after violent criminals, they come after people like me, a proud RPAL holder, and other law-abiding firearms owners who follow every rule and every regulation. Meanwhile, the thugs pulling the triggers on our streets are being handed free passes. This government ripped out mandatory prison sentences for the worst gun offenders, the ones who use weapons to threaten, to maim, to kill. They sided with criminals over victims again. The Liberal government has put politics ahead of public safety. The Liberals also opened the door to house arrest for criminals convicted of crimes like sexual assault, kidnapping, human trafficking, arson, and motor vehicle theft. Yes, Mr. Speaker, under this Liberal government, someone convicted of a sexual assault can serve their sentence at home, perhaps even next door to their victim. The consequences are clear. Violent crime has surged 50%. Women and children are more at risk than ever. Police officers are stretched beyond capacity, and repeat offenders are emboldened. Why are they emboldened? Because they know there's no real consequences. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are asking themselves a very simple question. Who does this government really stand with? Victims of crime or the criminals who repeatedly terrorize them? That's why Conservatives have put forth this common sense motion today. It is based on a simple principle: 3 strikes and you're out. If someone is convicted of 3 serious offenses, they will no longer be eligible for bail, probation, parole, or house arrest. They need to go to jail, and they will stay there for 10 years. No bail, no probation, no parole, no house arrest, 3 strikes, and you're out. The motion has 3 major benefits. First, it keeps violent repeat offenders off the streets, protecting law-abiding families and communities, women and children. Second, it deters crime. Criminals will know that if they commit serious crimes again and again and again, they will face real consequences. Third, it restores confidence in our justice system, confidence that's been badly shaken under this government. I've heard some police officers in my community, my hometown of Oshawa, call it the injustice system. Canadians across the country deserve better than this system that puts repeat offenders back on the street within hours of their arrest. They deserve a government that prioritizes the safety of women, seniors, children, and families over the rights of violent criminals. They deserve a government that takes crime seriously. This motion is a chance to correct course. It is a chance to put victims before criminals, to put public safety before politics, and to put common sense back into our justice system. I urge every member of this House to stand with victims, to stand with families, and to stand with the residents of Oshawa and communities right across this country. 3 strikes, you're out. That's what Canadians are asking for, and that's what Conservatives will deliver. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Speaker. I think that everybody in this House can agree with the member opposite that we stand with victims, and no one wants in this House to see any victim or the continuation of victimization of women and other people in our country. I myself had a situation in my riding where a young woman was murdered by her partner, and I stand with her family, and I just want to send another shout out to them right now. But, Mr. Speaker, this policy that their opposition leader put forward today, in every single city that it has been implemented in, has showed to be a failed policy. It not only increased crimes, it didn't even address the issue of crime. So they have been talking for the last 2 days about crimes, they listed so many members of their communities that have been victims of crimes, and yet they're bringing forward a policy that does not bring
I apologize. I do have to give time for the member to respond. The member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it sort of makes me ponder and wonder why we're where we are now. We're in the position we're in, where we have to have motions like this because repeat violent offenders keep hurting folks in our community. And the truth is, we've had 6 months of this government. They could have ended thousands and thousands and thousands of deaths and rapes and abuse of children if they had repealed C-75 and C-5. It would have instantly made a difference, Mr. Speaker.
Question and comments. Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague has shown, the current Conservative proposal is the exact opposite of what we're promoting in Quebec, which is rehabilitation. There's no talk of restorative justice either. I'd like to know what my honourable colleague thinks of the importance of rehabilitation and restorative justice, for example, when it comes to the Youth Criminal Justice Act.
You know, I'm a pretty reasonable person. I believe that folks have an opportunity for redemption. I believe in rehabilitation. I think that it can happen. I believe it can happen. But we're not talking about folks who commit a crime, youth, for the first time, they've done something, they can get help. We're talking about folks who have repeatedly, that means over and over again, in case the other side isn't quite aware, repeatedly commit violent crimes. Eventually, how are they going to learn if they don't understand there's consequences? It's cause and effect.
Here, here. Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Oshawa for her great presentation, and I want to bring forward a question and a comment. My comment is, in 2024, I was part of the Status of Committee, and Kate Alexander, a very, very vibrant and strong woman, came forward to tell her story. Unfortunately, the Liberals decided to shut her down. She did not have the opportunity to explain why she felt this law that we want to bring forward is going to help protect women of violence. So I'd like to ask, what can we do to ensure that this Liberal government doesn't shut us down again?
The honourable member for Oshawa.
That is a very important question, and honestly, I don't know if I have the exact right answer, because this government has proven since its beginning that women will always be shut down. We've seen it over and over again. They don't care about women, and they claim to care about women, but they're not doing the things that they need to do to protect women, nor to listen to them. And Kate Alexander is a good example of that. She was shut down in committee. How horrifying. For a woman who was left dead by her ex-partner, she wants to speak about it. And what do Liberals do? They say, no, thank you. We don't want to hear your voice. Shameful.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's nice to see you in the chair again. Welcome back. Mr. Speaker, communities across York Region are facing a surge in violent crime, leaving my constituents terrified for their safety. The crime statistic in York Region are staggering and are an example of the trend that has occurred throughout all of Canada. Here are the stats from York Region Police report. From 2020 to 2024, failure to appear in court, up 182%. Bail violations and breaches, up 30%. Home invasions have increased 82%, and residential break-in entries up 50%. Carjackings have soared a staggering 305%, and theft of motor vehicles has risen 127%. Overall, crime in York Region is up 58%. These numbers are more than statistics. I rise on today's 3 strikes and you're outlaw. After my community has been recently devastated by Liberals' soft on crime policy. In the past 3 weeks, the residents of Vaughan have experienced 7 shootings. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat that number, 7 shootings. I met with my constituents in King Vaughan who presented a letter signed by hundreds of their neighbours concerned by the devastating increase in violence happening within the riding of King Vaughan. They expressed their outrage after the senseless murder of Abdul Aleem Faruqi, a husband and a father of 4, described by his family as a hero after he was murdered in front of his children during a violent home invasion. No family should ever endure this kind of tragedy, and yet, in Canada today, these stories have become far too common. Mr. Speaker, I will share with this House the words of my constituents directly as they pleaded, deserves, and to be heard, their notes in this chamber. We write to you not only as your constituents, but as terrified families, parents, and neighbors. Our community is reeling from the tragic and senseless murder of a father of 4, an unthinkable loss that has left a family destroyed and a neighborhood traumatized. But this was not a one-off event. It was a devastating peak of violent wave outtaking everyone in King Vaughan. Our homes are being broken into repeatedly, shamelessly, without fear of consequence. Our seniors are being robbed in broad daylight. Our streets are no longer safe for our children. This is not a blip. This is a crisis. And this is not the Canada we knew. They went on to outline what they need. Number one, real protection to start at home. Number two, support law enforcement, coordinate, fund, and prioritize Canadian safety. Mr. Speaker, what Conservatives are putting forward today address exactly what my constituents stated as the greatest need. Number three, there needs to be no more second chances for criminals. A person who invades someone's home should never walk the streets again. There's no such thing as a non-violent break-in. The very act of entering someone's sanctuary uninvited is an act of psychological and physical warfare. We require victims first policies that the rights of criminals must never, never come before the rights of law-abiding Canadians. We need real laws with real consequences. We need to stop putting Canadians last in our country and start protecting the people who live here, work here, and pay taxes here. This is not about politics. This is about the basic human right to safety in our own homes, on our streets, and in our daily lives. We are grieving, we are angry, and we are done waiting. On behalf of my community, I raise on this motion to demand action from this government, because if we are not safe in our own homes, then nothing else matters. The violence spans across the many communities in my riding. Yesterday, police arrested 2 of 3 men charged in 2 armed home invasions that were already out on bail. I met with Chief Jim McSween of York Region Police just last week, where he reported that over 1,300 individuals in our region are out in bail. Let me repeat that. York Region has a population of 1.2 million individuals. 1,300 are out on bail. As he stated plainly to me in our meeting, his words, and I quote, "Bail needs to be reformed. These repeat offenders are free on our streets while families in our communities continue to live in fear. And this is not unique to King Vaughan. Across Canada, various other communities are seeing the same patterns of violence while being told that their safety is secondary to the so-called rights of these ruthless criminals. Mr. Speaker, we hear about stabbings, shootings, and extortion on a daily basis in this House and in our communities. If this government took meaningful action on bail reform, as the Prime Minister has promised, if repeat violent offenders faced real consequences like the ones we are suggesting with this 3 strikes and you're outlaw, instead of the Liberal revolving door system on bail, Abdul Aleem Faruqi might still be alive today. Kleinberg families might not have to endure these home invasions. This motion is not one of necessity, but one of urgency. After 10 years of this Liberal government, Canadians have never been so at risk. This government had the chance to act. The Prime Minister himself promised bail reform, but instead of delivering reform Canadians so desperately needed, he walked away for the summer and returned to this House with nothing. Canadians were promised safety, but instead they received another Liberal Prime Minister who is more concerned with criminals than victims they terrorize. Empty words with no actions and a justice system that continues to let violent offenders run rampant on our streets. This Liberal government has weakened our justice system at every turn. With Bill C-5, they repealed mandatory jail time for serious gun crime, and with Bill C-75, they left repeat violent offenders right back onto our streets with devastating consequences for families. Families in King Vaughan and across the country have already paid the ultimate price for this government's inaction. Canadians are living in fear while repeat violent offenders roam free. This is a question of basic safety, justice, and common sense. Canadians deserve a government that keeps its promise and protects its citizen. They deserve laws like this that will hold repeat violent offenders accountable, not a revolving door system that allows them back on our streets. Canadians deserve to feel safe in their own homes, and constituents in King Vaughan and countless Canadians across this country are demanding action. We have all been elected to represent Canadians and provide them with the safety they deserve. So, Mr. Speaker, the time for action is now. No more empty promises from the same Liberal government. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. I saw that she said that the results of this increase in crime are due to C-75. Does she have studies on which she's to support her claim? Or have analyses been done to determine if there are other social determinants, mental health, housing, etc., that could affect this type of problem?
Mr. Speaker, I have proof right here from the citizens of my community that are tired of this failed Liberal government policy. What is it that they don't understand? 1,300 people in my community are out in bail and ready to commit another crime. We need to stop this to protect everyone.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just heard my colleague's speech, and I can sense the suffering in her community that went through some very difficult times, but I can't prevent myself from thinking that the solution proposed today is sort of presented as a magic solution. That is, if the 3 strikes and you're out bill is passed, it will solve everything. And yet, I would particularly like to ask my colleague a specific question. I'm very, very affected by femicides, women who are often murdered by their spouses or their partners. In Quebec, we've proposed that the Jordan decision does not apply, the criteria do not apply in certain cases, for example, sexual crimes, murder, etc. What does she think about the idea?
Vaughan.
And I thank my honourable colleague for that question, because one of the concerns when Kate Alexander came to committee was that exact point about the Jordan law. And her partner that brutally left her for dead got off because of the Jordan law. And it wasn't the first time. And we need to make sure that these cases are swiftly brought to the attention of the judges, and that these criminals and these scumbuckets are left to stay and rot in jail. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to also make note that a lot of times we think of these issues as big city problems, but in fact, even in the very small communities that I represent, I often get reports about this. One of the things that I often hear from the police officers that are dealing with this on a regular basis is burnout, the resources that are getting eaten up on a regular basis. They're frustrated, they want to make a difference in their communities, and these policies are making them feel like they're on a hamster wheel. I'm wondering if my colleague might also hear these frustrations in the areas that she represents.
Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you very much to my honourable colleague. from a part of the world that I love so much, Newfoundland. Thank you. I recently did a ride-along with one of our police officers, and these are the comments that the police officers have shared with me. Criminals are laughing at us. They're not even resisting arrest. And why? Because they know these weak laws that were created by this weak Liberal government is going to allow them to get out. So why would they care? We need to ensure that the police officers have the tools and the laws to protect the citizens of this country. That isn't going to happen if they don't vote with us on this bail reform.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Government House Leader, about 30 seconds.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member from Oxford, her seatmate, said, and I quote, "We're now living in a war zone in Canada." That's the extreme statements we get from Conservatives. I wonder if she could provide her thoughts so she agree with her colleague.
You know, member for King Vaughan, a brief response.
And I thank my honourable colleague for that question. You know, constituents are saying to me, I'm going to go to bed with a loaded gun, and if someone comes in to hurt my family, like this criminal who pointed a gun at a 4-year-old and whose father paid the most courageous price by defending her with his life, I'd like him to look at this family and explain to them that he didn't do the right thing, because the people in my community are ready to defend their families, and they will do it at any cost. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I will note that I will be sharing my time with the member for Châteauguay-Les Jardins de Napierville. So, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to speak today on this motion, which was tabled by the member for Battle River Crowfoot, which concerns the bail system. This is an important opportunity to reaffirm our government's commitment to public safety, to our criminal justice system, and to a bail system that strikes the right balance between protecting our communities and upholding Canadians' charter rights. Mr. Speaker, the bail is the legal mechanism, through which an accused person could be released while awaiting their trial. It is a fundamental element of our justice system, reflecting the presumption of innocence and the right not to be denied reasonable bail set out under subsection 11E of the Charter. Canadian bail laws seek to ensure that accused individuals appear before the courts as required, that public safety is upheld, and that trust in the justice system is maintained. These principles, called the primary, secondary, and tertiary motives, guide legal decisions on bail for accused persons. Bail, however, is not an abstract legal concept. It is a reflection of our democratic values. It ensures that people are not unnecessarily imprisoned before their trial, while at the same time providing courts the necessary tools to manage risks for the public. When there are concerns that an accused person will reoffend or that they represent a threat to victims or to the public, courts can impose strict bail conditions or refuse bail altogether. At the same time, our bail system must take into account the realities of marginalized communities, such as Indigenous communities. We know that Indigenous and vulnerable communities are overrepresented in pretrial detention. That is why our laws ensure that police and courts take into account the specific realities of these individuals when making bail decisions. Mr. Speaker, the government has put in place certain measures to modernize and improve our bail system. In 2019, Parliament passed Bill C-75, which introduced the largest bail reforms in decades. These reforms ensured that the realities of vulnerable and Indigenous accused would be taken into account by courts during their risk assessments. They also strengthened protection for victims of domestic violence and added reverse onus provisions for these situations. More recently, under C-48, which received royal assent in December 2023, we strengthened the bail system by expanding the use of reverse onus provisions. That is, provisions requiring the accused to demonstrate why they should be released. These changes targeted violent reoffenders, especially those accused of offenses involving firearms, knives, bear spray, or other weapons. C-48 also expanded reverse onus provisions for cases of domestic violence and required courts to explicitly take a violent record and public safety into account when making decisions about bail. The government developed these reforms in close collaboration with provinces, territories, and law enforcement. More recently, responding to concerns about violent recidivism, the government worked in close collaboration with provinces and territories to consider further improvements. Our government is committed to ensuring that our bail laws work as they are intended to, and that they are able to address new challenges that didn't exist in the past. Mr. Speaker, public safety is our top priority. For a few days now, we have been talking about public safety, and this fall, we will table a new bill that will help to reinforce it. The Criminal Code already contains certain robust measures for some serious offenses, including those involving firearms or organized crime. Reverse onus provisions apply, meaning that the accused has to demonstrate why they should be freed. Courts can also impose bail conditions to protect victims and members of the public. But the government recognizes that locking people up cannot alone ensure public safety. That is why we have invested in community justice centers, substance use disorder treatment tribunals, and other initiatives that address the roots of crime. For example, mental health and substance abuse. These integrated approaches promote rehabilitation. Sorry, my French is a little bit rusty. Reduce recidivism and improve community well-being. What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that Canadians want a justice system that is fair, effective, and safe. They want to be assured that dangerous individuals are properly dealt with, and that our laws take into account the reality of crime in our communities. At the same time, Canadians expect to have a legal system that respects the Charter. And that is exactly what we are putting in place. By strengthening legal tools, by supporting law enforcement, and by investing in prevention and bail reform, we will protect all Canadians while upholding our democratic values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to respond to that speech. It seems to me that the member from London West gave a speech entirely focused on abstracts. And on this side of the House, we're concerned with concrete occurrences. Myself, my wife, and I have been totally under siege with terrible emotions concerning what happened in Welland with the rape of a toddler. I tear up to think about it. Let's make things concrete. Would that member agree with me that the fact that the accused in that case got out early and reoffended so swiftly brings the administration of justice in this country under disrepute? And I honestly want to know, how long does she think such a person should have spent in jail?
The member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that question. First, I sympathize with all victims of violence all across Canada. Coming back to what I was saying earlier, wherever the opposition's proposals were put into effect, we have seen that they did not work. In fact, in those jurisdictions, we saw an increase in crime of 10 to 12%. Mr. Speaker, I wonder why my colleague is suggesting something that does not work when all of us have victims of crime in our communities.
Commentaire.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. We are opposed to the Conservative motion because it's a populist measure that is just copying what is going on in the United States. And we know how that turned out. As my colleague noted this earlier, but I have seen no studies indicating that the Conservative measure will actually lead to something positive in terms of reducing crime. I wonder if my colleague has any information that is based on evidence that would support the Conservative viewpoint, because I have not seen any. I appreciate that thoughtful question. That is what I have been saying for a while now. The Conservative proposed policy did not work in the United States. In fact, it led to an increase in crime, the very opposite of what it was intended to. Now look at what we have on the books. C2 is already in place. We will be introducing another law to fight crime. We all have victims of crime living in our communities. We are elected officials. We have the mandate to solve this problem, but disproven solutions that have led to an increase in crime in the United States will not work. American policies will not work in Canada. The Honourable Member Louis St. Laurent. Speaking of policies that don't work, I would like to remind the member, and I would like to compliment her on the quality of her French and her speech. At any rate, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have been governing Canada for 10 years, and look at what has happened. Violent crime is up by 55%, gun crime by 130%. Is it really going so well in Canada? The Honourable Member for London West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying earlier, American policies will never work in Canada. The statistics quoted by my colleague, and I would like to say as well, you don't have to thank me for speaking in French because I am a francophone, but anyhow, as I was saying, imported American policies have never worked and will never work. Canadians expect us to deal with crime. We have bills to do just that. I wonder if my Conservative colleague will support them.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents have indicated to me time and time again at the doorstep and this summer that they really want political parties to work together. And we know that the federal government plays a role in this important question. We also know that parole boards, provincial courts are important. Our Prime Minister has committed to bringing important legislation forward this fall. Will the Conservatives work with us?
I've got to give the last 10, 15 seconds to the member for London West, very briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member's question, and I welcome her in the House as a new member. Mr. Speaker, I think that our Prime Minister has been very serious in addressing this issue. We have a public safety minister, we have a justice minister, we have a Secretary of State who's in charge of combating crime, Mr. Speaker. This government is serious about crimes, and we're going to do it.
Right on. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the ordinary time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville, Finance. The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora, Finance. The Honourable Member for Sarnia and Lambton Bikishenwong, Housing. Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Secretary of State, Nature.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, first, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot for introducing this motion. Obviously, public safety is something that all Canadians care deeply about. It's something that I have personally cared deeply about for a number of years. For over 15 years now, I have been fighting for stronger gun control in Canada, and the reason for this commitment is because I wanted to ensure greater safety for Canadians. So the fact that I'm now for the first time, able to rise in the House and speak about this topic is an incredible opportunity for me. I know that all Canadians deserve to feel safe at home and in their communities. There is nothing worse than going about your life with constant anxiety. After the incident at Polytechnique, I met lots of people who went through just that, and I know that there are many places in Canada that are unsafe, so action needs to be taken. It is this shared concern that has made Canadians particularly aware of the threats of gangs, gun violence, and organized crime. Recent headlines and certain events that were amply discussed in the media reminded us of the challenges of organized crime. Organized criminal groups are continuing to adapt, to use new technology, and to expand their influence, and we are particularly worried about young people who could be recruited into gangs through Instagram or Facebook ads and end up being drawn into a life of crime. There are guns that get smuggled across our borders. There are extortion networks targeting families and small businesses. These are serious threats, and they deserve a serious response. Though the federal government is the one that governs the bail system, it must be noted that provinces and territories are the ones that administer the bail system. They are the ones that hold bail hearings, that enforce bail conditions, and that manage temporary detention centers. These responsibilities mean that provinces and territories are on the front lines of our collective effort to protect communities against violent reoffenders, gang activity, and gun crime. The role of provinces and territories is not a subordinate one. It is, in fact, an essential one for guaranteeing that the bail system effectively responds to the threats of organized crime and serious violence. So every time someone says that it is the sole responsibility of our government or the federal government, that is not the case. The provinces and municipalities also have a crucial role to play. So it is important that we start having a dialogue about that so that we can focus on the primary goals of our justice system. Mr. Speaker, all of this is why the federal government is working in close collaboration with provinces and territories to strengthen our collective approach to violent crime and organized criminal networks. The federal government is also working on giving law enforcement new, more effective tools to disrupt gang activity, combat gun smuggling, and hold violent offenders responsible. In recent years, the federal government has taken important measures to reform the bail system.
In 2023, former Bill C-48 expanded the provisions for shifting the burden of proof for violent repeat offenders, and it required that courts explicitly take into account public safety when making decisions relative to bail. This former bill also added new firearms-related offenses to the list of offenses covered by the reversal of the burden of proof, including illegal possession of a loaded, prohibited, or restricted firearm, breaking and entering for the purpose of stealing a firearm, robbery with the intent to steal a firearm, and manufacturing an automatic firearm. The federal government also intends to make it more difficult for individuals to obtain bail after they're charged with violent car theft, with breaking and entering, and with certain offenses related to human trafficking and smuggling. Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that while reforming the law is important, it's not in and of itself enough to deal with the concerns that we're seeing around public safety. The federal government has invested more than $920 million to fight firearms smuggling at the border, to strengthen law enforcement capabilities, and the government is working with provinces, territories, and municipalities and Indigenous communities to develop initiatives to prevent and respond to gun and gang violence. And I'll pause here to remind all of my colleagues in this House that the riding that I represent is Châteauguay-les-Jardins de Napierville. Everyone in my riding is very aware that, unfortunately, we have a major issue with gun smuggling and trafficking. And we are looking at strengthening the border to deal with this issue, and it's very important for me as a member of Parliament and for me as the member for the riding I represent. And so not only are we strengthening measures at the border, but we are also investing over $214 million in the Gun and Gang Violence Prevention Fund, $250 million for the Building Safe Communities Fund to support local and Indigenous initiatives, and $312 million to strengthen Canada's firearms control framework. And we are going to continue to work to deal with all the issues related to firearms. And these investments are paying off thanks to new tools and technologies, as well as the hard work of the RCMP and the Canada Border Services Agency. We're seeing an increase in firearm seizures and in arrests at our borders. The federal government also plans to recruit 1,000 additional RCMP officers to fight drug and human trafficking, foreign interference, cybercrime, and organized crime related to auto theft. The federal government will also train 1,000 new CBSA officers to fight drug trafficking, particularly fentanyl and its precursors, to also deal with illegal firearms and to prevent gangs from stealing cars and smuggling them out of the country. The federal government is also working to add scanners, drones, and canine teams to better target suspicious shipments. Mr. Speaker, we know that the impact of crime goes well beyond statistics. Crime has a profoundly personal impact, and communities that are affected by gun violence and organized crime face trauma that can take generations to heal. And it's the same case for individuals, and I can certainly speak to that. That's why prevention must be at the heart of any long-term strategy. Prevention means investing in youth. It means supporting programs that steer young people away from gangs and offers them meaningful alternatives, whether that be through education, employment, or through offering mental health support. It means empowering local leaders, faith-based groups, community organizations, and families so that they can be part of the solution. So we're going to continue to work with the provinces and municipalities to put in place complete services that will reduce crime and reoffenders. We recognize the importance of transparency and data so that we can create a modern and effective justice system. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to see all levels of government working together, not only through bail legislation, but also through effective monitoring, enforcement, and prevention. And I hope that my colleagues will support us and will look closely at the legislation that we have tabled so that we can fix the system. And unfortunately, what's been proposed by my colleague from Battle River Crowfoot, there it is. Sorry. Wanted to make sure I got it right. What he's proposing isn't a system that will work. So let's work together and we will fix this problem.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the speech. It seems to me that the Liberals for 10 years have been obsessed with firearm-related violent crimes. I just looked up a Statistics Canada report from 2023. The minority of homicides in our country and the vast minority of violent crimes in our country are associated with firearms. And we have seen these terrible events associated with, I guess, vehicular homicide. So I'm wondering, if their approach to violent crime is so focused on firearms, why are we seeing continued increases in homicide in our country and also in firearm homicide? What is not working and what is different about this approach she's speaking about today?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Nature. Thank you, and I hope that you will accept that my answer is in French. The question before us today isn't on gun control measures. The question that we're looking at today speaks to the importance of finding an effective way to fight crime in society and to fight increased violence. The work that we're doing on gun control is part of that work, and it's work that hopefully will have a long-term impact. But as somebody who's been fighting for gun control for a long time, I've always understood that this is just one element among many elements that need to be put in place. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry-Soulanges-Huntington. So I'd like to thank my colleague from Châteauguay, Jardin de Napierville, for her speech. She's my riding neighbour, so I congratulate her for her speech. We share many points in common, particularly on the subjects that she was speaking of. And I know that she's somebody who has faced some horrible situations in her life. And when she speaks to us today about the importance of fighting crime and dealing with it, we know that that's based on her personal experience. And we know that as well that she's a woman who's focused on solutions. And so I have a question that I've already asked. I'd like to ask my colleague. The Bloc Québécois has suggested that the Jordan decision be better, that it have a better framework around it when it comes, so that we can ensure that certain crimes not be subject to the Jordan decision, those around gun trafficking, sexual assault, for example. There are many cases where justice hasn't been. So we have to give time for the Honourable Member to respond. The Honourable Secretary of State, I'd like to thank my colleague for that very interesting question. I am convinced that there would be an interest in having an exchange on the context in which the Jordan decision is used to ensure that women who are victims of violence are given particular attention. And there are certain cases where the Jordan decision has just penalized victims, and I'm certain that my government would agree that we should look at solutions that would improve that, and I would invite my colleague with the Justice Committee to look into that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, as an Halton Region MP, I would like to raise one thing that brought up on the debate by the member from Abbotsford and St. Langley about the Halton Region's motion that was tabled yesterday, which was also mentioning and calling the province into action for crime. So having said that, in 2017, our member from Ottawa Centre had announced the courthouse in our region. That was in 2017, fully funded on a federal land, which 8 years now we don't have the courthouse. Additional to that, I have spoken to many experts during the summer. Maplehurst is over its limits. And also, according to the experts, again, the JP training in Ontario is lower than the other provinces. So I would like to ask my colleague if she was aware of those facts. Thank you so much.
The Honourable Secretary of State. Well, unfortunately, the specific facts that my colleague has spoken of, I am not familiar with them, but I understand the spirit of what she's saying in the House. And as I said to my colleague, Madame de Bellefeuille, I am convinced that those concerns could be taken into account by the Justice Minister, their team, and the Justice Committee.
Du débat, the Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to join in this opposition motion put forward today. But before I do that, it's one of the first times on my feet after the last election. So I'd like to thank a few people for once again allowing me to be here and be the voice of the good people of Regina Louvain. It's my third term, so 2019, 2021, and 2025. So it's been an honor to be here for almost 6 years. And obviously none of us get in this place without a lot of help. And I had a great campaign manager. Shelley did an awesome job. We had teams out every day knocking doors for Krishno, Brian, Anchman. We had a great group of people that just helped Ron. I could go on and on, but if I miss someone, I'll feel bad. But there's a core group that came out a lot and helped us knock on 43,000 doors throughout the campaign and earn the vote of the people from across Regina Louvain. And with that being said, there's a core group of people that I would not be here without, and that is my wife Larissa, our 3 kids, Jameson, Claire, and Nixon, who started school last week, and Dad got to be there for the first day of school, and it was fantastic, and they are having a great time in school, and I hope they are almost out of school by now, and they'll if I'm not mistaken, heading to the hockey rink right away. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much, Larissa, for being the glue that holds our family together. This motion today is put forward by the Leader of the Opposition, and I'm going to read it out so that I think we've gone back and forth on a few things, but to make sure that we know what we're debating on the floor of the House today. That given that the Liberal government has changed the law to allow for house arrest for serious offenders unless repeat criminals go free within hours of their arrest, which has resulted in a 50% increase in violent crime, the House calling the Liberal government to replace these changes with 3 strikes and you're outlaw that will stop criminals convicted of 3 serious offenses from getting bail, probation, parole, or house arrest, and keep violent criminals in jail for at least 10 years. Mr. Speaker, how did we get here? What is a law like this bringing forward by the opposition? How do we get there? So I want to we have a solution. I'm going to go through 3 or 4 things that this motion and this law would change, but you got to know what the problem is, Mr. Speaker. And from the last 10 years, the problem is a couple bills that have been forward, those C-75 and C-5. And we can see the results. It's not a new government, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals have been in government for 10 years. Everyone knows that. And I think you should be judged by the progress or lack of progress you're making on certain files. So these are from Stats Canada, Mr. Speaker. We're not making these up. So since 2015, gun crime has skyrocketed 130%. Instead of targeting criminals responsible, this government has doubled down on law-abiding firearm owners, Mr. Speaker. And the number of homicides increasing by 29%, and sexual assault has increased by almost 76% in this country. Despite the rapid rise, we have seen a refusal of this government to commit to making it tougher for people to get parole or get out on bail. And we see this from police associations across the country, Mr. Speaker, that there are people that get arrested hundreds of times. We've heard the numbers. People are like, well, this bill may not be the solution for everything, but it's going to help. If people that continuously commit crimes are in jail, there's going to be less crimes. For example, in Kelowna, 15 people committed 1,300 crimes. Those people are in jail. There'll be 1,300 less crimes committed in that city. In Vancouver, we've heard this time and again, 40 people committed 6,000 crimes. I think everyone in this room could agree that if those 40 people were in jail, there would be less crime in Vancouver. I don't think that's a big leap. If criminals are in jail, they will not be committing crime, Mr. Speaker. So these are some of the solutions that we've brought forward, and some of the things that this bill will do is make sure that, Mr. Speaker, sorry about that. We're going to make sure that the Conservative bill will repeal and replace the Liberal principle of restraint with a directive for primary considerations to be the protection and safety of public. Mr. Speaker, introduce a new major offense category with reverse onus bail conditions for firearm, sexual, kidnapping, human trafficking, home invasion, robbery, extortion, arson, and assault charges. We'll strengthen bail laws by mandating judges to consider an accused's full criminal history, prevent anyone convicted of a major offense in the last 10 years while also on bail, and charged with a major offense from getting bail, and toughen the risk assessment standard from substantial likelihood to reasonable foreseeable. Prohibit anyone with an indictable conviction from acting as a guarantor who ensures bail conditions are followed. Require judges to enforce bail conditions on guarantors, and require non-residents to surrender their passports upon a request. Before I go on, Mr. Speaker, I'll be spending my time. So these are 4 things that the 3 strikes or outlaw would help with, which I would think most people would see as reasonable improvements to the bail system. So I do want to talk about a few of the comments that some of my colleagues made in this House today. And if you've been watching, the people across Canada have been watching, you do see a distinct difference between what Conservatives have been talking about and what the Liberals, and especially the NDP, have been talking about. We've been talking about the victims and the rights that victims should have, and ensuring that victims are taken care of. A lot of focus, and especially from our NDP member, were on criminals. Well, forgive me, I will always make sure victims' rights are ahead of criminals' rights, Mr. Speaker. Can you imagine someone getting out on bail again and again and committing crimes, and especially if they're out on bail, can you not feel for the victims that have to see these people in their neighborhoods, in their community? Mr. Speaker, and this is from experience, when someone you love is hurt and that person is within your community, every time you see a car like there, the hair in the back of your neck stands up. Every time you see them in a grocery store, your pulse quickens, your palms get sweaty. You just feel at a loss because this person is walking free, and the person that you love that was hurt will never again feel the same. And this is what we're doing to Canadians across the country with this soft on bail policies brought in by this Liberal government. And the fact that they are obstructing a motion and won't vote for a motion and will be obstructing our ideas to ensure the Canadians are safer, quite frankly, confuses me. We're trying to work together. Everyone's talking about Parliament now coming together and working. If some of my Liberal colleagues, I heard one say, well, it only helped, it increased crime by 11% in the States. It didn't work in the States, so it won't work here. Well, an increase in crime in Canada by 11% is a lot better than a 130% increase over the last 10 years under this government. Mr. Speaker, it really is the definition of insanity to do the same thing over and over and over again as the Liberal government does and expect different results. If criminals in the police force, they even get tired of arresting the same person. They don't even know why they charge them because they get out the very next day or that night. I couldn't even imagine being on the front lines as a police officer and seeing the same person come into jail, out of jail, into jail, out of jail. How tough must that be for you to go to work knowing that the person that you're trying to protect the community from laughs at you when you arrest them because they know they're going to get out because the bail is so easy to get in this country. I think it is time to make the right decisions. And I'll just end with another story from the small town I'm from. This summer, there was a bust and a sting, and a person was found with having a lot of child pornography in our small community. A lot of child pornography. He went to court. He was out that afternoon, and this person lives 2 blocks from my kid's school. And they picked the right rental house because it had a small little library full of kids' books, just to make sure the kids would stop by and pick books out. And he was released that day from court. He had child pornography, and my kids had to walk past that guy's house to go to school. The town was unbelievably, parents were outraged as they should be. How can that happen in Canada, where someone like that is allowed to be released the same day and be within 2 blocks of our kids' schools? That's something that needs to be fixed in our country, and I hope some of my colleagues listen to words I say and look at this motion and look at the 3 strikes, you're out bill to try and protect Canadians and put victims first and put criminals in jail.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable secrétaire
The Honourable Secretary of State. Mr. Speaker, I'm very touched to hear or affected by the anecdotes that my colleague has just told. These are situations that would frighten any Canadian, and they do exist. Unfortunately, I'd like to know how the measure proposed today would improve victims' rights. I don't see anything in the proposal. I'd like to hear the victims' rights, the question of victims' rights connected to this motion.
I think this proposal helps victims by them knowing that the people who commit crimes against them will be in jail. They won't be in the community with them, with their family members. So if we are going to put victims first, the people that are committing these crimes against Canadians should serve the time and not be able to be out on parole. And if you commit a serious offense 3 times, the victim should know that person's in jail for 10 years, and they might sleep a little bit better at night.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has spoken about the difference of ideology and priorities that seem to appear very evident across this floor. And in 2015, before this government was in force, we brought in the Canadian Victims' Bill of Rights. And it was to be reviewed in 2020. And I remember trying to get this government to do that. I don't know that they ever did. It would be really good if a few of the members over there focused on that. But they did, the Ombudsman did speak up. And I just want to have him respond to what she said. Based on our analysis, it appears that the objectives set out in the Act have not been met. The Act falls far short of delivering the real rights it promises. And the situation of victims of crime has not fundamentally changed since it was passed. I believe the Act needs to be strengthened to require officials to hold up victims' rights in the criminal justice system and require institutions to measure and report on their compliance with the Act. Is this something...
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Well, thank you very much to my colleague from Yorkton Melville, and I appreciate her commitment to victims' rights as well. Yes, I think that Act should be strengthened. I don't think, as she said, the review did not happen, and it would be, once again, another arrow in the quiver of making sure victims do have justice and do have their rights heard. If that would be reviewed, and we would strengthen it to make sure that, and that we're listening to the people that have these horrendous crimes committed against them, to make sure that we do the right things going forward.
Well said.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Quick question. The quick comment is we had an election in the month of April. This motion was a principal main component of the electoral platform of the Conservative Party, and the people spoke and you were not elected. Second, the real question now, Mr. President, Monsieur le Président, I'm all confused with languages. 3 strikes, you're out was tried, first of all, primarily in the United States, in California, some years ago. Now they came to the conclusion it does not work. So why would it work in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Well, thank you very much. And yes, we did have election on April 28th, but I'd say 8 million Canadians voted for our platform, which should have a voice in this House. So if you just assume that everyone who didn't vote for you, you don't have to listen to, I think you're in the wrong job. Yeah. I think that's not right. So, and also, talk about trying things that haven't worked in other countries. Like, so they tried safe supply, it didn't work in Oregon. They tried drug legalization, it hasn't worked in Venezuela. They've tried a lot of policies from around the world that failed miserably. So, and I said this earlier, like if crime increases by only 11%, like it did in California, instead of 130%, that is a lot better than what's happened in the last 10 years under this Liberal government. Yeah.
Good answer.
Before we go to resuming debate, just a reminder to address comments through the chair. Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we've heard many people speak on this topic. I'd like to reiterate the fact that Canadians have the right and deserve to have a feeling of safety and well-being at any time. We obviously agree with the opposition that violent crime, armed or otherwise, must be addressed immediately, urgently, and seriously. However, the motion proposed is very rigid and has something of a cowboy American style with this 3 strikes and you're out. I'll explain why. When we hear our colleague propose the motion, when we heard our colleague, we did not have any explanations or any solid data. There is nothing to do with prevention in this motion. This is only coercive measures. Where are the preventive measures? Presented in the Conservative platform, there are none. This is the style, a law in the style of the Americans. It was judged ineffective and obsolete. What are we doing here? We're importing it cut and paste, yet this law did not prove its worth in the U.S., and this motion does not take into account the socioeconomic context of our country and data that could come from stakeholders, police, lawyers, legal services, etc. I've also heard colleagues talk of taking away judges' discretionary power. That's ineffective, both legally and is likely to lead to unfair results. Rather than importing failed American policies that only increase the incarcerated population, we should instead favor reforms based on solid data, solid evidence, that uphold charter values and offer rapid access to justice, rather than using simplistic ideas. When we're talking about good sense, we need to distinguish between good sense and simplistic ideas. What we're hearing today in the House is simplistic. What we're saying as a government is you need to involve all stakeholders in these decisions, in these analyses, to better understand the context. We met those in charge in provinces and territories, police associations, police chiefs, defense attorney, prosecution as well, the Crown, in other words. And all these stakeholders have experience that is not found anywhere all across the nation. It concerns rather specific provinces or territories. Therefore, we will table a bill that will make it harder for repeat offenders to get bail, reduce delays, justice system delays. This will specifically be the case for femicides and ensure that victims are not re-traumatized by court delays. These commitments are part of the Liberal platform with regard to public safety. They will help fight organized crime, smuggling along the border. This bill, we hope that on the other side of the House, they will align their viewpoint with ours. It's necessary to uphold the Charter, support victims of crimes, and improve services. We need to ensure that victims' voices are heard in the justice system, and we have to invest in prevention and community security while protecting Canadians against emerging threats such as human smuggling, organized crime, and sophisticated criminal networks. Remember that while the federal government establishes the rules for conditional release and the rules for sentencing, it is in fact the sentences, and I repeat, the sentences that administer the prison system and conditional release. That's why genuine solutions require close collaboration between the two levels of government and two orders of government. Provinces and territories also have the tools necessary to strengthen conditional release rules, and we encourage them to do so. Canadians deserve to be in safety. They do not just deserve mere slogans. Today, we've had a good cocktail of words from the other side of the House. So mere slogans and community safety should never be simply a matter of slogans, should not be made should not be discussed in such simplistic terms, rather. Canadians deserve to feel safe. Women deserve to be able to walk at night in complete safety. Our young people, our children deserve to be able to be in the streets, and we are working with the provinces and territories regarding conditional release. I'd also like to talk about community safety. We all deserve to feel safe in Canada. Unlike the other side of the House, we are not playing political games. We do not want to frighten Canadians. We are not in the far west in Canada. Stop frightening Canadians. We need to work for cooperation. There is an issue, but it's not with this type of initiative that we can truly resolve these types of problems. Clearly, we are against this motion. It lies on a false premise, and it proposes a solution that has already failed in the States. This is a rigid motion, a rigid law, rather, this 3 strikes and you're out, that would undermine the independence of the judiciary and would lead to overrepresentation in our prisons, which would be costly. Let's find real solutions rather than adopting American solutions that have failed. Let's work with the provinces and territories. Let's work with the stakeholders who have experience with solid data. That's what we have to do now. Our government was elected by the votes of Canadians who have asked for a proper public safety system and want to ensure that serious offenders are punished for what they've done. The Conservative motion may look good as a bumper sticker, but Canadians deserve policies that make our streets safer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Et commentaire, le député de Louis-Saint-Laurent à Kirwinrack.
The member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. I'd like to thank my colleague from Bourassa for his speech and for his election. I'm pleased that he was speaking in French, and I'd also like to pay tribute to his predecessor. In Quebec, in particular, we have some insecurity when it comes to public safety. I'm happy to hear that these questions shouldn't be a matter of slogans, etc. But here's what is not a false premise or a slogan. These are facts. In the last 10 years, since the Liberal government has been in power, serious crime has gone up by 55%, extortion has gone up by 300%, and armed crime has also gone up. Is he proud of Canada's record after 10 years of Liberal government? Mr. Speaker, we can't be proud of those results rather than going on these, talking about these indexes. I heard someone talk on the other side. I'd like to hear someone on the other side of the House talk about health determinants, social determinants, and other factors. We cannot forget that for the last 10 years, we had COVID and other issues that truly made our institutions more fragile and have caused an increase in crime. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles-de-la-Madeleine, Listagouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been much talk of how the Liberal justice system has not controlled people who commit crimes. I'd just like to come back to Article 7510 of the Criminal Code. When you are arrested, you are placed in custody. However, the Criminal Code also says that a person may be continued to be detained if it's a matter of public safety, and if there's a chance that the offender will or the accused will commit another crime. When a person has already been found guilty, there are other options, but house detention, for example, is only an option when the offender is not a risk for public safety. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about those sections of the Criminal Code. The honourable member for Bourassa, I don't agree with the conservative idea of eliminating judiciary discretion, and removing this judiciary discretion will remove the power that they have. When you take a look at the personal history of a person who has committed a crime, what you do so with the Crown, and the Crown will clearly explain what is in the criminal's history or the accused's history, and the judge will make a decision based on this information. The Secretary of State for Nature. I'd like to hear my colleague on what he would do with regard to factors leading to violence. What is he suggesting that the government should do in this respect? The honourable member for Bourassa. I like the question. That would give us a lot more work to do with prevention, to look at indicators. These are what we need to work on as a government and as a society. Here are two examples. For example, youth crime. Youths need more community infrastructure, sports facilities, access to arts, for example. This is not the case across Canada. This is not already in place. I'd also like to talk about femicides. It is so important to give a person who is a victim of violent crime at home to leave home rapidly, to have access to taxi, to have a place to leave their belongings, to be able to get to a shelter. This is so important. We need to work on these preventive measures because, unfortunately, intimate partner violence can end in femicide.
Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith. Today I am here, and I thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to rise in the House and speak about the motion introduced by the member for Battle River Crowfoot. We all know that protecting the safety and security of Canadians and our communities and upholding the rights of victims remains a top priority for our government. The Correctional Service of Canada works to keep Canadians safe and support and assist federal offenders in their journey to becoming law-abiding citizens by promoting rehabilitation and safe reintegration. Research has found that their programs and services work to reduce the rates of recidivism. And I want to acknowledge the tremendous work of correctional staff who assist offenders with identifying problematic behaviors and attitudes and by targeting risk factors related to their criminal behavior. One of the ways that CSC works to reduce recidivism is through the provision of correctional programs for offenders under its care. CSC's correctional programs are empirically based interventions grounded in structured behavioral, social learning, and cognitive approaches. Offenders are referred to correctional programs at the intensity that is matched to their level of risk. Research demonstrates that this enhances program effectiveness. CSC offers a broad range of correctional programs to offenders in institutions and in the community, which addresses multiple types of criminal offending in a comprehensive and integrated manner. All correctional programs are delivered by qualified, trained, and certified correctional program officers and Indigenous correctional program officers, and the service applies ongoing measures of quality control to ensure that correctional programs are delivered as designed. To be fully effective, CSC provides correctional follow-up services to offenders who complete institutional correctional programs as part of a consistent continuum of care throughout the correctional process. This aftercare often includes participation in institutional and/or community maintenance programs. When looking at all correctional program streams combined, men who completed the programming had lower rates of any revocation during their first release than eligible non-participants, 23 versus 41%. Further to correctional programs, I would also like to discuss another one of CSC's notable programs that effectively supports offender reintegration, which is CORCAN. This program works to successfully contribute to a safe environment both in our federal institutions and in the community. One of the ways that our government is working to enhance public safety is by providing offenders with employment and employability interventions and services, including on-the-job and vocational training. This allows them to gain experience and skills, the skills they need to become productive, law-abiding citizens and skilled workers when they return to community. We have seen several research documents dating back to 2014 that have noted a connection between employment and positive reintegration results. Offenders who were employed in the community were almost 3 times less likely to have their release revoked for a new offense than those who were not employed. To further these successes, vocational certifications, essential skills, and employability-related training are all available at all federal institutions, in addition to CORCAN-operated on-the-job training sites that are at 36 federal correctional institutions across the country and in 7 community-based operations. Furthermore, the service provides apprenticeship opportunities to offenders through on-the-job training assignments in all institutions, as well as during transitional employment in community industries. Such training results in both technical and transferable skills that are needed in the Canadian labour market, with the goal of training being to provide offenders with knowledge and skills that are transferable to a large range of community workplaces. It is really important to remember that when it comes to criminal justice policies, we will continue to be guided by evidence. Research shows that rather than releasing an offender at the end of their sentence with no controls or supports, our communities instead are best protected when an offender is gradually reintegrated into society through supervised release. I will highlight some statistics to demonstrate this success. In terms of parole, since 2015 and 2016, 99% of day parole supervision periods for violent offenders have not ended in a return to custody for new offending. The rate for violent offenders returning to federal custody for new violent offending has not surpassed 0.5% over this time frame. To promote safer communities, CSC strives to gradually release and safely reintegrate federal offenders through structured community supervision and works with criminal justice partners to ensure this goal is met. CSC has improved safety and security by enhancing its intelligence capabilities and capacity through dedicated officers who participate in release planning and consult with staff on supervision strategies for offenders in relation to risk assessments. To ensure better protection of the public, parole officers work with and share information with police agencies to assist in enhancing each offender's ability to reintegrate into the community as a law-abiding citizen while ensuring public safety. If the risk that an offender poses is assessed to be too high, necessary actions will be taken in a timely manner to address problems that could lead to potential harm to community members. This approach includes intervening and supervising offenders effectively so that they are less likely to violently reoffend, as well as exploring options to enhance supervision and community partnerships. Mr. Speaker, one last area of the criminal justice system I would like to reflect on is victims and the government's commitment to upholding their rights to information, protection, participation, and restitution. CSC, as well as the Parole Board of Canada, is committed to ensuring that victims of federal offenders have an effective voice in Canada's criminal justice system. CSC has a national victim services program to provide services to victims and survivors of crime, which centers on an exchange of information intended to assist victims in 2 important ways. Firstly, it gives victims a voice at a time when their well-being and dignity may have been undermined. This can help them regain a sense of control over their lives and restore their confidence in a justice system and in society as a whole. Secondly, the information victims receive may assist them in pursuing their lives in the aftermath of the tragical circumstances that they have experienced. This program has adopted a victim-centered, trauma-informed approach as the basis for its interactions with victims and survivors of crime. This demonstrates CBC's commitment to acknowledging the harm done to victims of crime, validating their concerns, and providing them with the information that they need to uphold their right to protection. CSC encourages victims to provide a victim statement related to the continued impact that the crime, incarceration, and release of the offenders has had on their lives. These statements can include relevant information about the offender, along with any safety concerns the victim may have, requests for conditions, and the location of the offender. This is the principled way that victims exercise their right to participation within the corrections and conditional release process. It's important that we support them. CSC presently has over 9,000 victims who are registered to receive information about the offender that harmed them, as well as tens of thousands of contacts with victims. To ensure that all victims have access to information they are entitled to receive, CSC continues to raise awareness about its program. To further reach additional victims who may want to receive information from CSC, former Bill S-12, which was passed into law, will require courts to inquire whether a victim wishes to receive information about an offender and their progression throughout the course of the sentence. Courts will also forward the name and contact information to CSC for any victim who wishes to receive such information. Once this provision comes into force, CSC will begin proactively contacting these additional victims to explain their rights and offer services that may be helpful to them. To prepare for this change, CSC is currently working with all provinces and all territories to establish information sharing arrangements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to share the great work of CSC with everyone here today.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
About the correction programs, and actually our colleague from New Brunswick brought forward the Reduction of Recidivism Framework Act, C-228, which was passed in this House. This is an important concept, and we of course value these individuals and the opportunities that they need to change their lives. However, what we're dealing with and hearing about in this House that has been going on and growing is the issues around individuals who are being released back into society that do not have those things, and it's on almost a daily, weekly basis that they are returning. So there does need to be some form of ability to keep them off the streets. Does the member understand and know that sentences that were legislated, minimum sentences, were actually legislated in this House by Pierre Elliott Trudeau and complemented by Stephen Harper, and the number...
I have to give a chance for the Parliamentary Secretary to respond. The Parliamentary Secretary for Housing and Infrastructure.
I think the member for caring about community safety, I think everyone in this House stands united in caring about safety, ensuring that the communities we serve are safe. And our government does take this issue very seriously. And I signed up to run because it was a commitment of this government to do bail reform and to strengthen our borders. And right now before us, we have Bill C-2, which is giving law enforcement the tools that they have been asking for. Furthermore, our government has already made an initial investment of 1,000 additional RCMP officers, 1,000 additional border service agents. But in addition to that, we will be bringing forward comprehensive legislation on bail reform that I'm very much looking forward to. I'm sure Canadians are very much looking forward to. But importantly, it has been...
I have to interrupt the member to allow us to go back to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, le député.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listagouge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The measure talks about modifying the house arrest system, but currently anyone found guilty of an offense is currently allowed to carry out their sentence at home if their sentence falls below a certain threshold. And this would not put the community in danger. It also assumes that there is no mandatory minimum offense, and the offense is not something that has been explicitly exempted from this measure. How would my colleague recommend changing this measure? I will cut you off to give the honourable colleague some time to respond.
Importantly, our public safety minister has been consulting from coast to coast to coast over the summer, talking to police chiefs, talking to victims, talking to everybody that is involved in the justice system, and will be bringing forward comprehensive legislation this fall that will strengthen Canada's bail system, that will increase sentences for the most serious repeat violent crimes, and will importantly address court delays so that serious cases can proceed quickly and victims are not re-traumatized by procedural backlogs. We will be introducing this bill based on evidence, based on consultation, based on important reforms that will keep our community safe. Additionally, there is an option right now for people in the House to support public safety right now, and that's with Bill C-2, which is before us.
I have to interrupt the Parliamentary Secretary once again to give a chance for us to return to questions and comments. The Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative member, the MP from Oxford, made this statement, and I quote, "We're now living in a war zone in Canada." That sort of rhetoric that we hear from the Conservative Party, I believe, is very damaging. We have a Prime Minister that has recognized the need for bail reform, has made a commitment to deliver bail reform this fall. I'm wondering if she can provide her thoughts on the importance of that commitment.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, in 20 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I think it's very dangerous to use words like that. This is a country where we want to attract people as tourists. We want our communities to know that they have amazing, amazing corrections service officers that are out there. They have amazing police officers that are out there keeping them safe. And when we say things like that, it really negates the great work that is being done by all the great people, the public servants that keep us safe.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I often rise in this House to speak about crime in my community, street disorder, property theft, and the ever-present threat of fires from discarded drug pipes. But today, I rise to address something very different, the crimes of repeat violent offenders. These are not the petty offenses of someone down on their luck or struggling with addiction. These are acts of violence committed again and again by people with no moral compass, predators who prey on the vulnerable, who exploit women and girls, who torment and kill to satisfy their own dark impulses. We know some of the more famous names and the more famous crimes. These are people like Paul Bernardo, Robert Pickton, Clifford Olson. Predators who sexually assault children, who traffic and exploit women, who murder Indigenous girls simply because they believe they can. These are the offenders that revel in cruelty. They exploit every stage of the justice system to amplify their notoriety. And perhaps most disturbingly, they exploit the parole process itself. Every few years, when their eligibility comes up, the families of victims are forced to relive the worst moments in their lives. They prepare impact statements. They gather letters of support. They steel themselves to face the person who shattered their world. They travel long distances at their own expense, often missing work or school. They sit in rooms where the memories are almost unbearable, listening to gruesome details that reopen wounds they have struggled for years to heal. These families describe the weeks leading up to a parole hearing as a living nightmare. They don't sleep. They worry constantly about what the offender might say. They brace themselves for the possibility of release, however remote, or for the performance of false remorse that so many violent offenders are skilled at delivering. And when the hearing is over, they know the clock immediately starts up again for the next application. The cycle of trauma and re-traumatization is relentless and cruel. Consider Daniel Senecal. He sexually assaulted a 12-year-old boy, was sentenced to just 2.5 years in jail, and was released after 18 months. He is now alleged to have broken into a home and sexually assaulted a 3-year-old girl named Eve while her parents slept. She was asleep in her own bed, where she should have been safe. Cases like this demand action because they show the devastating consequences of a system that gives chance after chance to people who have already demonstrated violent intent. That is why I speak today in support of our Conservative motion calling on this Liberal government to institute a 3 strikes and you're out law for serious violent crimes. The proposal is clear and direct. If someone commits 3 serious violent crimes, crimes like murder, aggravated assault, armed robbery, or sexual assault, they should forfeit the privilege of bail, probation, parole, and house arrest, and serve a minimum sentence of 10 years. Why 3 strikes? Because Canadians believe in redemption. Everyone deserves a chance to turn their life around, and that is why rehabilitation and diversion programs exist. Some people want to change, and our justice system rightly tries to leave space for that, no matter how difficult it can be. But when someone repeatedly chooses violence, despite every opportunity to change, the calculation should shift. After a first, second, third conviction for serious violent offenses, the government's primary duty should no longer be to offer another chance. It should be to protect the public. This is not about vengeance or filling prisons. It's about balance and the gravity of these crimes. Our democratic principles rightly demand restraint before we take away liberty. But when a pattern of serious violence is established, when the record shows a person is unwilling to stop, society must act. A balanced conservative approach rests on 3 truths. First, compassion matters. We must continue to invest in rehabilitation and social services that address the roots of crime. No one is suggesting that prevention and rehabilitation be abandoned with this motion. But we must also have compassion for victims and their families. We can't eliminate the trauma of having to provide victim impact statements and prepare for parole hearings entirely. But we can space them out in circumstances like these to take steps to mitigate it. Second, consequences matter. When individuals repeatedly choose violence, society has a right to extrapolate and take action to protect our society. The victims of violent crimes and their families have rights too. Rights to safety, dignity, and freedom from repeated trauma. Third, community matters. Public safety is the foundation on which opportunity and prosperity are built. When people are afraid to walk to work, when parents are anxious every time their children leave the house, when seniors feel unsafe in their own homes, the very fabric of our community starts to unravel. People in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith know this instinctively. Whether you're a young renter in downtown Nanaimo, a parent in Ladysmith, or a senior in the South End, we all want a justice system that offers hope to those who can be helped and firm boundaries for those who will not change. Protecting citizens from repeat violent offenders should not be a partisan issue. It's a core responsibility of the federal government to keep us safe. Yet this government has weakened bail conditions, expanded house arrest, and ignored warnings from police chiefs, premiers, and mayors across the country. We can respect the Charter while protecting the public. We can uphold fairness and mercy while ensuring that repeat violent offenders face real consequences. These goals need not be in conflict. As a Conservative and as a Canadian, I believe in fairness, in the rule of law, and in the possibility of rehabilitation. But I also believe in responsibility and in the right of every parent to feel safe with their children sleeping in a room downstairs and letting them walk to school. Police officers and first responders, people who dedicate their lives to keeping us safe, tell me they are demoralized by our current system. The revolving door of justice does not distinguish adequately between minor offenses and the kind of violent, predatory crimes I speak of today. The current situation is not merely frustrating. It puts the public at risk and erodes faith in the rule of law. We act not out of contempt for criminals, but out of compassion for victims. The measures we propose through this motion is a carefully targeted tool for the most serious cases. It is a balanced proposal that seeks to spare families some of the pain of repeated parole hearings and the constant fear of an offender's next application by lessening the frequency of those events without eliminating the offender's right to have them. It supports law enforcement and reaffirms the fundamental principle that the safety of Canadians must come first. This motion calls for those convicted of 3 serious violent offenses to be denied bail, probation, parole, and house arrest, and to remain in prison for at least 10 years. It will help restore the public confidence in our justice system, give families of victims a genuine respite and chance to heal, and deny repeat violent offenders parts of the platform they crave to sensationalize their crimes. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the House to support this motion. Let us act together to protect Canadians, to stand with victims and their families, and to ensure that those who repeatedly choose violence can no longer terrorize our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as we get closer to the conclusion of the debate, let's be very clear that whether it's the Prime Minister of Canada or the Liberal members of Parliament, I can assure you that we have been listening to what Canadians have said. It comes out of the last federal election. There's been a solid commitment from our Prime Minister to ensure that we have bail reform legislation in well before the end of the year. And that is something that's important to Canadians. It's important to the many different stakeholders. We only hope that the Conservative Party of Canada will respond positively by allowing us to take it to the next step. That's going to be critically important for the safety of Canadians. And I'm wondering if the member can provide comment on that aspect and condemn her colleague, the MP from Oxford, who stated we're now living in a war zone in Canada, which is absolutely ridiculous. I'm sure she would agree.
The member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I'm glad to hear that the honourable member across is enthusiastic about the legislation that's going to come forward later this fall. I would love to see it. And if the legislation contains the kind of provisions that we're calling for and makes Canadians safer, then I would be delighted to support it. In the meantime, I would ask him, as a show of good faith, to support our motion so that we can move forward together.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for those thoughtful words this afternoon. Recently in Barrie, there was a Barrie police officer, Constable Jim Peters, was stabbed while on duty. He was stabbed by an accused individual that had been arrested and released 17 times 2 years prior to that incident, and had over 100 interactions with Barrie Police Service. This type of rampant crime and chaos must end. What will this motion today do to help officers like this?
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
First, let me say that I am always so sad and distressed when I hear that a police officer is harmed while on duty. And I think what's really important about this motion is that violent offenders, violent repeat offenders like that, when they are released on bail, when they're present in the community, it provides an additional form of re-traumatization for our officers and for our first responders who know who these people are and who end up being re-traumatized by their presence in the community. It's a situation that hurts us all, and I hope that the members opposite are listening and will support the motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires de l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Lizelle-la-Madeleine, Mistigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech, and obviously everyone here is against crime. I've personally known many victims of crime, and I'm very aware of the terrible consequences that violence can have. But when my colleague says that we need to modify to make some changes, I'd like to know what she finds wrong in 742, because imprisonment in the community is only for those who have committed a crime with that has a sentence of less than 2 years. So what's wrong with the Criminal Code and Article 742(1) as it's written right now?
Member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
So I thank the honourable member for his comments. I think what is important to remember is that we're talking here about serious, violent, repeat offenders. We're not talking about, the motion is not targeted towards people who are serving short sentences in the community. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. As a fellow Vancouver Island member, I share the concerns about crime that affect many of our communities. But under the previous Conservative government, many of the criminal justice reforms that were passed have since been struck down by the Supreme Court of Canada. So I wonder if the member could share with this House what measures or due diligence she and her colleagues have made to ensure that these Conservative reforms actually are constitutional.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith, less than 25 seconds.
So I thank the honourable member. As Pierre Elliott Trudeau said, the past is to be respected and acknowledged, but not to be worshipped. It is in our future in which we will find greatness. Our Constitution is a living tree, and I have confidence that this motion, which has been carefully considered, would be would pass muster at the Supreme Court of Canada. Thank you.
Before I go to the member for Elmwood Transcona for debate, I have to inform him that he will be cut off at 6:15, so he has about 6 minutes. Also, as a public service announcement for all members, it is a lot easier for the speaker and the clerks and the administrative staff if you sit after you're done speaking for the lights to be turned on and off. It's just easier to know when your speaking time has been finished. With that being said, resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great honour that I rise today in this House to speak in support of the Three Strikes and You're Out bill. Our plan to hold repeat violent offenders accountable and combat rising crime in our streets. I am a proud Winnipegger and even prouder to represent my neighbours in the riding of Elmwood Transcona. Although I am proud of my home, the crime wave crippling our city has truly gone out of control. My office has been inundated with calls from folks from all different walks of life, all concerned that they no longer feel safe on the streets and even in their homes. At this point, it's hard to see anything any other way. Over the last 10 years, we have become accustomed to a criminal justice system that puts criminals first and does not deliver justice. Our current system takes power away from law enforcement, puts perpetrators of crime back on the street, and victimizes hard-working, law-abiding Canadians in our society. Jody, one of my constituents, has had her home broken into 14 times by the same group of thugs. While Jody lives in fear, her tormentors are getting released on no cash bail within 24 hours of their crime, ready to reoffend and put Jody and her neighbours back into a state of shock, panic, and fear. It's not just Jody either. In my first month of office, I sent out a community survey asking folks in Elmwood Transcona what they think are the most pressing issues facing our community. While I got many of good, thoughtful responses, one issue is top of mind for a majority of people in my community, that the crime is totally out of control. Parents no longer feel safe having their kids walk to school or take the bus. Our three-strike plan will put repeat violent offenders behind bars and keep communities safe. We need to put our foot down and take crime seriously. We all believe in second chances, but we do not believe in 20 chances. This will be hard enough on families who are struggling to make ends meet, but without also facing the rising rates of car theft. It has gotten so bad that some police are even suggesting that you leave your keys on the porch to avoid break-ins. This is crazy. This harmful mentality will only lead to more theft, more crime, and more innocent victims. Things were not always this way. Folks in our community used to leave their doors unlocked and did not worry about their cars getting broken into. Today, my neighbors live in fear, and it breaks my heart. For the last 10 years, the Liberals could have done something to fix this out-of-control crime, but decided to sit on their hands and pretend that nothing is wrong while their failed experiment is continuing to put Canadians at risk. The law we are proposing will stop criminals convicted of 3 serious offenses from getting bail, probation, parole, or house arrest. It will keep violent criminals behind bars and keep them away from their victims and off our streets. The law will also keep dangerous offenders away from society until they have proven that they no longer are a threat to those around them. Police also feel the effects of poor criminal justice policies firsthand. Just imagine how demoralizing it is to arrest the same person you arrested last week for robbing the same 7-Eleven that they robbed the week before. We are not giving law enforcement the tools that they need to get the job done. Just last week, we met with Mayor Scott Gillingham, who shared his thoughts on the out-of-control crime that is plaguing Winnipeg streets. He mentioned that the same individual had been arrested twice by the Winnipeg Police Violent Crimes Unit, and you got to be pretty violent to be arrested by that unit, was subsequently convicted of failing to comply with bail restrictions 12 times and was released enough times to be convicted of 24 more violent offenses. These offenses were not stealing a pack of gum from a convenience store. The offender in question was convicted of shooting and carjacking while already out on bail. Last month alone, 178 offenders were wanted on warrants for violating bail, arrested on new charges. 7 of them assaulted the very same people they victimized despite a court prohibiting them to do so. This is not just a threat to the victims who often have multiple run-ins with these repeat offenders, but it is also a threat to first responders, social workers, healthcare workers, and public transit operators. The unfortunate truth is that this is not just a Winnipeg problem, this is a Canada-wide problem. Police associations across Canada have been speaking out on the lack of support that the federal government has given them in putting repeat violent offenders behind bars. We need to do our jobs here so they can do their jobs out there.
I have to interrupt the member. Order. It being 6:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Brock, seconded by Mr. Mahal, moved that given that the Liberal government has changed the law to allow for house arrest for serious offenders and lets repeat criminals go free within hours of their arrest, which has resulted in a 50% increase in violent crime, the House call on the Liberal government to replace these changes with a 3 strikes and you're out law that will stop criminals convicted of 3 serious offenses from getting bail, probation, parole, or house arrest, and keep violent criminals in jail for at least 10 years. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request, I see the member for Kitchener South Hespeler rising.
Ask for a recorded division.
I
see how it plays out.
So pursuing to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Monday, September 22nd, 2025, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. I see the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader rising. On a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you might find unanimous consent to call it 6:30 at this time so we could begin the late show.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House assert the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Agreed. Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to elaborate on a question I posed to this government before the summer recess. In my question, I referenced $500 billion in new inflationary spending that this government had ushered in. I spoke of Canadians' stress and frustration with their rampant inflation causing the price of essentials to continue to climb month after month at the grocery store. And I directly asked when Canadians could expect a federal budget to be introduced, one that reduced inflation and cut taxes. It's now been over 12 weeks since my intervention. Has anything changed for the better? Well, we now have a date for the budget, November 4th, nearly two-thirds of the way through the fiscal year. Trust is so low in this Prime Minister's predictions as Canadians are expecting yet another bait and switch. This country has had no proof from the Liberal Party that they are governing differently from the last administration. They claim they're different, and in one respect, they're actually true. Their record is worse than Justin Trudeau's. The Prime Minister has already warned Canadians to brace for a painful deficit, double that of Trudeau and what he left behind. This is a dangerously directionless experiment that the Liberals are undertaking. He promised the fastest growing economy in the G7. He delivered the fastest shrinking economy in the G7 with the second highest unemployment, the worst household debt, and the worst housing prices. That's not what Canadians voted for. He promised to build Canada up. Instead, he's wasted billions on bureaucracy, high-priced consultants, and drove inflation through the roof. The Parliamentary Budget Officer told committee that this government seems to have no fiscal anchors and that, I'm quoting him, bet your boots, Canadians will soon be paying much more to service the debt. Canadians deserve better. We know they deserve better because of the real-life ripple effects we have seen becoming all too familiar. Between record-high taxes and reckless spending, the purchasing power of Canadians is being eroded at an alarming rate. The Prime Minister said he wants to be judged by prices at the grocery store. What a great soundbite to mislead Canadians in an election when they're desperate for hope. Canadians have now delivered their verdict. It is a failing grade. Statistics Canada confirms that food inflation is running 70% higher than the Bank of Canada's target. Meat up 7%, beef 13%, coffee rose 28%, and even infant formula is climbing. Watching the Prime Minister in the House, I see a total indifference to these statistics. They don't matter. He got what he wanted. A shocking 25%, 1/4 of families, are struggling to afford food while this Liberal government spends billions on more bureaucrats, high-priced consultants, and government-controlled projects that only fuel higher taxes, higher debt, and higher inflation. Canadians know this government's not investing their hard-earned tax dollars. He's bleeding them dry. Today, Canadians spend more of their income on taxes than they do on food, housing, and clothing combined. After 10 years of Liberal waste, Canadians are choosing between paying their bills and putting food on the table. He's generating a greater and greater chasm between, as the leader of the official opposition rightly says, the have-nots and the have-yachts. Conservatives demand the Liberals stop this destructive mismanagement, rein in spending, and finally deliver a plan to bring down both the deficit and the cost of living for Canadians.
Will they do it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to respond to comments made earlier by the honourable member. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that food affordability continues to be a critical issue and that many Canadians are having trouble with their budgets. Food inflation for groceries has fallen from a peak of 11.4% in January 23 to 3.5% in August 2025. Those statistics are found on the Statistics Canada website on the Consumer Price Index. This is very clearly stated on that website that food inflation has dropped to 3.5% in August 2025. Our government will continue to take concrete actions to ensure Canadians pay fair prices for groceries. In our government's speech from the throne, delivered by His Majesty King Charles III, we outlined our bold and ambitious plan for the future. Delivering a middle-class tax cut would provide tax relief for nearly 20 million Canadians, saving families up to $840 a year in 2026. This measure is expected to deliver over $27 billion in tax savings over 5 years. Mr. Speaker, increased consumer choice with increased competition in the grocery sector is key to improving food affordability. That's why, in recent years, the Government of Canada has modernized the Competition Act by making amendments that affect how the Competition Bureau can investigate anti-competitive conduct and deceptive marketing. For example, changes to the Act have required vendors to be more truthful in their advertising, recognizing that showing prices without all mandatory fees included is considered a form of dishonesty. This practice of drip pricing food price stabilization requires the complete engagement of the entire supply chain. In July 2024, large grocery retailers committed to join the Grocery Sector Code of Conduct. Canadians depend on a resilient grocery supply chain to access affordable quality food. However, everybody needs to follow the rules. The government is continue to defend consumer interests thanks to our Canadian Consumer Protection Initiative, a program that enables independent research to ensure that consumer interest organizations are supported. Priority topics such as affordability, barriers to competition in the grocery sector, and consumer protection against junk fees and price gouging were identified in its latest open call. Reflecting these priorities, one funded project from a previous call supported a national consumer movement that reached Canadians from coast to coast, offering practical tools to decode grocery pricing strategies and empowering consumers to make informed choices at the checkout. Mr. Speaker, we are working with industry and the partners to continue to support food price stability. Our commitment is strong and no options are off the table. I will be giving the floor to the MP from York Milton, but please note when in the House, when you're referring to a document, you can't directly refer to it. Rather, that would be considered an accessory or a part of a prop.
That same Prime Minister himself told Canadians to judge his government by the price at the checkout counter, and they do not like the verdict. Families are falling behind with millions resorting to food banks, while Liberals are lining the pockets of consultants and bureaucrats and certain investment portfolios with their tax dollars. Many of these families voted based on the hopeful rhetoric of the Prime Minister that he would do things differently. And now, after 10 years of waste, what do Canadians get? Not a plan, not a budget, just more delays, more excuses, more empty promises. The shelves are bare, the cupboards are empty, and the government's missing in action when we need decisive servant leadership. The truth is simple. Every day this government spends recklessly and selfishly. Life gets harder for the people who work hard and are playing by the rules. Canadians deserve a government that will end the abuse and the waste, balance the books, and end the attack on Canadian prosperity. Canadians deserve leadership that puts them and their country.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada has increased the Competition Bureau's capacity to prevent certain pressures. We are taking measures to improve competition. Moreover, we're continuing to assure Canadians will have enough information to make informed choices. At the same time, we note that external and world pressures, for example, the American tariffs, do have an impact on consumers, businesses, and businesses in Canada. That's why we need a coordinated long-term approach with regard to affordability and price stability.
For Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' inflation is the slow undoing of a family's dignity. Yet this government keeps driving the deficit higher with reckless inflationary spending that is even worse than Trudeau's. We already know, based on last year's economic statement, that the deficit was $62 billion. And now, unfortunately, Canadians are bracing for something even larger. And what do the Liberals tell us? Don't worry. They're investments. As a banking professional, I find that insulting. You can dress it up as operating versus capital, but that doesn't change the reality of the bank statement of a single mother, where groceries have doubled, where rent has doubled. She has to decide whether she feeds her children or pays her rent. We know the statistics. Food inflation is now running 70% above target. Coffee is up 28%. Fresh and frozen beef is up 12%. And even infant formula is up 7%. But the statistics don't tell the full story. This summer, I sent a survey to my constituents in Newmarket, Aurora, and I received hundreds and hundreds of answers. And the answers broke my heart. Here are some of them. A young family told me, we are a combined income household of 6 figures, working long hours, and we are still struggling with affordability. Another family said the cost of living has gone too high. My mortgage is now 3 times higher. A senior wrote, I have to keep working because my pension and my old age security are not enough to cover my bills. And in fact, there was another senior, Mr. Speaker, who shared with me an anecdote. He said, you know, when I was little, my father taught me to work very hard and to give it my all so that I can achieve what I want. And the fact is, I gave it my all, and I'm still unable to afford my house and my food. Mr. Speaker, these are not isolated cases. They are the everyday reality of Canadians across this country. And yet, after years of warning, this Liberal government shrugs. They put forward a 1% tax cut and call it a relief, while families sink deeper and deeper into debt and despair. Canadians are not asking for much. They're not asking for handouts. They're asking for a government that will hear their plea, restore affordability, and give them back the hope of a future where work pays, where savings count, and where they can stand on their own 2 feet. The Liberals spend, they smile, and they strip families of their basic necessities with no fiscal anchor in sight. Last spring, I asked the Minister of Jobs and Families whether the Liberals will finally table a budget and reduce spending, but the answer was clear. No budget, no discipline, and more broken promises. Canadians deserve the truth about the cost of this government's recklessness, because it's not the Prime Minister paying for broken promises, it's Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, what is the deficit going to be this year? 70 billion, 80 billion, 100 billion? So I ask again, will the Liberals keep asking parents to pay for their broken promises?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Industry.
The rate of inflation in the month of August was 1.9%. However, I agree with the opposite member, statistics don't tell the whole story. Our government is focused on building a stronger economy and delivering for Canadians. We are continuing to move forward with a plan to bring down costs so Canadians can keep more of their paychecks to spend where it matters most. We know that the cost of living is top of mind for Canadians. That's why early this year we delivered landmark legislation designed to help make life more affordable for Canadians. We introduced a middle-class tax cut, which will provide relief for nearly 22 million Canadians. That will cost the public treasury $25 billion or $27 billion over 5 years. It is not insignificant. We also removed the GST for the first-time home buyers on new homes valued of up to $1 million, saving them up to $50,000, and lowered the GST for first-time home buyers on new homes valued between $1 million and $1.5 million. These measures built upon other legislative achievements that we have passed despite Conservative opposition. Childcare agreements, which will by 2026 bring down to $10 a day on average the cost of childcare in this country, which is one of the most important issues for young families, helping more women enter and remain in the labor force. Pharmacare, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, pharmacare agreements that will lower the costs of prescription drugs for Canadians, and the Canadian Dental Care Plan, which has also helped over 1.7 million Canadians. With these measures, we are delivering lower taxes, bringing down costs, and putting more money back in the pockets of Canadians. Conservatives have a chance to support these measures to make life more affordable for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, but as always, they decided not to do that. That's one of the reasons, Mr. Speaker, Canadians trusted us to release the next federal budget, which my colleague has announced. It will be on November 4th. So there will be a budget on November 4th. Budget 25 will seize upon the generational opportunity to transform our economy through ambitious investments and rigorous discipline, ensuring every dollar goes further to build the strongest economy in the G7. It will invest in housing and infrastructure, catalyze private investment, and strengthen partnerships with trusted allies. This will be a budget to truly meet the moment and to build the strongest economy at the G7. Truly, Canada is the North, strong and free. This is how we will create high-paying careers, grow our industries, protect our jobs, tap into new markets, and build more resilient supply chains. Mr. Speaker, the government will provide additional details on November 4th, Budget Day.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, I received no answer to my question. How much will the deficit be? Let me remind the member that it was the Liberal government that has been in power for the last 10 years. They are the reason why we have the statistics that we do. I also want to point out, Mr. Speaker, that this government, this Liberal government, likes to wrap itself in its social programs as if these slogans were solutions, as if these programs were actually solutions. But the fact is that their reckless economic policies have left Canadians poorer. Families cannot afford a home, they cannot afford groceries, they can't see a future for their children. Our economy is dead last in the G7. And what is the Liberals' answer? Celebrating more dependence, more reliance on the state, as if the highest aspiration of a Canadian is to beg for government help. Conservatives reject that. We want a Canada where people stand tall, earn their success, and can feel the pride in putting food on their...
I have to interrupt the member to allow the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Industry to respond.
Mr. Speaker, our economy is under attack from what we thought was a trusted neighbor. It is that fact, it is that has led to the economic difficulties we've had this year. It is not government spending that is leading to inflation. It is the reckless politics and the reckless actions, then the reckless actions of our neighbors to the south. Now, Mr. Speaker, also the deficit will be known on November 4th. And I will end with this, Mr. Speaker, and I think many Canadians will agree. Social programs are not slogans. Social programs are important and are a main feature of what makes Canada, Canada.
Moving on to the Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bickerjouarnong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all the municipalities of my riding have prioritized affordable housing as our top priority. And the Housing Minister is tasked with addressing the housing crisis that has been caused by 10 years of failed Liberal policies. Now, the former Minister of Housing indicated that they'd have to build 550,000 units every year for 4 years to catch up with the massive increase in immigration that he caused. That is what is needed. But the current minister has just announced $13 billion to build only 4,000 units. That's $3.25 million per unit. That's not affordable housing, and it certainly doesn't bridge the gap. I'm not surprised, since when the minister was the mayor of Vancouver, he helped create the most expensive housing bubble on the planet. And now, to run the new government bureaucracy, he's hired Anna Baleo, a former Toronto City Councillor who was supposed to create affordable housing and instead created the second highest priced housing bubble on the planet. Now, I'm always willing to help out the government, especially when it helps my riding. And so I have made the minister aware of the list of affordable housing projects that we have on the books in my riding that are shovel-ready. And the 5 Projects in 5 Years initiative will add 314 spaces for the low price of $27 million. That's just $86,000 per space, not $3.25 million per space. The County of Lambton has promised $38 million for affordable housing, and multiple municipality initiatives that could use the federal money to accelerate their projects of 450 units at $84,000 per space. Plimpton, Wyoming is building 400 units for $15 million, and they are middle houses. That's $37,500 a unit, not $3.25 million. There's also a plan to create 200 all-year-round trailers that will cost people to purchase between $100,000 and $150,000. Now that's affordable. So for the low price of $80 million, you could build 1,400 spaces at an average cost of $57,000 per space, versus the Liberal plan to spend $13 billion to only get 4,000 spaces. So this $13 billion boondoggle follows the $4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund that built exactly 0 houses. The municipalities that received money from that fund actually increased the permitting fees for builders instead of creating affordable housing. So my question then is for the minister. Will he give us $80,000 in Sarnia-Lambton to build all of the affordable houses that are shovel-ready? And when is he going to introduce a plan to build 550,000 units a year to address the continued mass migration? What specifically will he build that people can afford? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our new government understands that housing affordability is important, and that it is important for us to make life more affordable for Canadians. That's why we implemented tax cuts for middle-class, dual-income families effective as of this past Canada Day. This will allow 22 million hardworking Canadians to save up to $840 per couple per year, totaling $27 billion for Canadians over 5 years. And that's why we're eliminating the goods and services tax on first-time home purchases at or under $1 million, saving buyers up to $50,000 on their first home, and reducing the GST for homes priced between $1 million and $1.5 million. These measures are on top of changes to mortgage rules, like allowing 30-year mortgage amortizations for first-time home buyers. Together, these measures will lower housing costs for Canadians and help young families buy their first home, a dream that was attainable for their parents' generation and which we are working hard to help them realize. We are committed to building a housing system that works for everyone. The Government of Canada has already signed over 240 agreements under the $4.4 billion Housing Accelerator Fund to incentivize municipalities to cut red tape, increase housing densification, and speed up building. These actions are expected to support the permitting of more than 800,000 new homes over the next decade. While there is more work to do, the Government of Canada is putting affordability front and center because every Canadian should have access to a home they can afford. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada understands the urgency of the housing crisis and that it will take a collaborative effort to boost supply and restore affordability. And that is why we launched Build Canada Homes, a new federal agency that will finance and build affordable housing at scale across our country. It will leverage public lands, offer flexible financial incentives, attract private capital, facilitate large portfolio projects, and support manufacturers to build the homes that Canadians need. Build Canada Homes will build affordable housing by partnering with builders and housing providers that are focused on long-term affordability. It will focus on using Canadian-made materials and modern construction methods such as factory-built housing to catalyze an entire industry, one that builds faster and more sustainably. This is a real plan, one that Canadians elected us to act on. On day one, we announced the acceleration of 4,000 units on 6 sites with a potential for 45,000 more on those sites. It's just the beginning. Our plan builds on the successes of existing initiatives such as the National Housing Strategy, which has reduced or eliminated housing for so many Canadians. The federal government is making historic investments and making new housing with a new Team Canada approach.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bickerjemagog.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I didn't really hear the answers I was looking for. They're saying that the $13 billion bureaucracy is going to start with 4,000 homes, but the fact remains nothing's been built, and housing starts are down 13% in the country. Young people are losing hope of ever being able to afford a home. So we need to see the detailed plan. The minister has had 6 months. What's going to be built? How many apartments? How many modular homes that Brookfield and the Prime Minister, as a direct result, will profit from are going to be built? Where are they going to be built? What are the lists of the Crown lands that were promised that were going to be turned over and turned into affordable housing? With no plan and no details, it's clear that there won't be any shovels in the ground anytime soon. So why doesn't the government get out of the way and give the money to people like Sarnia, Lambton, Bickerjemagog, who could build 1,400 units for the low, low price of $80 million?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians expect action, and that's exactly what the Government of Canada is delivering. I'm so happy that our program will have a strong focus on affordable and supportive housing, something that is so very needed in our country. The new federal agency, Build Canada Homes, will finance and build affordable homes at scale and will supercharge home building across the country by leveraging modern methods of construction, such as factory-built housing. It will support more affordable housing for low and middle-income households so that Canadians can have access to a home within their means. We have a real plan to build up our country. We want everybody to participate. We look forward to more information being shared about Build Canada Homes in the weeks ahead, and it's time to build.
So, the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.